All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer, coming up to 2:20 p.m. on the 2nd of March, 2023. It has begun, and thus we shall too begin our live continuous severe weather coverage. Starting off, we now have severe thunderstorm warnings. One severe storm in Wise County, south of Bridgeport, southwest of Paradise, moving northeast towards Decatur quickly at about 45 miles an hour. A second severe thunderstorm that is approaching Valley View in southern Cook County, about 6 miles southwest of there, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour too. Both these thunderstorms capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and maybe some 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Neither are showing any sort of tornadic mischief at this point. Let me adjust my bit rate. That's fine. We've got a severe storm over Ruby in portions of the eastern Concho Valley of Big Country. Give me just a second, and we'll take a peek at that. And that's going to be in association with a line of thunderstorms right along the cool front dry line that is going to be moving east. Regardless of what happens further east in North Texas, Northeast Texas this afternoon in terms of more discrete storms, we are going to have a line of storms go from west to east along a cool front, and that line is already starting to form in portions of the Concho Valley from near Big Lake to Sterling City to Ruby, all the way up to Seymour, Wichita Falls, and that's going to move east this afternoon, this evening. Those storms are going to become quite intense with damaging winds, large hail, the threat for a few tornadoes, and that's going to make it to Arkansas by about midnight. And then we're going to have to watch for these discrete storms in portions of North Texas. Again, here's what we're looking at. The two severe storms capable of producing hail. One coming up towards Paradise and Decatur. One just north of Sanger near Valley View to Gainesville. Then we have a storm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail just northeast of Ruby coming up towards Hamlin. And eventually that may make it up towards Stanford and Haskell in the next 30 to 60 minutes. We anticipate additional thunderstorms will develop across western North Texas over the next hour. And you can see we've already got a couple of attempts, one just southeast of Graham, another near Weatherford. Now, something we're going to need to keep a very close eye on, and this may be where we have the highest potential for a couple tornadoes over the next hour or two, is with this developing activity across portions of eastern North Texas and East Texas. Now, at this point, this activity is just showers, a couple thunderstorms southwest of Tyler, near Brownsboro to Athens, but this is an environment where, as described many times before, we have to watch out for these thunderstorms that just develop out all by themselves. And this is a very qualifying situation. So if these showers are able to evolve into supercells, they would be capable of all modes of severe weather, big-time hail, damaging wind gusts, and at least considerable threat of a tornado. And that's just something we're going to be watching for. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but they've shown an uptick in intensity over the last 30 minutes. We've got chasers out and about today. We have Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew, Jason Cooley, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Ben McHone. Out and about chasing today. We'll be watching for their live video throughout the day. But at this point, we are still in the initial stages of what is probably going to be a busy day. All right, I need to get something set up on one of the computers over here. Go. That's set up. So essentially over the next several hours, what we're expecting, and I'll actually turn on satellite imagery here so I can show you what we're talking about. What we have going on is we are watching the dryline cool front right now that's still way out west in northwest Texas, the big country, down into the Concho Valley. Over the next several hours, that is going to move from west to east at a pretty decent clip. I'll just turn on satellite imagery and radar loop over the last 2 hours. You can see we've got a pretty good line of towering cumulus along that cool front, and that's going to be moving east. In terms of severe weather watches, the blue boxes here, we've got severe thunderstorm watches for the Concho Valley, the big country, western North Texas, and northwest Texas, and those go through about 9 to 10 p.m. this evening, but essentially are going to be for this line of developing thunderstorms along that cool front and dry line, moving off to the east pretty quickly. And that line is going to move, it's going to make it to Louisiana and Arkansas by midnight, so everyone east of that line has a chance for storms this evening, with the highest potential for severe storms with that line, generally north of a line from Junction to Round Rock to Livingston, north to the Red River. Strongest storms in that line are going to be capable of producing, for now, large hail and damaging wind gusts. As they get further east into a more receptive environment for severe weather mischief, we may end up seeing the threat for a few tornadoes increase with those storms. Looks like our storm chasers, Adam, Chelsea, and Alex, are on 380. And I'm going to assume they are keeping an eye on the thunderstorm that is currently approaching Decatur. They're not having great luck with data, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. And then further east in North Texas and Northeast Texas, here's what we're looking at, these discrete storms trying to pop up. Now, these storms that extend from Decatur up to Gainesville are north of a surface warm front. There is still plenty of instability aloft to support large hail, which is why they're severe warned, but the tornado threat is going to be highest along and south of a warm front that currently extends from near Weatherford to DFW International Airport, and then pretty much up Interstate 30 to near Sulphur Springs, and that front is slowly moving north. So for now, those storms north of that front are a hail threat, not a tornado threat. We are watching this activity trying to develop now out by its lonesome in East Texas, and those, if they are able to materialize and intensify into supercells, could pose a threat for all modes of severe weather, and they've definitely shown an uptick over the last 30 minutes. For those of you asking about your specific location, severe weather threat, I'll just pull up this graphic real quick. And here we go. This is the severe weather outlook for this afternoon, this evening. If you're in any of the colors, yellow or green, yellow, orange, red, or pretty much any color that is currently on the backdrop of this map, you're in a severe weather risk for this afternoon and evening, with the highest chance for severe storms, the most numerous severe storms being the higher risk levels. So level 2, level 3, level 4, the higher up the scale you go, the more severe storms you're going to have in your neck of the woods this evening. And we know, like Sunday, behind this cool front and dry line, we've got a wall of dust and 60-mile-an-hour west winds again. So we're going to have a wall of dust and all that nonsense moving on east. So essentially, that's what we're expecting in terms of storms. Main show for who's going to get impacted most will be this line of developing storms from near Ozana, West San Angelo, West Abilene, all the way up to near Vernon. That's going to be a near solid line of storms that'll move east over the next several hours into this evening with hail, damaging winds, and potential for some spin-up tornadoes. If those of you asking about the cap and the metroplex, it's pretty much about gone, which is why we saw these storms pop up northwest of the metroplex. And we'll be keeping an eye out for additional storms developing there. But in terms of storms out by them lonesome, that could pose a threat for at least a tornado if they were to materialize and intensify. This stuff around Tyler down to Athens has my interest for now. We have no tornado warnings in effect, as you can see by that little fancy scroll at the bottom of the screen. And we have storm chasers Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett. They are on Highway 380 near Decatur right now, keeping an eye on the storm approaching their location. In fact, I can switch full screen to that.
That's a triple point setting up.
They've got moderate to heavy rain. They're probably going to have some hail here shortly, maybe up to the size of quarters. And you can watch their dedicated storm chasing stream along with other storm chasing streams this afternoon and this evening on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Those of you who are watching us on Facebook, congratulations on actually seeing our video. Facebook has been severely throttling our video and post reach, so most folks are on our Facebook page are not seeing our post. We really encourage you to subscribe to us on YouTube. Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. That's where we do a lot of our video content, our live storm chasing streams, and our live severe weather coverage the most. So all y'all on Facebook watching us, head over to YouTube, subscribe to the Texas Storm Chasers, and be sure you don't miss our live coverage and live storm chasing videos. We've also got a free mobile app with interactive weather radar in it and live severe weather coverage. You can watch us in that as well. So, at this point, we are watching multiple storms firing up. At this point, no tornado warnings. In terms of a short-term threat, maybe over the next hour, if storms around Tyler can get their act together, that would be the highest potential for a tornado. At this point, those storms are behaving. But let's go ahead, quit the animation, switch back over to the high-res radar, and we'll take a look at what we have going on in the hail department. We've got two storms in North Texas capable of producing hail at this point. One storm on I-35 in Valley View up through the construction zone towards the south side of Gainesville. That could have quarter-size hail. That's moving north-northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. That's going to be moving up towards the city of Gainesville, Callisburg, then the west side of Lake Texoma, probably passing just east of Windstar as it moves north-northeast. A second severe storm capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail right now is in the city of Decatur, and especially right on Highway 380 where our storm chasers are sitting. And this storm is moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour and is going to be moving towards Slidell, Leo, and eventually southwestern Cook County around Era, probably passing a bit west of Valley View. And this storm could be a threat to Highway 82 from Munster to Mira to Lindsay in about 45 to 50 minutes. We'll head back over, watch our chasers stream. They're on 380 and what I assume to be Decatur. You can see they're getting hit by heavy rain, probably some hail. I'll admit I don't have their audio up, but I wouldn't be shocked if you're hearing some hailstones.
That goes up like this. If the area goes like this.
Oh, you mean east
and then north, yeah.
And again, they are in the city of Decatur in Wise County. on a thunderstorm that is moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So again, 2 severe storms in North Texas. One over the city of Decatur that's starting to show a bit more of a hail indicator aloft. So this storm might have ping pong ball size hail as it moves northeast across the city of Decatur, across 380, up towards Slidell, Leo, and then up into southern Cook County, Era, Valley View, Munster, Lindsay, and then the city of Gainesville. While city of Gainesville is about to get hit by their first severe storm of the day, that's near Valley View, capable of producing quarter-size hail, and that's going to be moving northeast towards Oak Ridge, Woodbine, Lake Kiowa, Catonsburg, probably passing west of Whitesboro on 82, probably crossing over Highway 377. Actually, this might pass a little closer to Whitesboro than I thought, if it turns a little right. And then this will be moving over 377 and up towards Lake Texoma before moving into Oklahoma, probably passing near Medill and Kingston. Again, those are hailers. Those are not a threat for tornadoes at this point. They're not showing any sort of indication they're going to be a tornado threat in the short term. They are north of the warm front, which should keep their tornado threat lower. Just got a report of nickel-sized hail in Decatur, and you can see our chasers. They're getting their butts kicked by heavy rain and hail. You can watch their storm chasing feed with audio dedicated on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, but we'll pop in real quick. Well, that was a good time for their audio and feed to cut out, wasn't it? But alas, sometimes that happens. But again, they're dealing with hail right now in the city of Decatur. We'll go back to the radar. We'll keep an eye out for the feed. But again, at this point, we don't have too much else going on. We are going to be keeping an eye on these storms in East Texas, just in case they start getting their act together, but at this point they are not. They're just showers with a couple of lightning strikes, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the severe storm back west in the big country. You can see this thunderstorm near Hamlin, west of Anson, showing a pretty good little bow signature right there. This storm, honestly, is showing a pretty good surge of outflow wind. Same thing goes with the thunderstorm near Sweetwater, moving towards Abilene. I'm actually surprised they are not putting a severe warning on that. Radar is detecting winds over 75 miles an hour, but we also have to keep in mind we are looking at about 4,500 feet above the surface, so we'll see. I would fully expect there to be a severe warning with that storm at some point soon. And again, no storms are going to be moving into the DFW Metroplex by about 6 p.m., give or take an hour. And these storms, in addition to having the potential for some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, could also have quarter-size hail. As you can see, they're moving off to the east. Now, let's get back to the storms in North Texas, the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a severe storm northeast of Valley View now, moving up towards the east sides of Gainesville, Lake Kiowa, Woodbine, Oak Ridge, on 82, Catonsburg. Eventually, it'll be moving up towards the west sides of Whitesboro and then passing up 377 towards Gordonville and Lake Texoma. Storms are also producing heavy rain. We note this storm back over Decatur is starting to show little bit of an interesting reflectivity signature. There is no strong low-level rotation detected by radar at this point, but what we are seeing is this storm definitely organizing. It's clearly a supercell. The potential for hail, quarter to ping pong ball size hail. In the short term, we've heard of dime size hail in Decatur to nickel size hail. But it wouldn't shock me if this ends up having some larger hail than that start falling soon. And that's going to be moving northeast towards Slidell. It's essentially going to be Ryan Highway 51 all the way up towards Slidell, Era, Valley View, and Gainesville. And again, that's a pretty good looking hail signature with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Make sure y'all can still hear me. There we go. Fancy ability of a reclining chair. And we know we do have a new shower trying to go up over northern Palo Pinto County. That's a pretty new development. We're going to have to see if that cell near Grayford is able to develop like the other two storms have. And it looks like we have a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me see if that'll pop up on here at this point. It won't. But once that graphic's available, I'll share it. The Storm Prediction Center is going to be issuing a tornado watch soon for portions of Texoma, North Texas, parts of Central Texas, and Northeast Texas. That'll include the DFW Metroplex, probably down to Waco, Sherman, all the way east through Tyler, over to Shreveport, Texarkana. So once that mesoscale discussion area will pop up on here, I'll show it to y'all, but we're going to get a tornado watch for most of North Texas and Northeast Texas pretty soon. And again, that is the expectation as these thunderstorms continue to mature. Zandra, I apologize, on Facebook asking our name on YouTube. You can find us at Texas Storm Chasers. If you're in a browser, just type youtube.com/the @Texas Storm Chasers, or you can just search for us. Pretty cool view coming from our chasers there in Decatur. We're going to actually pop to that full screen. I want to see.
I'm good right now.
Might be looking at the base of the thunderstorm.
Big old bus coming
And let me
over the hill.
mute this. Y'all probably are hearing those dinging noises. I apologize. But again, they just got hit, or they just cored the storm. They had hail hit them on 380 in Decatur. Now they're probably looking to the backside of the storm, what we call the rain-free base.
Shut up.
Nothing too threatening at this point. And I've lost my mouse somehow. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I actually have about 10 monitors actually connected to this PC, so sometimes the mouse goes haywire. That little picture you see on the right side, that's from our storm chasers, Adam, Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew. They're on the severe storm currently passing now just northeast of Decatur. They do have a wall cloud with this thunderstorm now. We're not seeing any defined significant low-level rotation, but we do see they do have a wall cloud, which is where the updraft of the thunderstorm's located. That's where all that warm, unstable air is sucked up, and in this case, it's being sucked up about 50,000 feet into the atmosphere. So it looks like, let me see if that MD will pop up on here yet. Here you go. So this purple box you see here shaded, that is where the Storm Prediction Center has indicated they're going to be issuing a tornado watch here shortly. Based on some of the chatter I'm hearing, it looks like that tornado watch is probably going to be out within the next 5 to 15 minutes. They're going to be issuing it pretty quick. It'll probably include Sherman down to the entirety of the DFW Metroplex through Waco, all the way out to Tyler, Shreveport, Longview, Texarkana, up into southeastern Oklahoma. And again, that'll be our upcoming tornado watch. And once we have information on that, we will be sure to share it with you. All right, we have dime-size hail reported in Iowa Park. That's with this thunderstorm just west of Wichita Falls. And we had half-dollar size hail reported in Decatur. So that is 1.25 inches in diameter. I'll turn off that mesoscale discussion box. And again, what we're dealing with here, this is a severe thunderstorm now. West of Collinsville, passing just southeast of the city of Gainesville near Lake Kiowa and Woodbine. That's going to be moving northeast across Highway 82, very close to Whitesboro. It looks like this storm's turned a little more to the northeast versus north-northeast. So Whitesboro in the next 5 to 10 minutes there at the high school. Y'all are going to be getting quarter or larger size hail. And then this is going to be moving northeast towards Pottsboro. Probably passing it's going to pass west of Sherman, probably passing west of Denison unless it keeps turning right. And then it's going to be a threat to the city of Durant, who, it would have been nice to have that new weather radar up there by now, but ooh, look at that. We got a pretty good view of the wall cloud coming from our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. Let's take their screen full. And again, they are located on the severe thunderstorm near the city of Decatur. Let's take their box full.
Sorry.
Hey, you're fine. It's got to be the hook wrap around. There's that little.
And again,
little
at this
area
point,
there. I think that's pretty
clear, well-defined, rain-free base. You can see that with some scuddy fingers hanging down. What we'd be looking for here now
She's just behind the boundary. Well,
would be
maybe I think we have to consider a long play.
any sort of right to left and left to right motion, rotation.
Stay, give it some breathing room, maybe.
What do you think, Alex?
Where's my computer?
At this point, I'm actually going to share this
Yeah.
link in with the weather service so they can watch.
Right now, it's the only game in town. Yeah. Warm sector stuff is uber trash.
So again, you're watching live storm chasing video from Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. They are located near Decatur, Texas, looking at a rain-free base from the thunderstorm that dropped up to half-dollar size hail in the city of Decatur. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We're not seeing any sort of significant strong rotation in the low levels right now, but this storm is definitely becoming more organized than it was. And we're going to have to keep an eye on it as it moves northeast over the next 30 minutes. And again, we have a good visual of the base of this thunderstorm near Decatur right now. So if this storm were to do something, we'd know about it pretty darn quick because we have a visual on it. And that's what we do here at the Texas Storm Chasers. That's why our chasers are out there, to help bring you the visual on what is going on. And folks on Facebook, I guess you're getting a cruddy video quality from Facebook. Head on over to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. If you're watching this on Facebook, you'll be able to watch it full 1080p, clear and crisp as a whistle. And, Facebook's been hiding our videos and all of that nonsense. So you're better off watching us on YouTube. We're also live on Twitter. We're on Twitch. We're on a lot of platforms. All right, looks like we've got some more storm chasing video up. We've got our other chasers out and about now. In fact, I think all our chasers are going to be out today. All except one or two. I'm looking to see where Ben and Steven are located. And they're all about to be on the same storm. It looks like Ben and Steven are on the north side of Ray Roberts Lake. So, actually, this is great for us in terms of getting good visuals on these storms. Ben and Steven are located on the storm approaching Whitesboro, which is apparently getting rather angry in the hail department. For those of you who are weather weenies or maybe listening, the Fort Worth sounding they launched at about 2:30. The cap is completely gone, and there is a boatload of instability from the surface up to 600 millibars, which is about 25,000 feet above the surface. Specifically, super steep lapse rates. So, what we've got going on here is we've got a severe storm coming up to Whitesboro, currently on Lake Kiowa, and Woodbine, Oak Ridge. This storm is showing indications of producing damaging hail now. Could be golf ball size hail. That's going to be in Whitesboro here in the next 5 minutes or less. Storm chasers going to have the visual on it. Ben and Steven, they're on the north side of Lake Kiowa trying to get into position. They're in a bad cell spot right now, but this storm will be crossing 377 north of Whitesboro at about 3:05. The potential for damaging hail. Storm's going to keep moving northeast towards the east side of Lake Texoma, maybe near Pottsboro, staying west of Sherman and Denison. This thunderstorm here in northeastern Wise County, that's going to be video from the top right corner. That's going to be Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett. They've got a visual on that. They're keeping an eye on it. This storm is starting to turn a little more to the right. And by right, I mean initially this storm was moving north-northeast like this. Storm is now starting to move like this, it looks like. And you can also see that hook echo is starting to develop. Now, that doesn't mean we have a tornado down, but it does mean this storm is increasing in organization. You're going to see the Weather Service has just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Denton County. That'll pop up here in a second. And that's because this thunderstorm has taken a right turn, and this thing is turning east. It's going to try and ride just north of 380. So in terms of the threat for supercells capable of all modes of severe weather, big hail, big wind, and maybe a tornado, we definitely pay attention to these storms that start turning right of the deviant flow aloft. That helps to locally enhance the amount of spin they have access to. So in terms of severe weather issues, this one northeast of Decatur over Slidell, northwest of Denton, is becoming problematic. And we're going to be watching it extremely carefully. So instead of this storm going up towards Era in Gainesville, it's now going more towards Sanger and Pilot Point, Tioga, Collinsville, because it has turned more east-northeast. So, that being said, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now through 3:45 for northern Denton County. This runs from Ponder, Denton, New Hope, north to Pilot Point and Sanger. The potential for ping pong ball size hail, at least 60-mile-an-hour winds. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on what is going on with that. The northern storm we're watching right now approaching the city of Whitesboro, not tornadic, has the potential to produce large hail up to the size of golf balls. That's where we have Stephen Jones and Ben McComb. We'll take a peek at their camera real quick. They're taking a look in that vicinity right now. You can see they've got a lot of rain. They've got wet roads. And they've got dark skies, but nothing that screams tornadoes or big-time hail in their visual frame right now. We'll zoom back out. Let's take a look at the storms coming into the big country where we have severe thunderstorm warnings from Stanford down to Abilene. Real quick, these individual showers and storms in East Texas, we're going to keep an eye on them to see if any end up becoming problematic and intensify, but for now they're behaving themselves. They may not stay behaved, but for now they're behaving, and we're not too concerned about them in the next 15 minutes. We've got a line of severe storms from near Stamford, Anson. That'll be coming into Merkel here shortly. We've got the potential for quarter-size hail and wind gust over 60 miles an hour. In fact, you see a pretty good surge of wind coming out on the front end of this thunderstorm coming into Thai. Sometimes those are tornadic spin-ups, but in this case, showing winds over 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds in Thai in the next 5 minutes or less, and then that's going to roll into Abilene quickly. We note this thunderstorm probably is also blowing up a considerable amount of dust as it moves east at about 45 miles per hour. And for those of you asking what's going on near me, etc., if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. If we're talking about you, that means we've got dangerous thunderstorms in your neck of the woods right now. So you could keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, but understand we're focusing on areas being hit right now and in the short term. If you want to know what the forecast is for the remainder of the afternoon this evening, head over to the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube or the Texas Storm Chasers website, and we've got a detailed video up from a couple hours ago talking about the forecast and what we're expecting for the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening. So again, let's go back. We're going to look at a terminal Doppler weather radar. These were installed after the Delta 191 crash back in 1986 at DFW that was caused by wind shear and a microburst. What these do is they're very short range, but they take very high resolution data to detect wind shear microbursts, but very useful in the severe weather department as well. We're not seeing any indications of strong low-level rotation with these thunderstorms. Storm in western Denton County may have some winds up to 50 to 60 miles an hour and is moving to the east-northeast. You can see that hail core now coming on into northwestern Denton County over Slidell and far northeastern Wise County. And this is making a beeline for the city of Slidell, the city of Sainer, the Walmart warehouse there at Sainer, and that new travel plaza they're building around that part of Sainer. So again, here's a look from the Fort Worth NEXRAD radar. And unless something very drastic changes, this storm is going to stay north of 380. The hail core is already north of 380 and is moving towards Sainer. We have a bit of a rear flank downdraft or strong winds on the backside of the thunderstorm coming on down into 380 on the Wise-Denton County line. And this storm is moving east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. We now have a tornado watch until looks like 10 p.m. tonight. And this tornado watch, once we get the graphic, we'll share it with you, but it's going to include all of Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas. Again, a tornado watch, and we'll share that with you here soon. Now, one consequence we now have of this thunderstorm turning a little more to the right and becoming organized is you can see the hail estimates have jumped up. We've gone from quarter and ping pong ball size hail all the way up to the radar thinking we have baseballs. Now, that doesn't mean the baseball size hail is reaching the surface. There's going to be some melting there, but again, that threat for damaging hail, the kind of hail that can break your windshield, definitely increasing for the city of Sainer and to a lesser extent, Valley View. This is staying north of the city of Denton and is not moving towards Denton. You can see it's moving northeast. It's already northwest of Denton, so this would have to do some pretty impressive magic here to actually hit Denton. But we're going to have more storms later on that actually do impact probably the entire DFW Metroplex. Let's take a look at some of these other storms. We've got a severe storm over Carlsberg and Whitesboro moving northeast. That's where Ben McCone and Stephen Jones are located. They've got a visual on this storm. You can see a lot of rain, some scary-looking scud clouds, but nothing that indicates this thunderstorm is tornadic in any way, shape, or form, and we don't expect it to be for the short term at least until it gets into Oklahoma, and then we'll see what it wants to do to Oklahoma. So that is the latest scan with that. This is about to cross over Highway 377 very near the city of Whitesboro. And then those of you in Gordonville, maybe Pottsboro, if this storm takes a little bit of a right turn over the next 15 to 30 minutes, y'all are going to have the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong winds, heavy rain that could cause some localized flooding. And then this storm's going to move up towards the city of Meade, the east side of Lake Texoma, and then eventually the city of Durant. We have a second severe thunderstorm now to the west of Sainer, northwest of Crum. This storm's going to stay northwest of Crum, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. This probably brought some pretty big hail to this community of Slidell. But this storm is going to be crossing Interstate 35 around the city of Sanger, that big Walmart warehouse on the east side of the interstate, up into Valley View, where you've got that grain bin site just east of the interstate there in Valley View, with the main east-west roads. Potential for golf ball-sized hail with this thunderstorm, a pretty gnarly-looking hail core. And this storm, again, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. You can see it'll be on Interstate 35 probably in the next 10 minutes around Sainer to Valley View. Collinsville to Tioga. Maybe, let's just do it this way. Whitesboro down to Tioga, including Collinsville. This storm's probably going to be on Highway 377 between 335 and 345. Thereafter, if this storm turns a little right, it could be a direct threat to South Maid, maybe Sherman and Knollwood around 4 p.m. Those of you asking, is there a cap in DFW? No, the cap is gone. But we don't have any storms that have fired up south, southwest, or in the Metroplex right now. We're watching this activity in East Texas that so far just scattered showers but have not developed into thunderstorms at this point. But if they were to develop into thunderstorms, they'd have a pretty significant severe weather threat. But for now, they are behaving, but we're going to watch them because they're out by themselves, and we don't like little stormies out by themselves when there is an environment that supports bad things with stormies out by themselves. All right, let's go back to the big country. We've got a line of intense thunderstorms about to bring very strong winds to the city of Abilene. In fact, you can see the radar showing winds coming on Interstate 20 at Highway 277 right now, over about 80 miles an hour. So very damaging winds probably coming on into the city of Abilene right now. Probably some quarter-size hail driven by those strong west winds, and probably a wall of dust just because it's Texas, it's the big country, and it never rains. So there's probably a wall of dust as well being kicked up. Further north, we've got storms capable of producing dime to quarter-size hail coming on into Hawley, Anson, about to be, well, it's in Stamford now. It's pouring. Looters in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And again, the potential for winds of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour here. So again, in this complex, this line's moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Let me just go ahead and put a track on it, with the caveat being that line is going to move across the entire Metroplex in about 2.5 to 3 hours, and then make its way into northeast Texas and Arkansas by about midnight. For the short term, let's put a storm track on this. And I'm going to say it's moving at 50 just to give me a little bit of a buffer. Again, this line moving east at about 50. Again, moving into Abilene now. Bayard at about 3:30. The city of Albany about 3:30. Fort Griffin, a beautiful astrophotography site. If you've never been out there in the summer in the nighttime hours, about 3:35. Throckmorton, it'd be about 3:32. And then eventually this will be rolling into the city of Breckenridge a few minutes before 4 p.m. it looks like. The potential for strong winds, some hail. All right, let's get back to it. Back to our two most intense thunderstorms right now. You keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free mobile app. We've got Storm Chasers streaming live video on our YouTube channel as well. You can watch their video. That's who you're watching on the right side of the screen. And we've got those videos up individually on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, and those have audio. We encourage those of you watching us on Facebook to head over to YouTube and subscribe to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. Facebook throttles most of our reach. Most folks who follow us on Facebook never see our videos or posts, and we're tired of it. So if you want to keep watching our live videos, our weather information, you got to subscribe to us on YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers, or download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, our website, and we're actually streaming this on Twitch and Twitter too. We have no tornado warnings right now. These thunderstorms extending from near Sanger up to Whitesboro are north of a warm front, meaning that while they are certainly in an environment supportive of large hail, they are not currently a tornadic threat. That being said, nasty hail. Again, those of you in Abilene, a storm coming in from the west right now, winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, very heavy rain, moving east at 45 miles an hour, and again, probably a wall of dust too. And those storms will be in Den to Fort Worth about 6 o'clock. Those of you asking on timing for stuff later tonight, we've got a forecast video on our YouTube channel you can go back and watch. We've got a detailed timeline on all of that. Okay, back to the nowcasting. We've got a severe storm just west of the city of Sanger that's about to pay Sanger a visit. This thunderstorm could have golf ball size hail. Pretty impressive hail core aloft, but largest reports we've seen at the surface is $0.5, which is 1.25 inches in diameter. And this storm's going to be in Sanger within the next 10 minutes. And we note, watching the live streaming video from Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew, they're on 380 coming up to Interstate 35 in the city of Den. They're heading east. You can see that they've got clear skies. So skies have cleared south of this storm, meaning the atmosphere is going to continue to destabilize ahead of the storms later. As this storm moves to the northeast, we're going to see it crossing Interstate 35 in the next 10 minutes, a potential for golf ball size hail. Those of you on 377 from near Whitesboro down through Collinsville and Tioga, you've got this storm arriving at about 340 to 345. And then South Maid about 355, and eventually this storm may roll into the city of Sherman at about 4 to 4:05 p.m. All right, just had a storm spotter report ping pong ball size hail 7 miles north of Whitesboro on Highway 377, so right about here. A severe thunderstorm capable and producing ping pong ball size hail riding up Highway 377 now just north of Whitesboro, moving into Gordonville, and then eventually over Lake Texoma. We'll head over to the live video from Stephen Jones and Ben McCone. They're looking at this thunderstorm. It's a shelf cloud there. Scary looking clouds. Plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. Probably some pretty good outflow winds. As they look at this thunderstorm, now north of the city of Whitesboro. Or I stand corrected, actually. I'm sorry, they're looking at the thunderstorm coming up on Valley View and Sanger. And this is why telling the Baldian Chief where you are helps in advance. So again, they're looking at this thunderstorm, which you can't see because I've got that off. They're sitting on the east side of Valley View right about there. Ben and Steven are looking at the thunderstorm coming on into Sanger and Valley View. A lot of gusty outflowy winds, pretty impressive hail. Possible. Definitely you don't want to be on Interstate 35 driving as this thunderstorm comes on in. At this point, we do not have any additional thunderstorms out by themselves that have developed south or southwest of the metroplex, which means for now it's quiet in the metroplex. You can see we have a few showers from Waxahachie to Dallas. Those aren't doing anything. And we note the cap is gone. So at this point, we're going to have to watch for anything that just fires up out by its lonesome. I'll turn on the satellite data. Give me just a second. Switch to a different product. And here you can see we've got... I'll telestrate it. You can see showers, thunderstorms there, big impressive supercell there, up there. Cold front with a line of storms out in the big country. That's going to move east over the next several hours at about 45 miles an hour. These are generally moving northeast. These are moving northeast. We're going to be watching the stuff in East Texas in case it is able to develop. So far, they're just showers. But if they become supercellular, they could have a threat of all modes of severe weather. We're watching these storms in far northern Denton County, up into northwestern Grayson County, as they move northeast. They're right now north of the warm front, meaning they pose a threat for hail, but we're not worried about a tornado threat right now. And then otherwise, we just have to watch and see if anything's going to fire up here in what we call the open warm sector. You can see we've got plenty of clearing. Skies are clear. And there's attempts right here at storms to try to develop. You can see that's called towering cumulus. And this is, for all intents and purposes, a live satellite image. This updates every 60 seconds. So this is about 45 seconds old satellite imagery. You can see we've got some showers in Dallas County. So again, I will actually loop this. Let me get rid of the telestrator. Let me press some buttons here. Turn that off. Turn that on. And I'm just going to loop this over the last half hour. And this is data that updates every minute. So it's the satellite's updating more frequently than the radar data. And you can see we've got bubbles and bubbles and bubbles galore. And if I were to zoom out, first off, let's look at East Texas. You can see this activity here is trying to become more organized in East Texas, and we're going to have to watch that carefully because if any of these cells become supercells, they could become quite intense quite quickly. For now, that's not happened, but they're trying. And they're in an unstable environment. It is definitely unstable. It's in the mid to upper 70s, dew point around 70. It feels like a late spring day. It's very humid. Further west, and let me change satellite products here so you can see that more efficiently. You can see we've got a line of showers and thunderstorms from near Wichita Falls to Seymour to Haskell to Abilene, all the way down to San Angelo, and even some storms down in Ozano now. And you can see those storms are on a cool front that's going to be moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. We've got winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour moving from west to east into the city of Abilene now. And then we're going to have strong west winds behind it. If you really want to see something cool, check this out. Let me see if I can change the product so y'all can actually see it more efficiently. Give me just a second. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. Let me see if I can show it on a, like this. You might be able to see it. You see that brown wall moving northeast? That is a wall of dust. That is a dust storm with southwest winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour behind the cool front, just like we saw on Sunday. This is all dust being pushed northeast by strong 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And that wall of dust is coming on into the city of Big Spring, Sterling City right now. So again, that's a dust storm, a wall of dust. And that dust is probably going to make it into North Texas, the hill country, Central Texas tonight. So let's get back to the storms at hand. Thank you for indulging my nerding moments. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the line of storms from near Looters down to Abilene. The potential for 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. A severe storm warning will include Albany. It includes Clyde, Bayard, Putnam, Morin. It includes that radar site there north or just southwest of Morin in the trees there. And again, this thunderstorm, this line of storms is moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And this is what's going to actually hit the metroplex later on towards dinner time. This big old line. What we have now, round one, these are just isolated storms. That line is what's going to come through later, and that itself will also be severe. All right. And again, we're starting to see a little more intense activity out of these baby cells off around Mineola, down to Lindale, down to Frankston. And obviously, we've now entered the 70s mode. That's why you don't press too many buttons at once on this program. It gets very unhappy. All right, we've got a new storm that's gone up over Collin County near Van Alstyne. That's moving north pretty quickly, and it's probably going to get eaten by these storms as they continue to move east-northeast. Let me turn off the storm tracking modes here. So again, we've got one severe storm over Gordonville that has a history of producing ping-pong ball-size hail. That's moving northeast. That's going to be over Lake Texoma and then crossing into Oklahoma from near Kingston to Woodville to McBride on the north side of Lake Texoma. So that storm's about to be gone. We've got a severe thunderstorm near Valley View down to just northeast of Sanger. That is about to move over the lake. I want to say Lake Ray Hubbard, but I know that is east of Dallas. This is Roy Roberts Lake. Boy, say that fast 5 times. Roy Roberts Lake, Roy Roberts Lake. Right, nope, I'm going to start doing my W's. So, with this activity, this thunderstorm is a mean hailer moving east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. This could be a direct issue to the city of Sherman, and again, this has the potential to be a damaging hailstorm. You can see Ben, Steven, Adam, they're all on this storm. And we're just going to go to Stevens because that looks slightly apocalyptic. Steven and Ben are northeast of Valley View, coming up between Valley View and Tioga there, near Lake Kiowa. And you can see they've got a pretty gnarly shelf cloud. Shelf cloud is where you have strong winds pushing out from the thunderstorm. But again, that is a gnarly shelf cloud there. And that thunderstorm is the one about to move over Roy Roberts Lake, and then it'll cross into Tioga, Collinsville, probably passing near or just north of Pilot Point, and then South Maid, Dorchester, and Grayson County, and Sherman. The radar indications from this thunderstorm are up to the size of baseball-size hail. Ground truth so far has been up to quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail. So at this point, the radar says one thing, the ground says another. We're just going to have to keep an eye on it all for sure. But again, this has the potential to be a damaging hailstorm for Tioga, Collinsville, to the city of Sherman in the next hour. We'll turn back on the storm tracking mode. And again, this is going to be on Highway 377, probably by 3:35 to 3:40. Looks like it's sped up a little, moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Thank you, everybody in the chats who are providing reports for us. We're watching. We're definitely paying attention, and we appreciate it. If you've got questions, first thing I'm going to say is I'm focusing on the most intense storms, though I'm going to try and give each intense storm its own respective time. So, that being said, we need to go back to the big country. Collinsville, Tioga, 3:35 to 3:40, the potential for golf ball or larger size hail. South Maid, about 3:50, maybe a few minutes sooner. The city of Sherman, 4 o'clock, the potential for damaging hail. These storms in East Texas are starting to try and look interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye out there and see if that starts to develop anything. Line of severe storms now beginning to exit Abilene off to the east. We've got a line now from southeast to Haskell all the way down to Looters, west of Albany, down to east of Abilene to northwest of Clyde. Now, this is going to have the potential for quarter-size hail, but the wind is what's a problem here. Those very bright colors indicate very strong winds. And the radar site, by the way, is right here, just southwest of Moran. Or Moron, but I'm going to say Moran. I know it's not Moron, but now I'm going to keep saying it like that. And again, we are looking from the radar at about 500 to 800 feet above the surface, so very close to the ground. Radar detecting winds 70 miles an hour. We've got winds 70, 71, up to 75 in spots. So again, the potential for 70, 75 mile an hour winds with this line of storms from Clyde to just west of Abilene, just west of Albany, just southeast of Looters, currently about 15 miles southwest of Fort Griffin, moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. I'll put a storm track on it. Here you go. City of Albany, about 3:40 p.m., 20 minutes, riding right down Highway 180. City of Breckenridge, about 4:05. And again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing winds of 75 miles per hour. The potential for wind-driven quarter-size hail, very heavy rain. And again, we encourage those of you who may be watching us on Facebook. Facebook's been mean to us, for the lack of a more educated term. We really encourage you to subscribe to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, so you actually are able to see our live videos and get notified. All right, this thunderstorm now southeast of Valley View is showing an extremely impressive hail core now. This thunderstorm may be capable of producing baseball-size hail. Just east of Valley View, coming up on Roy Roberts Lake. You can see our storm chasers are having to fight traffic, as is typical, chasing anywhere near the metroplex. This thunderstorm is going to be moving over the Roy Roberts Lake here shortly. It'll be crossing into Tioga in about 15 minutes or less. Dorchester by about 4 o'clock. Howe by 4:10. If this storm keeps moving due east. If it moves more east-northeast, it's going to make it towards Sherman instead. Either way, I'd plan on Sherman to Howe. You're going to have a problem. Actually, here, I'm going to look on my client real quick. I want to see. Yeah, I think this is moving a little more east-northeast, but regardless, those of you from Van Alstyne on 75 up to Sherman, the potential for a damaging hailstorm by 4 p.m. With this thunderstorm currently just east of Interstate 35, from just south of Gainesville to Valley View, just northeast of Sanger. Could also have some very strong winds with this thunderstorm as it moves to the east. This activity in East Texas is behaving itself so far. But those individual thunderstorms need to be watched carefully for signs of organization. And we note, looking from the Shreveport radar, we're starting to see some isolated activity fire in northeastern Ellis and eastern Dallas County. Nothing severe with that right now, but it's going to be something we need to watch carefully as activity initiates. The live video from Stephen Jones and Ben McCone, I take it they're just looking at the thunderstorm's updraft. Pretty good view of that, actually. You can see the base of the thunderstorm there. Nothing hanging down that would indicate a tornado threat, but a very mean hailstorm for sure. And this is the storm that's going to be making its way towards Van Alstyne, Howe, and the city of Sherman by 4 p.m. Across Lake Texoma, now just northeast of Gordonville. Severe storm now exiting Texas, moving over Lake Texoma, moving up northeast towards Woodville, McBride, Kingston, and eventually could be passing west of the city of Durant, southeast of Tishomingo, up towards Tushka and Atoka, Oklahoma. And then back in the big country, we've got a line of severe thunderstorms now with the most intense portion from, let's just go ahead and say 20 miles southwest of Throckmorton, about 12 miles west of Fort Griffin, not all that far west of Albany. I'm going to say probably less than 7 miles back southwest to near Interstate 20. Abilene, you're getting some rain right now. But that is it. You're done with the severe weather threat. A report from the emergency management. We've got Interstate 35 closed in Gainesville due to accidents and a light pole down on the interstate, and it sounds like it's both directions, so traffic's been moved to the surface road. So again, 35 in Gainesville, I assume in the construction zone, is closed because of accidents and some downed light poles. So again, this storm, Albany, within 10 minutes, the potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. Breckenridge, about 4 p.m. on Highway 183 from, let's just say, Cisco up to Breckenridge to Woodson. And then you can extrapolate it from there. Mineral Wells, probably not that far from 5 p.m. And again, looking at the wind blowy mode, we're looking probably 600 feet above the surface, radar detecting widespread winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. So this storm definitely has a lot of wind. And quarter-size hail, maybe a bit larger. The storm is intensifying. All right, we're going to take a look at one of these storms out east. Nothing severe right now, but they're starting to perk up a bit. We're going to look at this one. We're getting a pretty good cloud-to-ground lightning surge with this thunderstorm north of Liberty City. And you can see these all have suspicious shapes to them. Those little hooks, they're little beams out by themselves in an environment supportive of supercellular thunderstorms. So these thunderstorms are starting to show actual organization, which means we may have a problem soon in portions of East Texas. So keep an eye out. I know y'all have been quiet all day with some showers, but these showers are now actually evolving into thunderstorms, and we might have a problem. Mineral Wells, you're going to have a severe storm around 5 o'clock. All right, so again, let me just turn off that. Let's loop the radar so y'all can actually see what's going on. Stephen Jones, Ben McCone. We've actually got many chasers out. I'll show you after I loop this radar. We'll go through that. I'm just going to loop the radar for the last hour. You can see we're starting to see an uptick in thunderstorm intensity across East Texas. These storms moving north-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. They're behaving themselves for now, but they're in an environment that would support strong low-level rotation, so we need to watch them carefully. A couple showers in eastern Dallas County firing. A severe storm that fired near Valley View moved over Whitesboro, riding up 377 now into Oklahoma, Lake Texoma. And a supercell thunderstorm now just east of Valley View. Collinsville, Tioga, Pilot Point. Cece, you're having puppy dreams. Yeah, I know I interrupted your puppy dreams, but I didn't want the live stream to make it sound like you were getting murdered. Hashtag dogcam is going to have to be a thing. So severe storm just east of Valley, Sainer, moving towards Tioga, Collinsville, Pilot Point, over towards Van Alstyne, Howe, and Sherman by 4 o'clock. That one could have some big hail with it, damaging hail at that. And then a line of storms across the big country, western, that'll be moving into western North Texas. You can see it actually goes all the way down south of Interstate 10 now. And these storms, this is going to be the line of storms that moves east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour this evening. So I'm going to pause everything, and we're going to show you some storm chasing live feeds while I get this display set up to show you what we expect for the remainder of this afternoon, this evening. We'll start with Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew. They are located, I believe, trying to catch up with the storm near Tioga. You can see they're having data issues, and I'm sure they're not having much more fun in the traffic department either. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. Looks like they are on Interstate 35E, I assume. That may not be 35E. That may be the Sam Rayburn Tollway. Either way, they are heading out from the Metroplex to document storms. And we also have a third live stream from Stephen Jones and Ben McCone. They are near Tioga, trying to keep up with this thunderstorm making its way towards Sherman and Denison. So, that being said, let's go ahead and pop back over. We'll take a look at what we have going on with the forecast for this afternoon and this evening. Now, what we're going to look at is going to be the high-resolution rapid refresh model. We're going to look at what the model shows at 4 p.m., simply to see how well the model's doing right now. Oh, model! Okay, so it's being ambitious with the activity in East Texas, but it's doing okay with this stuff out west, so okay. I'll take it. Let's see what this model has at 6 p.m. You can see a line of intense thunderstorms from near Gainesville, Decatur, Weatherford, Glen Rose coming up to Granbury, Hamilton, San Saba, down to northwest of Kerrville on I-10. Line of storms moving from west to east. The most intense storms capable of producing large hail, hurricane force straight line winds over 75 miles an hour, and can't rule out spin up tornadoes. We also need to keep an eye out for any isolated storms that fire in portions of East Texas. Here is 8 p.m. Line of severe storms: Bonham, McKinney, Dallas, Waxahachie down 35 west, Waco almost down to Round Rock and Austin, with decreasing intensity across central Texas. And again, any discrete storms east of this line could pose severe weather issues, and this model may not necessarily be showing them. Here is 10 p.m. Line of storms extending from near, what is that, Clarksville down to Tyler, Canton, Crockett, Huntsville, Haleysville. And you can see this model actually has storms south of I-10 down to Victoria. And some of these are still going to be severe with some strong winds, some hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. We'll go to midnight. You can see we've got some scattered storms still in East Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas, Southeast Texas, but obviously not all that organized looking. There still could be some strong storms. And then we note some precipitation back on Interstate 20 in the Big Country. And again, that activity would not be severe. That's just rain on the backside of the storm system. But there might actually be some small hail and strong winds with that, though. And then here's 4 a.m. You can see backside some heavy rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds as that storm system departs. So let's get back to what the radar looks like right now. Let me press some buttons. We'll get back to our storm chaser feeds. Let me show what we have going on right now. Actually, gustnados first. Let's jump over to the stream from Stephen Jones and Ben McCone. That's what we call gustnados. That is a lot of dust being kicked up by little vortices on the leading edge of the strong outflow from this thunderstorm near Tioga, South Maid.
I don't know, but keep going. The main mezzo's over there. I think it's RFD. Yeah, it's RFD.
And again, that was a lot of dust. So, you know, this thunderstorm coming up towards Sherman, Dennis, and Whitesboro definitely has a lot of dust with it. Let me loop this. I'm sorry, I got distracted by the dust. This is what the radars looked like this afternoon. You can see we've had some isolated storms develop over the last 2 hours in North Texas. Kind of a lull now. Those are moving up towards Sherman. We've got activity increasing in intensity now in East Texas and Northeast Texas. A couple showers here in eastern Dallas County. That activity so far not severe, but I do have concerns about the East Texas activity. That's in the position that is favorable for the development of severe weather, including some tornadoes. Storms that are approaching Sherman now from Collinsville, Tioga over to Van Alstyne, Howe, Sherman, Denison. That storm could have golf ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. And then this line of storms that is developed in the Northwest Texas, Big Country, Concho Valley vicinity, strongest storms which are currently approaching Breckenridge, the potential for winds over 70 miles per hour. Actually, Stephen and them are saying that was a tornado they just had. You can see Stephen and them, they are getting absolutely annihilated by winds now. So that dust you saw, they say was a brief tornado.
You're scared. Pull over.
Maybe. But either way, it's gone now.
No, I can't see. I think you're good. No, car.
And that was the storm in southwestern Grayson County. Either way, this storm is producing a considerable amount of wind, obviously. We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. So again, line of storms, that's going to be moving east at about 40 miles an hour until it gets to Louisiana and Arkansas around midnight. But let's go ahead, switch back over to the high-res radars here. You can see, yeah, a bit of a hook echo there. Broad area of rotation for southeastern Cook County. Report of golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds a mile west of Tioga on FM 922. That's where Stephen and Ben were just now in that report from Emergency Management. And again, we're looking at the terminal Doppler weather radar. The reflectivity is going to look wonky, but here you go. You can definitely see this did try to push out a pretty good rear flank downdraft. We're going to have to keep an eye on this storm. It definitely does look like it's trying to get its act together a bit. You can see, regardless of any sort of tornadic mischief, as of now, there's no tornado warning, but this storm definitely has increasing rotation and a very significant hail and damaging wind threat. Otherwise, we've got a thunderstorm now developing in southeastern Denton County near Wilmer, Seagoville. That could have heavy rain, some cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some pea-sized hail. And then we've got these beans across East Texas, none of which are severe at this point. But we're going to watch them as they move north-northeast, just in case they start showing signs of rotation. I mean, these are rotating aloft, but nothing is imminent, in significant severe weather. Outside of this isolated activity in North Texas, nothing else going on right now. While I can't rule something else out from developing, the next surefire bet for thunderstorms is going to be this activity out around Albany that is moving east on 180. That'll be entering the metroplex around 6 p.m. The tornado that Stephen and Ben reported was a very brief, weak tornado around Tioga, and it lasted only a few seconds, probably. And again, there's no tornado warning with that, so This thunderstorm approaching Sherman, Denison, etc. is definitely a hail threat. So those of you in Sherman, Howe, Dorchester, get your cars in shelter because it's about to be hailicious. As this thunderstorm moves east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. You can see a big hail core in Collinsville and Tioga right now. And that is moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. All right, let's do some housekeeping. We do thank all those who have joining and watching us this afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer. It is the 2nd of March, 2022. Monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms this afternoon in portions of Texas. Most intense storm right now we're keeping an eye on is this hailer now exiting Collinsville and Tioga and moving northeast towards the city of Sherman. The potential for golf ball or larger size hail. Winds over 60 miles an hour. And this storm did produce a very brief, very weak tornado about 5 minutes to 10 minutes ago near Tioga. No damage that I know of, but very strong rear flank downdraft. On the back side of this updraft, you can see that hook pushing out. And again, so this thunderstorm is obviously quite intense. Those of you in the city of Sherman need to get your cars into shelter now, as this dangerous storm's coming on in. Do not go do it once the hail starts. That's not a good idea. This activity, a storm in southeastern Dallas County around Seagoville. Nothing severe with that. Keeping an eye on this thunderstorm northeast of Athens, showing some weak rotation aloft. And then all this showery activity moving northeast. Nothing going on. Those of you in Sherman, by the way, it would be wise for you to get away from west-facing windows and south-facing windows when this comes in. And so those of you watching on Facebook, we thank you for joining us. We're live streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. Facebook has really been hurting us lately. They've really, I don't know what they changed with their algorithm, but most of our Facebook followers, we have over 750,000. We're lucky if 0.1% see our posts. So be sure to head on over to YouTube and subscribe to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. We've got 3 live storm chasing feeds up and this live coverage. So we've got 4 live streams going right now. And you can watch them all. Sorry, I'm doing some housekeeping. All right. Let's get back to it. So again, this is a pretty nasty storm in eastern portions of the big country, about to move into Stevens County, heading towards Breckenridge. This storm has 60, 70 mile an hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail from near Fort Griffin down to Albany, down to Moram, and this is moving east at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. It'll be in Breckenridge probably by 4 p.m. Mineral Wells probably about 5 p.m. We've got a severe thunderstorm approaching the city of Sherman, the potential for golf ball plus size hail. And this thing will be in Sherman probably by about 4 o'clock. It was moving a little more easterly earlier. It looks like it's turned a bit more northeasterly. And this thunderstorm is about to bring a nasty hailstorm to Sherman. Sherman, you've got maybe 5 minutes to get your vehicles into shelter before you should be in shelter yourselves. The potential for damaging hail wind-driven hail, some flooding from very heavy rainfall. We encourage y'all to move away from your exterior rooms, be away from windows as this hailstorm comes on in, as it may break glass. We don't want you being injured by flying glass. Oh, look. This chat kicked me out again. How nice of it, technology. So again, we've got multiple live streams on our YouTube channel. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, or if you're in a browser, youtube.com/Texas Storm Chasers. We've got Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Ben McCone, Chelsea Burnett, Jason Cooley, Jenny Brown, Trey Greenwood. Out and about, we've got 3 separate live storm chasing feeds going on YouTube right now that you can watch with their audio. And then we also have Baldy in Chief with live severe weather coverage to bring it all together. So we'll just show you real quick. Here's Adam, Alex, and Chelsea. They are near the Sherman cell, I believe. I believe the traffic on 35 really messed with them. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. They're heading out east towards Greenville to keep an eye on those discrete storms that are trying to develop. And we have Stephen Jones and Ben McComb, who observed a brief tornado near Tioga at 3:30 p.m. in southwestern Grayson County. And they are keeping up with this storm and obviously not dealing with the best data as they do so. And again, you can keep an eye on all those feeds on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. And we thank all of y'all for joining us. This thunderstorm approaching the city of Sherman is looking rather angry. You can see impressive inflow notch, indicating well-organized supercell, but this thunderstorm is also and mainly producing big-time hail. We want folks in Sherman, South Maid, Dorchester, Knollwood, probably Denison, to be in a safe place, away from exterior windows as this storm rolls on in. You're pretty much out of time to get your vehicles into shelter, so please don't go do that while it's hailing. And we'd love to hear your hail reports, but we don't want you doing it while you are still getting hailed on. So if you want to take pictures of the hailstones after the hail's done falling, we'd love to see them, but please don't do it while the hail is still falling. No one likes getting hit on the head by hail, and if it's tennis ball sized hail, that can do quite a bit of damage to your noggin. Reopening chat rooms because technology hates me. And one day I'll do a video tour of this. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors all hooked up to one pretty impressive PC. And then, obviously, I've got monitors behind me, too. But, all right. All right, open this back up. So again, what we're dealing with right now is kind of a 2-phase event, and I'll zoom back out. Let me clear the high-res radar. We'll load the local radar real quick. Excuse me, the regional radar. We've got essentially 2 rounds. We've got this isolated activity in East Texas, Eastern North Texas, Texoma. You can see we've now got a bit of a break in Central Texas, North Texas, and then this line of storms that'll be coming in from the west. And this line of storms, some of which are going to be severe, are going to move east at about 45 miles an hour. Some storms are going to have damaging winds, hail, maybe a few tornadoes. These discrete storms in East Texas, which so far are behaving themselves, thankfully, if any of them get their act together, they could pose a threat for tornadoes. But so far, so good. And then this intense thunderstorm approaching the city of Sherman is going to bring a boatload of hurt. Wind-driven golf ball-sized hail, the potential for hail damage is definitely there. And we want folks to be in a safe place away from windows. Here's the timeline on that. So again, we've got hail falling on 56 in South Maid, 289 from Dorchester up to 82. And then Sherman, hail's coming in now in the next 5 minutes. You're out of time. Same thing for Knollwood up to Denison. Highway 75, you definitely don't want to be traveling on that right now, as this dangerous thunderstorm with the potential for wind-driven golf ball size hail arrives. Otherwise, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to go from north to south here. Looks like we've got a couple more severe storms. We've got a line of storms now east of San Angelo. San Angelo, your severe weather threat is done. You're about to get a wall of dust as Crashy the cold front comes on in. This broken line of storms capable of producing pea to ping pong ball size hail. Hail core on Highway 83 just north of Paint Rock. That's generally moving northeast about 30. We've got a storm just west of Coleman. That'll be crossing over 153 several miles west of Coleman. That storm could have hail. It's moving northeast towards 36. It'll probably pass be near or just west of Cross Plains. And then we've got this little bow echo. This little line segment that's bowing out, approaching the city of Breckenridge, and that could have 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Pretty good wind surge showing up on the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see this actually detecting winds just above the surface, southwest of Breckenridge, nearly at 80 miles per hour. So that is an intense line of storms, moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Or as meteorologist Brian James just put it, each Texas county is about 25 miles wide here, so about 2 columns of counties an hour. So Fort Worth probably by 6 p.m. Mineral Wells probably by 5. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm with 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. The potential for quarter-size hail. Let's get back to Sherman. This storm is a mean. And let me tell you what, it is never a good omen when you see the radar color go black, because that means it's hail time. Radar now estimating softball-size hail with this thunderstorm aloft. Now, let's be clear. Probably not getting softball-size hail at the surface, but I'll tell you what, Sherman, y'all are about to be in a world of hurt. Any minute now, y'all are going to have big hail. So please get away from windows. We're worried about broken glass. It's too late to get your vehicles in shelter. Don't be a moron and go run outside and try to get your vehicle under shelter while there's baseball-sized hail falling out of the sky. That's just not a good thing. If this ends up being smaller hail, $50, golf balls, etc., then there's probably going to be a lot of it. So again, Sherman, it's hail time. And then once this storm moves past Sherman, it's going to be moving east-northeast towards where, pretty much passing near, probably a bit north of Bells. This will be then crossing or paralleling the Red River for a bit, passing north of Bonham, before eventually moving towards Boswell, Soper, and Hugo, Oklahoma, unless this storm takes a right turn. But at this point, after Sherman, this storm's going to be moving towards Ravenna, which is northeast of Bells, northwest of Bonham, and then into southern Oklahoma. You can see our chasers are enjoying themselves in traffic at the moment. Looks like all our chasers have gotten owned by traffic at this point, which is not entirely surprising. We'll switch back out to the regional view. So we can do some loops. Do a 2-hour loop here. You can see activity in East Texas has been moving north-northeast. None of that activity has been severe, and we're lucky for that. We'll be keeping an eye out for sure, but those storms so far are behaving themselves. We've had 2 severe storms in North Texas so far that fired up in portions of Parker, Wise counties. The first storm is well north of the Red River now in Oklahoma. The second storm bringing a nasty size hail threat to the city of Sherman. And then we've got a line of storms at this point from Wichita Falls, just west of Breckenridge, just east of San Angelo, all the way down to Interstate 10 between Ozana and Junction. And again, that line is going to keep moving east at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Those of you in Sherman, be sure you're away from those outside windows. We don't want you getting hurt by hail. So let's go ahead. We'll go back to the high-res radar. We'll take a quick look at Sherman again, then we'll head back down to the big country and take a look at those storms and the Concho Valley. So Sherman, I believe the appropriate terminology to describe your current situation is ouchies. That is an ouchies in the hail department. So those of you in Sherman, you're probably getting damaging hail right now, or a lot of smaller hail, as this storm moves northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Ozona. Thank you, Duke. I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate it. Those of you in Sherman, you're getting hail. It's going to be hailing for another 5-10 minutes before this storm moves out, and then it's probably going to be sunny. As this storm moves northeast at about 50 miles an hour, it could pass near Bells, but the worst will probably pass a bit north of Bells, and then this will stay well north of Bonham, paralleling the Red River east of Denison all the way to near Tulip, north of Honeygrove, north of Monkstown, before making its way towards Hugo. If this turns a bit right, it's going to end up passing closer to Paris. But at this point, it looks like it's going to stay north of Paris. All right, we're going to take a look at the big country Concho Valley storms. Then we'll take a look at the future radar and see what the timing expectations are for this evening. Pretty nasty little line segment about to move into Breckenridge. Strong winds being indicated here on the radar. The potential for some quarter-size hail. And this storm is moving east. Now, let's see. At about... Nope, that's not what I wanted. At about 50 miles per hour. Fluctuating between about 45 and 55 miles an hour. So this storm moving east, it's going to be in Breckenridge in the next 5 minutes or so. Mineral Wells still looking like about 4:50 to 4:55 p.m., and this storm is probably going to remain severe as it continues moving east on 180. Weatherford probably about 5:30 or sooner. Fort Worth 6 p.m. with this thunderstorm coming in from Breckenridge around east down Highway 180, moving east at 45 to 55 miles an hour. This activity further south, a bit less organized, but we have some severe storms producing hail, some strong winds from near Clyde to Coleman to Santa Ana, now south of Ballinger. And this activity is generally moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. You can see it's more cellular than linear and a squall line, but it's still moving east, northeast. In terms of this whole thing, this thing could have spin-up tornadoes on the leading edge at times. In fact, that might be what this is right here, just southwest of Breckenridge. We're going to have to watch this for spin-up tornadoes as it moves east. These little appendages. You can see radar showing a bit of rotation right there. We've got a report of ping-pong ball-size hail in Sherman. That is 1.5 inches in diameter. It sounds like there is a lot of smaller hail versus baseball-size hail. Again, pictures and videos of the hail right now. I appreciate it, folks. In terms of tornado warnings, there are 0. There are no tornado warnings in effect in the state of Texas at this time. What we have is tornado watch. And what I'll do, let me turn off all the radar data. This is going to be your watches. Now, I don't have a upper third made for this, but the blue boxes here, these are your severe thunderstorm watches that go through 9 and 10 p.m. If you're west... or if you're east of this line of storms, you have a severe weather threat. If you're west of it, you're done. So Abilene, San Angelo, you're done with the severe weather threat. The yellow box here, this is a tornado watch that goes through 10 p.m. And this is where the threat for tornadoes will be highest this evening as this line of storms moves from west to east. We're keeping an eye on these little individual storms as well, but so far they're not doing anything, which is good. Definitely could have been much, much worse in the tornado department if those storms had gotten their act together, but so far they're not, which is good. Okay, now that we've discussed that, let's talk about the future radar. Let me press a couple buttons here. We'll get that set up. Put me in a big box, because who doesn't like staring at Baldy and Chief in a big box? The correct answer is no one. No one should enjoy staring at me in a big box. We'll pop this up. Let me zoom it back. Let's look at what's going on right now. This is 4 o'clock off the high-res rapid refresh model, so right now. I want to see how it's doing. You can see it's overambitious with the storms in North Texas and Northeast Texas, but it's doing all right with the line out here. It's not doing super great, but at least it'll give you a basic timeline. Here's 5 o'clock, line of severe storms, Henrietta. At this point, it'll probably be Mineral Wells, because this model's being a bit slow. Probably near east of Brownwood, down to I-10. Maybe isolated storms in Northeast Texas. 6 o'clock, this is going to be approaching the Metroplex. This model's running about 30 miles too far west, it looks like. So the line is actually moving faster than this shows. So it's probably going to be Gainesville, Denton, Fort Worth. Here's 7 o'clock. Now, this would be a problem. You can see the line, Sherman, DFW, down to Waco, Killeen. If we get isolated storms that develop east of this line, we're going to have problems. I'll tell you that now. So we're going to have to watch out for any individual discrete storms that fire east of the squall line this evening, because they would have a pretty significant tornado threat. Here's 8 o'clock. You can see the line itself, pretty nasty looking from Bonham, Greenville, bowing out there. That'd be a damaging wind event. Second little bow down into central Texas, I-35 corridor. We'll go to 9 o'clock. And we've got a tornado warning for Stevens County, so let's go ahead and finish this very quickly. Here's 9 o'clock, and again, this is assuming the model isn't being too slow with this. The line may be running faster, so assume it may actually arrive an hour sooner. Here's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, coming on in Texarkana, Nacogdoches, Houston, some stronger storms with hail and wind. And then here's midnight, looking much weaker. This is wraparound precip on the back side. Not severe. There may be some snow that mixes in with that. All right, we have a tornado warning now for the city of Breckenridge. That's going to be that little couplet I was talking about. So this is a tornado warning for eastern Stevens County. I assume until 4:30 p.m. It's going to be for a possible tornado and extensive straight line winds near the city of Decatur or near Lake Daniel, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This tornado warning also includes Caddo, and this will be near Caddo at about 4:10 p.m. Tornado signature on radar right now is several miles southeast of the city of Breckenridge. Breckenridge itself is getting owned by wind and hail. Possible tornado is going to be located right there. So let's go ahead and put some roads on here, if this thing will actually let me. Again, this is east of 183. Coming up to Bradshaw Cemetery Road, southeast of Breckenridge. You got County Road 141. And east of 183 coming up to 180. And again, these circulations on the leading edge of this squall line probably are not going to be long-lived tornadic circulations that are there for a long time. These are probably going to be quick spin-ups, but as we saw in Norman, Oklahoma on Sunday, sometimes they're not, and then sometimes they can still produce major damage. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that little hook echo on the leading edge of that line. No tornado debris signature, but again, pretty good indication of what could be a spin-up tornado. If there's not a tornado there, regardless, the radar is detecting winds, let me get rid of the roads, of 90 plus miles an hour. So you've either got a tornadic circulation at 90 to 100 miles an hour, or you've got straight line winds at 90 to 100 miles an hour. Take your poison pill. All right, let's go back to Sherman, who is currently enjoying themselves a hailstorm. Sounds like a lot of ping pong ball size hail. So I said we could either have golf ball to baseball size hail or comparatively smaller hail, but a lot of it. So it looks like that's what we ended up with. A lot of quarter to ping pong ball size hail that probably made it look like it was snowing. Sherman, your hail should be coming to an end over the next 5 minutes. And this storm is going to be moving east-northeast at, they've got it moving at about 55 miles an hour. So this thing is cooking and booking. Now, you notice they have this storm now moving a bit more to the east again. If that's what's going on, this thing's going to keep on riding on 82. It would pose a direct threat to Bells, and it probably will, given the latest look. Let me turn the radar label back on. There you go. So again, Bells, this is going to probably be there in the next several minutes. Bonham, if this were to continue on present track, 15 to 20. North of Honeygrove, about 35 minutes. And then Paris in about 65 to 70 minutes. Sarah, thank you for your report. Broken windows in Valley View, I assume from the hail. I'm sorry about that, but thank you for letting us know. And again, we do have a tornado warning for a spin-up circulation near Breckenridge. That was there, southeast of town. Now it's gone. Again, that's how these are going to go. They're going to be generally be short-lived tornadic circulations that could spin up quickly, but also tend to dissipate quickly. But in the midst of it all, you're still going to have a lot of damaging winds. And that being said, there's probably another little circulation spinning up. That might be just what we're going to be dealing with for the remainder of the next couple hours. As this whole storm moves east towards the Metroplex, this may just keep producing spin up, spin up, spin up, spin up, spin up, and lots of damaging straight line winds and hail. Further southwest, we've got storms capable of producing wind and hail. That'll be from near Cisco to Coleman, north of Brady to Menard, Eden. That'll be moving through Brownwood here. All right, let's turn this radar off and turn on a manual tracker. So these are moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So for simplicity's sake, let's just put a big old tracker on there. Now keep in mind, I don't necessarily want you to assume this is what the timing's going to be, but I'm just doing this to give you an idea where this could be in the next hour. So again, let me fix the cities real quick. So here you go. Next hour, if you're in this red box, this is where the line of storms is going to be over the next hour, probably. So Nakona, down to Mineral Wells, just west of Weatherford, down to Stephenville to Dublin, just west of Goldwaith, Mullen, including Brownwood, including Brady, including Melvin, Menard Junction, etc. In an hour, the storms are going to be on the right side of this big red box of doom. Some of these storms are going to have damaging winds, hail, and maybe the threat for some spin-up tornadoes. Not all of them are going to be severe. Most of them are not going to have tornadoes. Most of them will not have big hail. And some of them will have strong winds. Now, the good news is this activity out east, for the most part, is either being steady state or not organizing at all. And I'll loop this over the last hour. You can see this activity. Generally, these showers in East Texas, Northeast Texas aren't doing a thing. Some of these could have evolved into tornadic supercells and put down some pretty mean tornadoes, but they're not. And we're lucky about that. So if we can get lucky here, we'll be in decent shape in the tornado department with those. We're still going to have issues. This storm near Sherman, exiting Sherman out to the east, now moving towards Bells. The potential for tennis ball size hail. And then eventually, this is going to be near Ravenna. Which is south of Kemp, Oklahoma. And eventually, it does look like this is still moving more northeast. So this will cross north of Bonham, cross 78 north of Bonham, and then eventually get its way into southeastern Oklahoma. We know the tornado warning was just issued for Durant, Oklahoma, with that thunderstorm. So I've got a tornado warning. That is for northern Bryan County in southeastern Oklahoma at 4:08 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Armstrong, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Tornado warning includes Durant, Caddo, Armstrong, and Blues. So that's for them. We've got this storm now exiting Breckenridge to the east, capable of producing 70-plus mile-an-hour straight-line winds and spin-up tornadoes. And then we've also got this whole line back further west, capable of producing quarter-size hail, the potential for localized winds over 60 miles an hour. And then the more isolated stuff that was in East Texas is dissipating pretty quickly. So that's good news in that department. But again, we do have a tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. for eastern Stevens County in western North Texas. Water time. So we're here keeping an eye on things. And again, if nothing else forms here in North Texas, this line is going to be our main show for most folks. Yeah, that water, this is a giant water bottle, isn't it? Very useful in the summer months. This is a very, very large water bottle, about 80 ounces. Hey, it's pretty neat if you take it into QT and fill it up with soda, though. Which I haven't done, actually, but that's not a bad idea over the summer. All right, so a couple housekeeping notes. We have 3 separate storm chasing feeds up on our YouTube channel, plus this live coverage. You can watch all of them on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We would love it if everyone would congeal on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel and hit that magical subscribe button. That way you get notified when we post live videos, forecast videos, storm chasing videos. If you're watching us on Facebook, unfortunately, Facebook has been hiding most of our stuff from 99.95% of our 755,000 followers, most of whom have forgotten we exist because Facebook never shows them our videos and our stuff. So if you're watching us on Facebook by chance, congratulations. You are a part of less than 0.1%. And we encourage you to head over to our YouTube channel and subscribe to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, or just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You're really going to like the new app coming, by the way, here in about a month. Y'all are going to like it. But let us continue on with our severe weather coverage. And we know we got a wall of dust coming in from West Texas again, with strong winds behind a cold front. But again, we've got a line of storms extending from near Sonora, west of Junction, to just west of Menard, Eden, Paint Rock, Coleman, Santa Ana, Cross Plains, Putnam, Eastland, Breckenridge, Graham, and all of that is moving east about 50 miles per hour. Good dog, you figured it out. I'm proud of you. So this line of storms that'll continue moving east at about 50 miles an hour. It's going to make it into the hill country, central Texas, north Texas over the next 3 hours or so. The strongest of these storms are going to be capable of producing damaging winds over 60 miles per hour, the potential for hail, and perhaps spin up tornadoes. Individual storms in this line are generally moving northeast, but the line itself is moving almost due east. Those of you asking if it's going to hit Weatherford, yes. In about 70 minutes or less. DFW, yes, you're going to be hit. DFW has a pretty good chance of having severe weather with this nasty storm coming in from the west around Breckenridge. It's right down Highway 80. It'll be in the metroplex, probably Fort Worth by 6 o'clock. And that is the general expectation with that. And again, we do have a tornado warning for another 15 minutes for eastern Stevens County. And that's with this thunderstorm that's producing straight line winds and occasional spin-up tornadoes within embedded areas of straight line winds. And that's going to continue to probably be a thing as this storm continues moving east at about 55 miles an hour over the next several hours. We do note there is a tornado warning for Durant. We'll take a quick look at that. I don't think we have a great view of it, but yeah, there's a circulation northeast of Durant now approaching Caddo and Bochito, and that's generally moving to the northeast. That should stay southeast of Tushka. Toka could be an issue for Antlers here in about an hour. Oklahoma. Our storm here on the Red River, this is trying to get itself north of the Red River, but it keeps turning a little more right. This storm has a very impressive hail core loft. At the surface, we've heard reports of ping pong ball to golf ball size hail. And it's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. This will be crossing over Highway 78 near Ravenna in about 10 minutes or less. North of Bonham, almost to the Red River in about 5 to 15 minutes. Otherwise, this is going to be a threat to the communities of Tulip, Telephone, Monkstown, in northeastern Fannin County, and eventually could be an issue for areas like Sumner, Powderly, and Arthur City, where we had significant issues back on November the 6th. And again, the Weather Service has just indicated the potential for severe weather problems over the next hour. Breckenridge to Mineral Wells to Weatherford into southwestern Wise County, with this thunderstorm moving to the east-northeast. So let's take a look at the future model data. And again, this model has been kind of slow on the storm progression, so we're going to have to speed that up a bit, but let me update this video title. We'll just head back over so y'all can watch some driving video too. Cloud video, driving video. Take your pick. Again, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a look at what the model has this stuff looking like right now. Now, this model is being way overzealous with the precipitation in northeast Texas. Obviously, we don't have storms going on like that. We've got storms out here in the big country, northwest Texas, but these storms are progressing east more quickly. So here's 6 o'clock. This model has storms from Gainesville to Mineral Wells down to Brownwood. Honestly, at this point, the storms might be closer to Whitesboro, Fort Worth to Cleburne to Killeen. Continuing on, here's 8 o'clock. Storms might be closer to Paris to near or east of Greenville to Maybank down to Mahia, and then probably near Round Rock. And then so on and so forth. They'll be out of the state by about midnight in East Texas. Looks like we've got several thousand viewers right now. Hi, thank you for joining us. If you haven't already, we'd love it if you'd subscribe to us on YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. And if you're watching us on our second channel, Texas Weather Center. Hey, hit us up there too. That's where we post our daily forecast videos. While we keep the more severe weather-oriented, higher impact weather stuff and storm chasing stuff on our main account at Texas Storm Chasers. So again, that is what we expect over the next several hours. Y'all wondering, are we going to get storms in DFW? Yes, this stuff that's near Graham to Mineral, or back west to Breckenridge, a severe storm that's got that tornado warning. Yeah, that's going to make it all the way out to Denton and Fort Worth by 6 o'clock. So in 1 hour, 40 minutes. Weatherford probably in the next hour. And we note this storm's showing a pretty good indication of strong outflow winds, occasional spin-up tornadoes, and hail. But not all these storms are going to produce hail. Not all these storms are going to produce significant damaging winds. And most of these storms are not going to produce tornadoes. We'll go back to the radar. Turn back the timestamp. You can see we've gone back to the 70s. How delightful. Or I should say how groovy. Fix that. Here you go. Turn on storm tracking mode. This has the storm entering Mineral Wells by 5 p.m. or within 35 minutes. Grayford probably by about 4:50 p.m. Millsap a few minutes after 5. City of Weatherford all the way up towards Springtown. Again, we're looking at about an hour, 5:10 to maybe 5:15 p.m. Ooh. So again, we've got Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Ben McComb, Chelsea Burnett, Jason Cooley, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood out and about chasing today. We've got multiple live streaming storm chasing videos on our website. Two of the 3 up here. I was negligent and didn't make a 3-screener. But what we're going to do real quick is we're going to head on over. We're going to take a look at the feed from Jason Cooley and Ben McCone. Excuse me, Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. And we're going to let them take it for just a few minutes while I refill that water bottle, eat a brief snack, and we'll be right back. So here's Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown.
So what's the rest of the team got to say?
I don't know. Everybody's repositioning like we are. So yeah, 5 turns into 121. Alright guys, thanks for continuing to watch live coverage with Texas Storm Chasers. My name is Jason Cooley. I'm with Jenny Brown in the car, chasing what we had hoped to be a little more activity here in Collin County, but things have held off, so we're repositioning to the west of the metroplex. We'll have to hop on 121 tollway and then make our way to the southwest. So I'll talk about the radar here in just a moment. Let me get so we see the radar here on the screen, but I'm going to go full screen with the radar here just very momentarily. Again, thanks for joining Texas Storm Chasers today for your Texas Live weather coverage. Really appreciate you tuning in. We have still an ongoing tornado warning as of 4:23. Let me double check on that. Tornado warning still in progress for another 6 minutes in central Stevens County. I'm going to go ahead and go full screen with radar using radar scope. Alright, I'm going to start using radar scope here to depict the latest. So we should still have it. There we go. Alright, so I'm doing some brief live weather coverage for David-Reimer during kind of the slow part of my chase. Kind of got caught up here in Collin County, McKinney, hoping for storms east of the metroplex, and that did not land up occurring. So we're repositioning. I'm going to be substituting live coverage for just a moment for David-Reimer. He'll let me know when he's about to come back. As of right now, 4:24 p.m. on this tornado warning in central Stevens County. Quite a compact little hail core here, traveling east of Breckenridge toward Palo Pinto and eventually Mineral Wells. So Palo Pinto and Mineral Wells, keep an eye out for large hail, damaging winds, and potential spin-up tornado storms headed in your direction. Again, Palo Pinto, Mineral Wells. Be close to your secure area. Even if it's not tornado warned, you are under severe thunderstorm warning, capable of damaging winds and large hail. Let's go ahead and take a look. They did drop that tornado warning. Okay, so the latest expired. It's canceled tornado warning as the storm has moved out of Stevens County, now moving into Palo Pinto County. So still a potential rotation there. Just a hint of rotation, some inflow going away from the radar, and some rear flank downdraft heading toward the radar. So broad rotation west of Palo Pinto. Currently no tornado warning, but there could be a reissuance. We'll have to monitor that. So Palo Pinto to Mineral Wells, watch out for potentially large damaging hail and strong winds. When you get a combination of damaging wind and damaging hail, that can be pretty destructive, almost comparable to tornadoes at times if you get a really strong thunderstorm core. We'll zoom on out. We haven't forgotten about our storm up along the Red River. So this storm just straddling the Red River right now. Fannin County, Grace County, Texas. The storm came from hail. Ambrose, large hail, right next to the road. Beat off Oma. Take 121.
This way or that way?
Straight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's we're getting on the tollway now. You can go up to highway speeds. Nice. Yep. So we're repositioning now. We're on the Sam Rayburn tollway. Okay, audio low. I think David might have my audio a little too low.
We can always talk louder.
Yeah, I could try. So I think I'm pretty much gained out. I'm maxed out. Sorry about the audio issues. Okay, so we haven't forgotten about this Fannin County severe thunderstorm. Large hail came through Sherman, Texas not too long ago. It's straddling the Red River. It is going to be southeast Oklahoma's problem here shortly. Up but folks that live right along the Red River, communities north of Bonham, north of Honeygrove, watch out for damaging wind and damaging hail. We have a tornado warned thunderstorm just north of Bochito, Oklahoma, east of Caddo, Oklahoma. We don't have a radar there to give us really quality data, but let's take a look at which way the wind is moving. And yeah, just relatively poor data quality here. Out just east of Caddo, Oklahoma, we have tornado warning just north of Bochito, Oklahoma, north of Bennington, Oklahoma, east of Caddo, Oklahoma. This tornado warning storm is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Let's now give you.
All right, thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley for that brief intermission for me. We've got some problems. We've got a couple of tornado warnings now we need to talk about. Apparently, one of these East Texas storms has managed to produce a tornado, so let's jump on over to it. This is going to be a tornado warning. Once the data loads, or not, the entire program's just going to crash on me apparently, so give me just a second. But we've got a report of a tornado at FM 69 and 269 in Hopkins County from Emergency Management, moving to the northeast. So let's get in on it. It's going to be with this small storm here. So again, sometimes you just do not have these big, scary supercells, but sometimes these little cells can produce tornadoes. So, which leads to the problem, if that storm just put a tornado down, what are these others going to do? So, our concern is now returned. For East Texas, we've got a report of a tornado now down with this thunderstorm between Winsboro and Como. What's likely a brief, weak tornado, but nevertheless a tornado. That's going to be moving northeast towards Mount Vernon. So those of you in Mount Vernon, get ready. You may have a tornado warning come out in just a moment for your neck of the woods. Again, a tornado reported near Picton, Texas, crossing Highway 11 a few minutes ago. That's with this area of rotation. And this is for a thunderstorm moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Eventually, it may pass a bit west of Mount Vernon, up towards Bogota and Talco if it were to continue. But again, a brief tornado reported there. And we're going to have to keep an eye on all these other storms now because with similar looks, there's certainly the potential they could produce brief tornadoes themselves. Let's clean this up. There we go. For example, this storm near Hallsville has me a bit concerned. That's trying to spin up, so that may need a tornado warning west of Marshall. Maybe same thing for this cell coming near Scottsville. So again, I said if we had discrete storms that tried to get themselves organized, we could have a problem. And apparently, there we go, we are starting to see that. So again, one circulation southwest of Scottsville, some rotation, one near Hallsville with some rotation. And then this thunderstorm, southeast of Como, put a brief tornado down on Highway 11, and that's generally moving northeast towards Sulphur Springs. Excuse me, not Sulphur Springs, Mount Vernon. We've got a severe thunderstorm north of Bonham. We'll be to Mineral Wells in just a second. A severe thunderstorm north of Bonham now crossed over Highway 78. That's going to be making its way into far northern Lamar County over the next 30 minutes or so. Those of you in Ravenna to telephone. Very large damaging hail. Thereafter, Monkstown, Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City. This could be a direct threat to you. Same areas we dealt with back on November 6th. There's that new tornado warning. That'll pop up here in just a second, but we'll deal with the Mineral Well stuff first. Intense thunderstorm with a nasty-looking hail core now. That's running down Highway 180, moving east towards Grayford, Mineral Wells. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds plus, and perhaps quarter-size hail. The storm's moving east at about 40 to 55 miles per hour. And again, the potential for damaging winds, quarter-size hail. Mineral Wells, this is probably going to be in town by about 5 p.m. All right, there's that new tornado warning as expected. Again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Franklin, Titus, Red River counties, and northeast Texas, and a small sliver of southeastern Hopkins County. This is going to be for a thunderstorm with a tornado. Reported as it crossed Highway 11, southeast of Como near northwest of Winnsboro. This will not be an issue for Winnsboro, but this will be an issue for Interstate 30 right around Mount Vernon. So if you're in Mount Vernon over to Saltillo, you're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be your lowest floor. Lowest floor, center room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And no trailers, no mobile homes, no manufactured housing. Again, those of you in DFW, we've got a YouTube video up from earlier. We encourage you to watch that for the forecast info, but essentially all this activity west of the Metroplex has to move east. Threat's not over for DFW. Frankly, the threat hasn't even begun for DFW until all this thunderstorm activity west of the Metroplex comes through. And let me tell you, that thunderstorm over Caddo to Metcalf Gap west of Mineral Wells looks really mean. This thing's mean, and it's coming towards Metroplex, so it'll be in the Metro by 6. Weatherford probably by 5:15. Okay, so possible tornado will be crossing Interstate 30 near Mount Vernon over the next 10 minutes or so. Now let me be clear, I don't think this is one of these tornadoes that's going to be down for a long time. It may not be down now. But regardless, potential for a brief weak tornado in Mount Vernon in the next 5 to 10 minutes, crossing Highway 271 around Talco at about 5 p.m. Let's go ahead, switch back over to the Shreveport radar, and I want to keep an eye on some of these other storms because they've got... the more I look at this, the more I think we've got something trying to spin up just northeast of Hallsville and maybe near Scottsville. Once we got a report that the shower up here north of Winnsboro put a tornado down, it has made me suspicious of everything else, and this activity for sure has the potential to be problematic. You can see these are what we call mini supercells. They're small scale, pretty small storms, but they are organized. They've got that classic hook echo, and they're certainly supportive of producing severe weather and tornadoes. So we're going to be very mindful of this, and it looks like we are going to get a tornado warning. So those of you Hallsville up to Nesbitt, I'd go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'd recommend hard-soled tennis shoes. But at this point, we've got a possible tornado about to cross Interstate 30 near Saltillo and Mount Vernon, a brief weak tornado. We've got a possible tornado now developing just northeast of Hallsville, moving towards Nesbitt and Highway 154, southeast of Harlingen, northwest of Marshall. And we're going to keep an eye on this storm near Scottsville that's also showing rotation. So again, we've clearly swung the pendulum here, and these little storms I've been worried about all day have finally apparently reached the point to where they can start putting tornadoes down. So we are now going to get very busy. And again, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms here. And those are going to be the storms that are capable of producing tornadoes and high-end severe. I realize we have a plethora of storms going on across the state, but understand we're trying to do a service here, and that is to provide life-saving weather information. So if I'm not talking about a storm near you, I'm sorry, but we're focusing on the worst of the worst here. We've got interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in our free mobile app. I pay a lot of money for all of that, so y'all can use it in situations like this, so y'all are able to maintain your own personal situational awareness. All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for portions of Marion and Harrison counties in East Texas. This is going to be until 5:15 p.m. A possible tornado near Hallsville, 10 miles west of Marshall, moving northeast at 30. This is not going to be a threat to the city of Marshall. This will be a tornado warning for places like Jefferson, Nesbitt, and areas just east of Harleton. This includes Highway 154, roughly from northwest of Marshall to Harleton. This includes Highway 59 near Jefferson. Highway 49 from just southeast of Lassiter to Jefferson. And again, clear, well-defined circulation here. No tornado debris signature, but this could put a tornado down at any time, and frankly, so could this storm near Scottsville. This storm near Scottsville doesn't have a tornado warning, but it is definitely getting that look. So we could have multiple tornadic storms here pretty quickly. One passing over 154 just west of Nesbitt. One near Scottsville, about to cross over Highway 43 northeast of Marshall. Marshall, y'all have been praying, right? Because you're not at risk of either of these storms. There could be more storms. For example, this one near Tatum. That's also rotating. But again, two possible, well, technically three circulations I'm concerned about for tornadoes. One, near Scottsville, east of Marshall, moving up towards Uncertain, Highway 43. Two, Highway 154, just northwest of Nesbitt, northwest of Marshall. Three, possible brief tornado spin up coming up on Interstate 30 near Mount Vernon and Saltillo. All right, so again, 1, 2, 3. We've got a hailer capable of producing nasty size hail. That's well north of 82 now on the Red River, paralleling the Red River near Telephone and Monkstown. This storm's going to be moving northeast towards Arthur City and Powderly, eventually passing near or just south of Hugo, Oklahoma. Again, this will stay north of Paris, north of Toco, north of Honeygrove, north of Bonham on 82. But those of you in Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City, Telephone, areas impacted November 6th last year, the potential for a destructive hailstorm. All right, let's deal with this thunderstorm now coming into Mineral Wells, Palo Pinto County, Grayford. This is a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing nasty size hail. If the radar will load, I would appreciate it. And again, this is a nasty little line here. This is capable of producing wind-driven hail, quarter-size hail, ping-pong ball-size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, moving east at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. Mineral Wells, 5 to 505. City of Weatherford up to Springtown, about 525 to 535. And again, this is likely going to continue and make it completely through the metroplex. So it's moving 2 columns of counties an hour. At western sides of Palo Pinto County right now, so assume it's going to be in Fort Worth by 6, maybe a bit later, but 6 is a good bet. Dallas, probably 6:30, and it's going to probably keep going from there. So again, we've got multiple tornado warnings, and, well, real quick, I'm sorry. Let's do this real quick. Concho Valley, line of severe storms from near Coleman to Melvin to Menard moving east. Severe thunderstorm warnings for winds of 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. Storms themselves moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Again, these line of storms, quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 70, heavy rain, potential for some minor flooding. Moving east. So again, that is the GIF with that. All this moving east, about 50 strongest storms in this line. Quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70, the potential for brief tornado spin-ups. Moving east about 2 county columns an hour here in North Texas. Mineral Wells by probably 5 o'clock. Weatherford 5:30. Springtown 5:30. Fort Worth to Justin to 6. Dallas 6:30. And now we're going back to this stuff that has tornado warnings in East Texas. So again, 2 storms with possible tornadoes right now. One coming up on Interstate 30 near Mount Vernon and Saltillo. And again, the rotation on this is in the mid-levels, not really great in terms of its intensity, which is good. We can't see it. So hopefully, if we don't have any visual reports of this down when it crosses I-30, we can be done with it. These storms coming up on northwest of Nesbitt and around Scottsville. These are problematic. Definitely showing strong rotation here. And again, pretty good area of rotation passing just west of Nesbitt, coming up on Highway 154. Green's moving towards the radar in Shreveport. Red's moving away. Your area of concise rotation right there. You look at the how hard it's raining mode, and pretty good hook echo there. It's not a large storm, but it's definitely the storm that could produce a tornado. All right, possible circulation coming up on Scottsville. Again, that's not tornado warned, but it may need to be soon. Those of you in uncertain, pay attention to that. Marshall, you've lucked out for now, but these storms to your southwest near Tatum are also organizing, so pay attention to that. We've got a tornado warning now back in the Concho Valley and western North Texas that's coming up towards Brownwood. It's going to be a possible tornado just southeast of Santa Ana, approaching Baines on Highway 84. This tornado warning runs through about 5:15 p.m. and includes Baines, Lake Brownwood, areas just northwest of Brownwood. Doesn't technically include the city of Brownwood, but it is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So those of you in Brownwood, Baines, Lake Brownwood, early, especially west of the city of Brownwood, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions for a severe storm capable of producing a tornado and hurricane-force straight-line winds moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. All these storms, or individual storms, are moving northeast at about 40. The line itself is moving east at about 40 to 50. I know it's complicated. Welcome to my life. Welcome to triaging stormies. So again, tornado warning for portions of Brown and Coleman counties until 5:15 p.m. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado and tennis ball size hail and hurricane force straight line winds just southeast of Santa Ana, moving northeast towards Baines. Lake Brownwood could pass close to Brownwood in early. That's a tornado warning. Intense severe storm capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail and winds of 70 miles an hour will be in the city of Mineral Wells in about 15 minutes by 5 o'clock. Those of you at Mineral Wells, I'd be away from west-facing windows. This storm may become an Interstate 30 rider, or it may trend a bit north towards Denton County. Either way, I fully anticipate significant issues with this thunderstorm when it gets in the metroplex, meaning damaging hail, damaging winds, the threat for spin-up tornadoes. So y'all be ready. It's about to get rowdy in the metroplex with this thunderstorm coming on in. Mineral Wells, 5 o'clock. Weatherford, about 5:30. Fort Worth to Justin, 6. And then somewhere in Dallas-ish, 6:30. And it's turning more east. And again, it's trying to turn right, which would have it ride right on 180 and then ride I-30 right through the metroplex, which we've had some analogs, previous storms do that in years past. For example, the April 13th, 2007 event. But again, we've got this storm's going to be a problem. Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Fort Worth, heads up. This thing over the next hour, y'all are going to have problems. Be ready. Big hail, big wind, potential for at least a tornado threat. No tornado right now. That may change. We've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado on Highway 154, well northwest of Marshall, coming up on areas now north of 154, northwest of Nesbitt. Let me go ahead and put some roads on here. And again, we're going to try and give each dangerous thunderstorm its equal amount of time here, but obviously I am skedaddling here, so please forgive me for talking quickly and being somewhat impromptu and probably mispronouncing things, but I am trying to keep up with problems. So again, the possibility of a tornado now coming up to Driscoll Bridge Road, north of Highway 154, northwest of Nesbitt. This is not an issue for the city of Marshall. This is going to be coming up towards Jefferson. That's Highway 59. This is Highway 49. Thunderstorm moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see well-defined on reflectivity. It's what we call a mini supercell. And this supercell is capable of producing tornadoes. No debris signature at this point. Emergency management reporting... Standby. We've got... Okay, where was that? I just saw that. Emergency management reporting multiple homes destroyed in Picton. That's where we had a report of a tornado earlier up here. So this storm apparently tornado produced... We've got significant damage in parts of this area. Tornado warning does continue, by the way. Interstate 30. Saltillo over to Mount Vernon being your safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Bogota, Talco, 271, this is coming your way. Johntown, same thing. We'll put a quick storm track on this, maybe, possibly, probably not. Talco by 5 o'clock. Bogota, if it turned left a bit, 5:05. But again, those of you in Talco and Johntown, tornado warning. Take your immediate tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not be in a manufactured house, mobile home. That's not going to work. You're better off being in a ditch. All right, do some quick housekeeping real quick. And again, I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer dealing with a severe weather event across multiple regions of Texas this afternoon. We've got multiple tornado warnings now in effect. We've got a possible tornado near Mount Vernon on Interstate 30. We've got a possible tornado located northwest of Marshall, north of Nesbitt, moving towards the city of Jefferson. We've got a severe storm capable of producing baseball-sized hail well north of Honey Grove on the Red River in November 6 territory, east of Telephone, coming up towards Sumner, Powderly, Arthur City, and far northern Lamar County. Grant and Hugo on the Red River side. If this were to continue, it could pass a bit near Woodland. But again, north of 82, moving to the east-northeast, the potential for destructive hail. Severe storm in Palo Pinto County. Potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for wind-driven hail over 70 miles an hour. And again, this thunderstorm has turned a bit more to the east, maybe riding the warm front. And if it's doing that, we're going to have problems here in the Metroplex. So, Mineral Wells, next 10 minutes, wind-driven hail possible. Weatherford, 5:30, potential for wind-driven hail. Fort Worth to Justin, let's say by 6 o'clock. If it ends up being a little slower than that, okay, cool, you got bonus time. Tornado warning for portions of Coleman and Brown counties. This is for a circulation that's probably one of these brief spin-up tornadoes. Maybe not. Pretty strong indication of rotation near Baines right now on Highway 84. That's halfway between Santa Ana and Brownwood. If you're in Baines, you need to be in a safe place immediately. That's lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you at Lake Brownwood, up to the northwest sides of Brownwood, you need to be in a safe place as well. Again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we've got multiple weather warnings going on, and obviously we are busier than a state trooper in a school zone. So again, not all storms are going to be severe. Not all storms that are severe are going to produce tornadoes. Not all storms that are severe are going to produce hail or wind, but nevertheless, we are here and we're going to be keeping you updated. Those of you in Lake Brownwood to north sides of Brownwood to Baines, be in a safe place. If there's not a tornado, there's probably some wind-driven hail and very strong straight-line winds. So we encourage you to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, need folks to treat this storm seriously and be in a safe place. It's definitely got a pretty interesting look on velocity data. I know it's a bit messy there, but be in shelter, please. Regardless, line of severe storms all the way pretty much from near Rock Springs and Junction up to Brady. See that little kink southwest of Brady? We're going to have to watch that for a spin-up tornado. Potential for hail coming into Brady shortly. Same thing for Brownwood up to Lake Brownwood. Then up Ranger, we've got a storm near Ranger. That's sub-severe right now. Then we've got this nasty storm about to come into Mineral Wells, and then we've got multiple individual supercells in East Texas, Northeast Texas, making a ruckus because we didn't have enough going on earlier. So I guess this is what we're going to be doing instead. Yeah, I've got that auctioneer voice. I'll try to slow it down. Okay, so let's review. Let's go from east to west. First things first, let's turn off the magical road button. Storm near Tatum starting to show indications of low-level rotation on Highway 43. No tornado warning right now, but if you're in Marshall, it's coming your way. Don't be surprised if you get a tornado warning if that increases in intensity. Circuit storm northeast of Marshall coming up to Uncertain. The potential for a brief tornado. There's no tornado warning, but that's a very suspicious looking signature. Storm north of Nesbitt moving towards the city of Jefferson. Strong rotation. Tornado warning is in effect through 5:15 p.m. That includes the city of Jefferson. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor. Center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thunderstorm has a history of producing a tornado back on Highway 11. The report of damage to structures in Picton. So apparently we got problems there. And this storm, not getting a good look at the velocity data, but it looks a little stronger now northwest of Mount Vernon. And again, this thunderstorm could put a tornado down at any point, and we're not in great radar coverage land here, so we rely more on the visual reports from spotters and storm chasers. And again, tornado warning means seek shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This tornado warning west of Mount Vernon. This is going to be for a thunderstorm approaching Bogota, Talco, and Johntown on Highway 271 the next 20 minutes. A tornado warning is in effect. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Caffeine. Gonna need more. And you can see here in West Louisiana and East Texas, many of these little mini supercells are spinning up now. This is northwest of Mansfield, Louisiana. You see that in reflectivity. See this thunderstorm just northwest of Shreveport. You've got this thunderstorm northeast of Tatum. This thing northeast of Tatum is definitely a problem in the Spinney department. If that wraps up anymore, that's going to need a tornado warning. Possible tornado now crossing into the Jefferson area, now north of Driscoll Bridge Road, north of Highway 154. This will be crossing Highway 49 very near the city of Jefferson, north of Sid Craver Road, approaching Meadow Cemetery Road, Coffeeville Road, which, oh boy, I need coffee. Highway 49, etc. So if you're in this neck of the woods, be in a safe place immediately as this dangerous thunderstorm moves northeast towards the city of Jefferson. Got a bit of rotation still southwest of Uncertain. We're going to watch that carefully. And again, this thing could easily have a tornado down at any time. All right, let's go back to tornado warning up here. Possible tornado now northwest of Mount Vernon, moving northeast towards Highway 37. And that's going to be moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And again, if you're in Talco, Johntown, Bogota, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go outside looking for this. First off, we don't want you getting hit by a tornado. Second, we don't want you to get hit by a tree falling from said tornado. And third, we just don't want bad things happening to you. So let's get back west. We've got a tornado warning for areas northwest of Brownwood, and apparently I need to turn off that button. There we go. Happy birthday. A severe storm capable of producing damage in straight line winds, maybe a tornado on Highway 84, approaching Lake Brownwood and Brownwood. Pretty good outflow wind signature here, so there's probably some wind-driven hail. I know Tracy Norris there in Brownwood's about to have some fun times. I really hope you're not taking shelter in that mini house of yours. If you are, hope your dad gives you a good old head slap. Okay, so again, this thunderstorm near Bangs to Brownwood, Lake Brownwood, moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. In addition to the potential for damaging straight line winds and a tornado, there is the potential for tennis ball size hail, because who doesn't like wind-driven hail? The correct answer is everyone except the insurance agents. All right, looks like new tornado warning just as I was about to switch, so we'll just go back down here real quick. We have a new tornado warning for Brown County. I assume it's going to be for this little booger right here. This does include the city of Brownwood. You're not seeing the warning yet, but it'll pop up here in a moment. City of Brownwood over to Zephyr to Blanket. A tornado warning has now been issued. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. At this point, I'm concerned with the threat of a spin-up tornado, damaging straight line winds, and wind-driven hail, which could break windows by itself, which is just all sorts of headache material. So again, Brownwood, early, Blanket, a tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. Take your tornado safety precautions immediately. Let's get back up into Parker County, Palo Pinto County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Weatherford now. This is going to be for a severe storm capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Mineral Wells, you're about to get visited by said storm. It's a pretty nasty-looking thing. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 70. Mineral Wells entering town now from the west. Millsap in the next 5 to 15 minutes. Weatherford about 5:30. Azle 5:50. Aledo, same thing. Springtown probably about 5:40. And again, this thunderstorm's a pretty dangerous one. It's going to keep going on east into the DFW metroplex over the next 1 to 2 hours as it moves east at 45 miles an hour. So this thing could have wind-driven hail, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, and there is the potential for spin-up tornadoes. So do not be surprised if this ends up doing that over the next hour at some point, given its proximity to a warm front, which helps enhance low-level shear. So I'm also a little concerned this is trying to become more of a supercell than line segment at this point, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it for sure. So again, those of you in the Metroplex, the storm near Mineral Wells means business. Please pay attention to it. Back out into East Texas, we have no tornado warning now for Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, Talco, Bogota. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm capable of producing a 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. A tornado can't be ruled out. So Talco, Bogota, just go ahead and treat it like a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to be a severe storm passing in northwestern Lamar County. This is going to be near the community of Sumner, maybe a bit north, but it's going to be moving northeast towards Powderly and Arthur City on Highway 271. Areas impacted quite badly back on November 6th, I believe. We've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for the city of Marshall for the circulation near Tatum. So again, those of you in Marshall need to take shelter now. Scottsville, take shelter now. Nesbitt, go back to shelter. You got another tornado warning. So again, tornado warning for Marshall, Nesbitt, Scottsville. Possible tornado now about 6 miles northeast of Tatum, very near Highway 43. This is going to be moving directly towards the city of Marshall, a direct threat to the city of Marshall. There's your couplet showing up there. Definitely become more organized again. So Marshall, this possible tornado will be in the city within the next 20 minutes. Seek shelter now. Tornado warning continues for Jefferson, a bit further to the north. Very strong indications of a tornado there coming up on Meadows Cemetery Road and State Highway 49, Coffeyville Road. This may stay just west of Jefferson, but it's going to be close. Jefferson, you need to be in shelter. Tornado warning's just been extended northeast. This is going to be a tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. For central Marion and southern Cass counties of northeast Texas, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Berea, or about 50 miles north of Marshall, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Possible tornado is going to be near Jefferson and Berea at 5:05, Lodi about 5:25, and Kildare about 5:30. Fairview and Pruitt are also in this tornado warning. So again, tornado warning there for those folks till 5:30 p.m. in central Marion, southern Cass counties. Possible tornado near Coffeyville Road and Meadow Cemetery Road, about to cross over Highway 49. And again, that's a pretty strong indication of a tornado on the radar. You need to be in a safe place if you're in Jefferson or any of the cities I've just mentioned. Back further south, a possible tornado coming up towards the city of Marshall now on Highway 43 south of Interstate 20. We advise no travel on Interstate 20. At this point, let's just say from Hallsville to Wascom. Wascom to Hallsville, no travel on Interstate 20. If you know a driver in that area, call them and let them know. All right. So again, we've got one possible tornado moving towards the city of Marshall from the southwest. One possible tornado about to cross over Highway 49 a couple miles west of Jefferson. A storm with a history of producing tornadoes, but not currently in the midst of doing so, probably. North of Mount Vernon, coming up on Highway 37, a threat to Bogota, Johntown, Talco. We've got a severe storm coming up in far northern Lamar County on the Red River, moving towards Powderly, Arthur City. That storm, not a tornado threat, but could be dropping baseball-size hail. Back in North Texas, we've got a severe storm over the city of Mineral Wells, moving due east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and definitely the potential for mischief as it makes its way into the DFW Metroplex. We have some storms up in Wise County, Decatur to St. Joe, winds to 50 miles an hour, maybe some dime-size hail. Thank you, Caitlin. Back down into the Concho Valley / southwestern North Texas, a possible tornado near the city of Brownwood. It's hailing, it's raining, it's pouring. Tracy Smith is probably not happy. Except it's not Tracy Smith, it's Tracy Norris. Sorry, Tracy. Possible damaging winds / maybe a spin-up tornado near Early to Brownwood. Again, we're not getting a great look at this, but this is a very nasty high precipitation supercell and not something you want to mess with. Again, Brownwood, pouring, hailing, windy, not great. Moving east towards Blanket, eventually maybe Comanche to Mullen. Large hail, damaging winds, can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Down in Brady, it's hailing, it's windy, it's raining. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour along Highway 190 towards Richland Springs. San Saba, eventually this is going to be an issue for southwest North Texas and the Hill Country. Avant, Lampasas, Burnett, Marble Falls, Johnson City, all the way down to San Antonio. Keep an eye out for these storms as line keeps on moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. All right, let's get back. We've got a report of a tornado down north of Mount Vernon. Okay, so that's the storm that's not tornado warned, but was. So apparently this thing's got a tornado down. So Talco, Bogota, Johntown, safe place. Lowest floors, center room, away from windows. Apparently we've got a tornado down according to a storm chaser, and there's visual evidence of such, so be in a safe place. We're going to get a tornado warning there in a pretty quick minute. Again, report of a tornado again with this thunderstorm. North of Mount Vernon, moving towards Talco, Bogota, and Johntown. So again, this is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes, and it is down right now. Those of you in Talco, Bogota, Johntown, back southwest of Highway 37, north of Mount Vernon, be in a safe place immediately. A tornado is in progress, regardless of if there's a tornado warning. There is a tornado down at this time based on visual evidence. All right, let's get back southeast. Again, we're going to keep trying to keep up with these. A possible tornado crossing over State Highway 49 now near Coffeyville Road, a couple miles west of Johnstown. That's a pretty good, impressive velocity couplet. Let's take a quick query on that. Even more impressive, possible tornado debris signature there. So I'm going to say that is probably a tornado debris signature based on the coefficient dropout right there. So coming up State Highway 49, a couple miles west of Jefferson, a likely tornado down doing damage. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 85, winds moving towards at 35. A possible tornado debris signature there in that little green donut. And so those of y'all in and near Jefferson need to be in a safe place. All right, so possible tornado. Actually, it's a probable tornado based on a possible tornado debris signature and the fact it looks really angry on radar. I know, very scientifically accurate. State Highway 49, north of Coffeyville Road, northwest of Jefferson. This is going to be moving up towards Berea. Berea, B-E-R-E-A, since I'm mispronouncing it. This is going to be a... Yeah, we got a tornado down, major tornado debris signature. So we've got a tornado down now just northwest of Jefferson on Highway 49. This is going to be at Kellyville Road, moving into the small community of Berea. A tornado warning in progress. A tornado is down. So again, northwest of Jefferson, we've got a tornado down on Highway 49 approaching Berea. This will be moving towards Lodi. It may eventually pass near the community of Linden. Let's get back south. We've got a possible tornado developing on Highway 43 about a mile south of Interstate 20, moving northeast towards the city of Marshall. Okay. There's that. Impressive reflectivity structure. There we go. We've got a tornado down right now, moving towards Highway 271 from Bogota to Talco. Visual evidence from a storm chaser up there, Brad Arnold. He does a very good job. He's been streaming the tornado for a few minutes now. So we've got a tornado down here. The tornado warning will pop up in a sec. But again, Bogota, Talco, Johntown, all the way up to Clarksville. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to be a tornado warning for northern Franklin, northwestern Titus, Red River counties in northeast Texas until 5:45 p.m. Confirmed tornado located near Hagensport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Bogota, about 5:15. Clarksville and Bagwell, about 5:35 p.m. Other locations in this tornado warning include English, Detroit, Talco, Negley, I'm not even going to try it, Johntown, and Anona. So again, y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You need to be in a safe place immediately. All right, we've got a possible tornado on Highway 43, just southwest of Marshall, coming on up Highway 43 towards Marshall. We've got a tornado down now on Highway 49, just northwest of Jefferson. Tornado debris signature there. Let's get back into the storms coming in the Metroplex. Again, I'm trying to keep up with each storm and give each storm the time it deserves, but obviously we're in a little bit of a issue here keeping up, so be sure to keep an eye on the Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, in the free mobile app. We're going to do our best to keep up, and again, we appreciate everyone keeping an eye on things. Severe storm Mineral Wells had a wind gust of 71 miles per hour as the storm came through. We've got reports of wind damage in Medard. We've got telephone lines down. We've got roof damage. We've got a possible collapse of an old building. And that's for a storm down here in the Concho Valley. But again, this storm, Mineral Wells, we had a 71-mile-an-hour wind gust. So that means storm producing 60, 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds moving east at about 50 miles an hour. This storm is moving towards Fort Worth, Weatherford, Springtown, Azle, and eventually Tarrant County. Fort Worth by 5:45 to 5:50. Weatherford probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So yes, this is moving towards Tarrant County. Folks in the chat that are asking this, other folks in the chat, if you'd be kind enough to answer those questions if they ask them, yes, if you are east of this line of storms from near Gainesville, Decatur, Mineral Wells, Stephenville, all the way down to Brownwood, Brady, if you are east of this line of storms, there you go. Big old arrows. Happy birthday. Yes, this line of storms is going to be here by 12 a.m. So if you're east of this line to the state line, you're going to get a storm. Not necessarily going to be a severe storm, but you're going to have storms. Okay? Okie dokie. All right, let's get back to it again. We've got a possible spin-up tornado now east of the city of Brownwood, moving towards Blanket, eventually Highway 16 between Comanche and Goldwaith. That is one possible damaging straight-line wind scenario, possibility of a tornado. Let's get back over here. We've got a possible tornado now moving into the southwest sides of Marshall. So again, if you are in the city of Marshall in East Texas, you need to be in shelter now. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go look for this too late. If someone sees it, cool, but please take shelter. That would be what we need you to do. Those of you in Marshall, you need to be in a safe place immediately, as this dangerous thunderstorm has the potential to produce a tornado as it moves north-northeast into town over the next 5 to 10 minutes. This thunderstorm northwest of Jefferson had a tornado down about 5 minutes ago with a clear tornado debris signature. It is now north of Highway 49, but I would not be surprised if Highway 49 northwest of Jefferson is closed due to debris on the road. This storm is now near Berea, looking less organized, the latest scan. No clear tornado debris signature at this point. Nevertheless, a tornado warning continues, and this thunderstorm is generally moving towards areas south of Linden and Lodi, so be in a safe place. We're going to have to keep an eye on this storm that is northwest of Smithland, northwest of Highway 49 and 43. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've got something trying to spin up right here. This is just north of Smithland, moving towards McLeod and west of Odessa, Louisiana. So if you are north of Smithland, Texas, north of Highway 49, along Highway 43 to the state line, south of Highway 77, west of Odessa, Louisiana, you need to be in a safe place. There's no tornado warning, but I'm concerned that this thing is going to try and produce a tornado. So be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's get back down to it again. Possible tornado trying to move into the city of Marshall. It's not good. That couplet's intensifying. The couplet being the area of rotation in the thunderstorm. So again, the potential for a tornado definitely increasing for the city of Marshall. You need to be in a safe place now. We'll get back on over to the radar. And again, if you've got folks in these affected areas, give them a call, give them a text, let them know we're covering it. They can watch us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. If you really want, you can watch us on Facebook, but Facebook's been mean to us, so I'd recommend, just watching us on YouTube. So again, possibility of a tornado now coming up on the southwest sides of Marshall. We have no ground confirmation of a tornado, but this has a pretty good circulation with it and could put a tornado down at any time. Radar indicating the potential for maybe a spin-up tornado. There's no tornado warning. This would be just north of Smithland on Highway 49. Highway 43, north of Highway 49. And this would be in mainly rural areas up FM 125 towards McLeod and then Odessa, Louisiana, south of Highway 77. So be in a safe place there. There's no tornado warning, but that thing could put a tornado down at any time based on the radar signature. We've got a tornado warning for a storm approaching Bogota. Doesn't look as organized now, but apparently this thing has just been putting tornadoes down. So if you live in Bogota, Talco, up to Clarksville, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No travel on 82 between Detroit and Annona is recommended. No travel on Highway 37 between Clarksville and the Red River is recommended. The severe storm we were watching in northern Lamar County with baseball-sized hail maybe is now moving into Oklahoma. Nevertheless, Arthur City, you may be getting owned by said hail right now. Severe storm now in Parker County. Potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. Pretty good outflow wind signature with this. We're going to have to keep an eye on it just in case it tries to spin up a brief tornado, but definitely a lot of outflow wind. DFW scanner just reported wind damage in Millsap to a fire station. So that is coinciding with this strong storm. So we've got damage to a fire station in Millsap, according to DFW scanner. And we've got very strong winds moving to the city of Weatherford right now. So if you were in the city of Weatherford, the potential for 70-plus mile-an-hour winds and significant wind damage and hail. You need to be in a safe place immediately. Weatherford, we encourage you all to be in a safe place. That storm is moving east towards Azle, Lido, west sides of Tarrant County, including Fort Worth, southwest Denton County. So again, that's something we're going to have to deal with. Let's get back out here to Marshall. Let's make sure we have nothing too nasty going on, and that's not a good look. Marshall, again, be in the safe place, especially if you are on the west sides of Marshall. The potential continues there. Very strong rotation indicated on radar. And the potential for a tornado coming up on Highway 154, the Ernest Smith Parkway, now north of Highway 80. Safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, if you are in east sides of Marshall, you're okay from this. This is going to stay on the west side of Marshall. But if you're on the west sides of Marshall and the north sides of Marshall, you need to be in a safe place. Again, tornado warning continues with a strong area of rotation clearly evident on radar. I've broken the radar. Please stand by while I restart the radar program. And again, remember, we've got free interactive weather radar on our website and in our free mobile app, texasstormchasers.com/radar. If you're watching us on Facebook or anywhere, we'd really appreciate it if you would subscribe to us on YouTube. It's where we post a lot of our videos. And we really appreciate all those who have hit that subscribe button tonight. Okay, back to it. Now that the radar is mostly fixed, we've got a possible tornado again, the west sides of the city of Marshall. Coming up on, at this point, it's probably right on 154, north of 80, and then it's going to start moving away from Marshall. But those of you in northwest sides of Marshall, you need to be in a safe place immediately. We know there are about 70-plus mile-an-hour winds moving into the city of Weatherford right now. No tornado warnings, but again, that's a pretty nasty, severe storm moving into the city of Weatherford. Marshall, possible tornado, northwest sides of town. Be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, Marshall. You'll be done with that in about 10 minutes. Possibility for... you know what? Now, that thing... storm that dropped a tornado on 49 northwest of Jefferson's all but fallen apart in the last few minutes. Storm I was concerned about north of Smithland, looking much less organized now, so that is good. And again, here's the velocity couplet off the radar for the Marshall storm. It's actually up here north of 154 now, but still quite intense. Capable of putting a tornado down at any time. Storm near Bogota that has a history of producing tornadoes. Looks like it's evaporating, but still tornado warnings in effect. Clarksville be in shelter. We note a tornado warning's now been issued for the storm that just exited Texas for Hugo, Oklahoma. Back here into North Texas. Potential for winds over 70 miles per hour with this dangerous thunderstorm entering Parker County, Springtown down to Weatherford. We've got damage at a fire station in Millsap from wind. This storm's moving east at about 45 miles an hour, so let's just put a storm track on it real quick. Give me just a second. And actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. I'm going to put a storm track on this whole thing. And once this line of storms is east of you, you're done with the severe weather threat for the night. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to put it east at about 55. Now, this might mean the storm is actually going to arrive a couple minutes after, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. So again, this is the timeline for the next hour. If you're at the right side of this little box here, that's in an hour. So Fort Worth about 5:45, 5:50. Denton about 5:40. Sherman, you've already got some rain now, but you're going to have more rain about 5:55. McKinney about 6:11. Denton 5:40. DFW International Airport 6 o'clock. I'm sorry if you had a flight tonight. That's not going to be a particularly pleasant experience. Burleson about 5:55. Cleveland 6 o'clock. City of Granbury about 5:35. Azle about 5:35. Boyd about 5:28 to 5:30. And Decatur, you're getting it now. Again, not all of these storms are going to be severe, but the most intense portion around and just northwest of the city of Weatherford could have winds over 70 miles an hour. Okay, let's get back to Marshall. This thunderstorm is still being problematic. If you're in the city of Marshall, you're pretty much clear from this. It's going to be north of Marshall now. On my side it is. I don't know why the data is being a little laggy over here. Give me just a second and I'll see if I can't fix that. I don't know what's going on with this. About 5 minutes behind on this side, but I've got live radar on my other platform. Either way, let's just talk about the new tornado warning while I deal with that. This is going to be a new tornado warning until 6:15. This does include the city of Jefferson. Looks like it runs up Highway 59 to just southeast of Linden, Highway 43 up to Smithland, which we were just talking about, and it does not include Uncertain. Almost runs to Gray and McLeod. So again, this is a tornado warning for Jefferson, Smithland for a storm down by Marshall. I'm gonna fix some of this data real quick. All right. All right, there we go with the latest data. That's going to be your velocity couplet, your how hard it's raining mode. The possible tornado is now located north of 390. It is approaching Highway 59 north of Marshall. Let me try and get some roads on here. And then we need to get back to the other storms. I'm trying to give each storm its respect. Timings for the storm near Weatherford for DFW. Downtown Fort Worth, 5:50. Arlington, DFW Airport, 6:10. Downtown Dallas, 6:30. Downtown Fort Worth, 5:50. Arlington, DFW Airport, 6:10. Downtown Dallas, 6:30. And again, this is for the storm coming out of Weatherford into DFW, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Can we please not go back to the 70s? I don't feel very groovy right now. Okay, we'll fix that with that. Here we go. Possible tornado on Sioux Bell Lake Road. It's going to be near Hatley Road, probably coming up towards Highway 59 now, and the Henderson Schoolhouse Road. They'll be moving up again towards Jefferson, up towards Smithland, up towards Lodi, west of Gray, and up towards McLeod. And again, that's a tornado warning through 6:15 p.m. We note this that little scary-looking storm southeast of Atlanta. Storm coming near Bogota to Clarksville is evaporating. Tornado warning still technically there, but hopefully that'll be gone soon. Let's get back to the Concho Valley, Big Country, and to the far northern Edwards Plateau. Yes, I know that's Highway 87. Let me fix that. A line of severe storms extends from near Rock Springs to Mason, east of Junction, west of San Saba, to Comanche, to Stephenville, to the city of Weatherford, to Decatur, and Denton. These storms down here in the eastern Concho Valley, about to move into the hill country, are capable of producing hail up to the size of quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds. These storms, again, mostly moving east at about 50, 60, even 70 miles an hour here on the southern flank. Not all these storms are going to be severe. Not all of y'all in the path of this are going to get hail, wind, tornado, blah, blah, blah. But some of you are going to be dealing with wind-driven hail, wind, hail, rain, spinny, doom, stuff like that. Tornado warning around Brownwood, and done. Technically, pretty much, it's out of that polygon. So let's take a look at the storm coming on into Parker County. Again, this thing is being really nasty. Getting reports of power flashes in Weatherford. That's not a surprise with very strong winds. We're going to switch to a different radar here. This is the Terminal Doppler weather radar used for wind shear detection for DFW Airport, and I just want to see if we have any sort of indication of strong winds. Yeah, we're seeing winds of 50-plus miles an hour with this radar. Wouldn't be shocked if they're a bit higher than that, to be honest with you. It seems a little low. Let me look from this. We know the severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Decatur over to Denton County, winds of 60. So again, line of severe storms from Weatherford, Decatur, moving east at about 40 miles an hour, northern flank to 50 miles an hour. Wind 60 to 70 miles an hour possible. We'll put a quick storm track on this. And then I'll zoom out and do a larger storm track. And this is just going to be for this, about 50. Again, this is... Again, downtown Fort Worth, about 550. DFW Airport to Arlington, 610. Downtown Dallas, about 630. Denton, about 540. McKinney, about 610. Louisville, about 6. Texas Motor Speedway, about 540 to 6. And real quick, we'll do a track on this whole line. Keeping in mind, these storms down here are apparently moving a little quicker, so we'll go with 50 to 60, and then we'll get back to the tornado warnings. Okay, so again, I'm just going to put 55 miles an hour. That some are moving a little slower, some might be about that or a bit faster. Again, I'm just going to zoom in, and we're going to go from from south to north. This is going to be for the next hour, so the right side of this should be where the storms are in an hour. Fredericksburg, about 550. Round Mountain, 620. Marble Falls, 620 to 625. Burnett, 620. Lampasas, 615. Lametta, 555. Avant, 6 o'clock. Gatesville, probably right about 630. Meridian, about 620. Glenrose, 555. Granbury, about 545. Stephenville, pretty much now. Downtown Fort Worth, again, that's going to be about 550. DFW Airport to Arlington, about 610, and 630 for downtown Dallas. The potential for damaging winds, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. The potential for some quarter-size hail, generally pocket-size. And the potential, perhaps, for a spin-up tornado in spots, and we're going to be watching that. All right, let's get back to the radar for our tornado warnings. And again, this storm near Bogota, technically not much of a storm anymore, but there still might be a tornado there, just in case. Clarksville to Detroit to Bogota being a safe place. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. for western Red River County. Heading back down into the storm north of Marshall, and that has a much more well-defined, succinct couplet. That's an older scan, though. Hey, rude. Turn that off and back on. If it doesn't work, you just turn it off and turn it back on again. Regardless of what this shows, good enough. Circulation now north of Marshall. If you're in Marshall, you are clear. Those of you heading up towards Jefferson, that's going to be a tornado warning for the city of Jefferson, Smithland, up to McLeod, Lodi. So Smithland, Lodi, Jefferson, north of Marshall, northeast of Nesbitt. It's going to be Highway 49 from Jefferson to pretty much Louisiana border. Highway 59 from just south of Linden to north of Marshall. The potential for a tornado. This thunderstorm moving to the north-northeast at about 40 miles an hour, being a safe place. The potential for this to be near Woodlawn at 535. Jefferson and Berea about 545. Lodi and Smithland about 555. And Kildare about 605. So again, the potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm as this storm continues to move to the east-northeast. Just got a report off Twitter of quarter-size hail, winds of 60 in Poolville. Thank you for that report. Pronounced McLeod. Thank you. Yeah, Weatherford's getting owned by these strong winds for sure. And we're about to have a lot of noise here in Parker, Tarrant County. The Weather Service is going to be upgrading this warning to 80-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, which is going to set off the wireless emergency alerts, and probably the emergency management is going to set off the sirens. So again, a very dangerous thunderstorm now coming into Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Aledo. We could have winds over 80 miles an hour. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing tornado-like winds. Those of you in Eastern Parker County, those of you in White Settlement and Boundbrook, Aledo, go ahead and treat this like a tornado warning. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Again, a intense severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane force winds over 80 miles per hour. And again, if we're not talking about your storm, I'm sorry, but you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Obviously, I am one Baldy-in-Chief, and I can't handle it all sometimes, so I'm trying to focus on the highest impact storms. All right, going to have a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County. Winds over 80 miles an hour possible. That's going to set off your phones and make them go chirp, chirp, chirp. Outdoor warning sirens are probably going to go off as well. So again, potential for dangerous severe thunderstorm winds, hurricane force winds of 80 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm located near Aledo. This is going to be moving east at about 40 miles an hour. 550 for downtown Fort Worth, 610 for DFW Airport down to Arlington, 630 for downtown Dallas. This thunderstorm could produce major tornado-like wind damage. Widespread power outages, knock trees down, all that nonsense. So again, it's just not great for those folks there. We'll go back out to East Texas, and then we're going to take a look at the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau, and the possibility of a tornado on Highway 59. In fact, almost two circulations here. So possibility of two tornadoes now. South-southwest, the city of Jefferson. We'll put a line on it. About 5 miles south-southwest, the city of Jefferson, the possibility of a tornado. No tornado debris signature, that is good. But again, this could drop a tornado at any time as this storm continues to move northeast. And for what it's worth, behind this line of storms, we've got a wall of dust and a lot of wind that's causing damage, just like we saw on Sunday in West Texas in the Panhandle. Apparently, we've got winds over 60 that aren't associated with thunderstorms, causing all sorts of problems back in the Edwards Plateau, Permian Basin, West Texas, Fort Stockton, Del Rio. It's just not great. Let's take a look at the severe storms. We'll go south to north. Pretty good little hailer now west of Fredericksburg. That's going to be moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. All these orange boxes are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings, and for these severe thunderstorm warnings, the potential for quarter-size hail and winds of 60-plus miles per hour moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, list of cities here you may or may not be able to read. Essentially, it's moving into the hill country from near San Saba to Mason to west of Fredericksburg to Rock Springs. Moving east at 50 miles an hour to 55 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour winds, 70 mile an hour winds, potential for quarter-size hail. Severe storm near Comanche, capable of producing winds of 60 to 70, quarter-size hail from Comanche up to I'm not even going to say it, up to Dublin, up Highway 67. A little weaker stretch near Stephenville, and then we've got a more intense segment from near Aledo all the way up to the Denwise County line in North Texas. We'll turn the radar back on. There you go. These could have winds 60, 70, 80 plus miles an hour. We note a particularly nasty spot there. Radar detecting winds up to near 90 miles an hour. So again, this is a... Thank you for D. Leon. Aledo, you may have winds 80 to 90 miles an hour. The potential for tornado-like damage with these dangerous straight-line winds. Your cell phones went nuts. You probably also have outdoor warning sirens going off. Please take shelter immediately and treat this like a tornado warning. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible with a very dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour in Aledo right now, moving towards the city of Benbrook, Crowley, Forest Hill, Fort Worth. Very strong winds up to Azle. Seeing the same thing up into western Denton County. You can see the radar is having some issues keeping the wind data. We'll switch over to a different weather radar here. I want to see, these are the wind shear radars installed after Delta 191 crashed in 86. Sometimes they're better at seeing wind, and for Denton County, they are. Here you can see we've got winds showing up over 60 miles an hour in Ponder to Crum to west to Sanger. So again, TDWR is detecting winds of 50, 60, 70 plus miles an hour in western Denton County. Moving east towards Sanger, Denton, Justin. Same thing goes for Azle down to Aledo. Winds of 60, 70, maybe even 80. It's going to rip shingles off roofs. It's going to knock down trees and power lines. We're probably going to have a lot of folks without power. And some tornado-like damage. So go ahead and treat it like a tornado warning. Delta 191 was 85. Thank you. The 2nd of August, 85. All right. Looks like we're going to have a... All right. Let's get back out east. Okay. Oh. My apologies. Let me click some of these buttons correctly. Come on, radar. Be nice to me. Thank you. All right. Apparently this thing's trying to organize itself a little bit. It has a wall cloud north of DeKalb, but that's about to be in Oklahoma. The cell near Clarksville's evaporated. It's gone. We note a tornado warning east of Hugo, Oklahoma. That's going to be making its way towards Broken Bow and Lake Broken Bow in far southeastern Oklahoma. We still have the possibility of a circulation approaching Jefferson. I'm going to have to restart this program. You can tell when the colors start doing that. It's because the program I'm using for this is a 32-bit program. And with all of the county roads and all 254 counties of Texas loaded in this, it goes without saying that the memory limits of a 32-bit program, combined with all the visual elements, sometimes get a little stressed. So that's just when I have to go in and restart the program. But again, possibility of a tornado now approaching the city of Jefferson again in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It looks a little weaker than it did a bit earlier. But again, those of you in Jefferson need to be in a safe place. Same thing goes if you're up in Lodi over to Smithland. This will stay west of Uncern. This will probably stay west of Smithland too. And we'll see if this thunderstorm is able to maintain itself or if we can get rid of it soon. Now, that being said, this thing southeast of Atlanta has all sorts of problems written all over it. You can see that circulation showing up on radar there. If you're southeast of Atlanta, go ahead and be in a safe place just in case. And again, this is Atlanta, Texas, not Atlanta, Louisiana, which is east of I-49, and not Atlanta, Georgia, which is the epitome of hell in the traffic department, as I had to drive through there in September. Wasn't fun. One fun driving through Atlanta, Georgia in a 24-foot U-Haul. Nope, no sir, not fun. Anyway, if you're southeast of Atlanta, Texas, no tornado warning, but if you're on 77 from Atlanta southeast to near Rodessa, Louisiana, up to Bloomberg, Texas, that's going to be off. FM 3129, you might just want to be in a safe place just to respect the storms. Otherwise, that's going to be the only tornado warning we really have to deal with in terms of near Jefferson, Texas. And then we've got these dangerous storms from Denton County down to Tarrant County, capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 plus. And again, this is a pretty nasty line of storms coming into the DFW Metroplex. We'll go ahead and see how our chasers are doing. I haven't seen them in a little while. Got some stuff up here. No. So again, Tarrant County, even parts of Denton County, you're going to hear the outdoor warning sirens going off. That's due to straight line winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. With these thunderstorms moving east into the DFW Metroplex. Now, the de-aliasing failure here you're seeing is because the radar is essentially having a stroke, trying to figure out which way the wind's blowing and the speeds, and that's because the wind is so strong it is overwhelming the radar's software's ability to decode and de-alias and figure all that nonsense out. So, with this thunderstorm, again, winds widespread, 60, 70, 80 coming into Tarrant County. We've got 18-wheelers knocked over off Interstate 20. We've got power outages and damage in Weatherford, it sounds like. While I'm thinking about it, we're going to go ahead and pop some stuff up here. John, if you're watching, I'm going to go live. Just a second. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. I'm going to press a couple buttons here real quick. And again, this line of storms from Denton to Tarrant County is going to be moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So, well, let's just put a storm track on this real quick. And again, those of you in Denton down to Fort Worth, it's about to get really windy. We note this whole line of storms was technically severe now, but the most intense winds seem to be in Denton, Eastern Tarrant, and Parker counties. Those of you just joining us, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer, tracking severe thunderstorms moving east into the DFW Metroplex. These storms have a history of producing wind damage in Parker County, Weatherford, Millsap, the potential for hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour. We've got a live storm chasing video in the top right from meteorologist Jason Cooley, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone. Jason and Jenny are heading towards Arlington to document the storms coming in. And here's timelines, essentially. Denton, you're about to be hit. Fort Worth, probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. The potential for winds of 60, 70, 80. Down to Granbury, you're getting it now. DFW Airport, Arlington, about 6:10 to 6:15. McKinney, about 6:20. Little Elm, Frisco, about 6:10. Downtown Dallas, probably 6:25 to 6:30. This had a 68-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at I-30 on the Tarrant-Parker County line. And again, because the severe weather warning for Tarrant County is for winds over 80 miles an hour, your phones are going nuts, and the outdoor warning sirens are probably going off. So again, outdoor warning sirens are sounded for hurricane-force winds over 75 miles an hour, in addition to the threat for tornadoes. And we don't have a tornado warning, but we have dangerous thunderstorms producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour. Switching back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and again, the radar is having issues determining that because the winds are so strong. Radar is detecting wind gusts over 90 miles an hour in Aledo, moving into Lake Worth, River Oaks, the west sides of Fort Worth, Benbrook. This is a very dangerous situation with tornado-like winds moving into very highly populated sections of Tarrant County. You need to be in a safe place and treat this like a tornado warning. Again, just because it's straight-line winds versus tornadic does not mean... Stand by.
It's
Northbound 4105.
4105.
It's got a... Sorry. I'm just gonna play this. Okay, just got a report of a spin-up tornado in Hazlitt, and again, that's from our storm chasers Alex Bartholomew, Chelsea Burnett, Adam Lucio. These storms coming into the Metroplex could spin up quick tornadoes on the leading edge here, but again, the main issue is going to be damaging straight-line winds, and some of these winds are going to be over 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. Again, the highest winds here in West Fort Worth, Hazlitt, Benbrook are moving east right on I-20, I-30, 183 east towards Dallas. This has the potential to be a significant high wind event with winds over 90, 80, 90 miles an hour that could cause a lot of power outages, a lot of damage. So you need to be in a safe place immediately. And again, we'll switch to a different radar. Unfortunately, we're seeing a similar wind signature here in Denton County. TDWR terminal Doppler weather radar, we're seeing winds 60, 70, slightly higher in portions of western Denton County, just west of Sanger, to Crum, to Ponder, to North Lake, to Justin. So we could have winds 60, 70, 80 plus from Sanger, Denton, Argyle, Justin, I-35W down to downtown Fort Worth to Burleson. I just had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth. So again, these are dangerous thunderstorms that could produce tornado-like winds. They are moving east at about 50 miles an hour, meaning they're not going to last more than about 20 minutes at your location. But those of you in Fort Worth, up 35W to Denton, should treat this like a tornado warning. That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you trying to go outside and look for this. We don't want you being near west-facing windows. You need to be in a safe place. Again, these have west winds 70, 80 plus miles an hour, and fairly widespread winds at that could cause some tornado-like damage. And again, we're probably going to see a lot of power outages out of this. We're probably going to see tree damage. We're probably going to see shingles flying all over the place. Do not go outside and look for this. Don't go outside and try and play in it. We just had about a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in the city of Denton at the airport on the west side of town. So again, we've got winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour all the way from Sanger to Denton to west sides of Fort Worth all the way down to Burleson. And these storms are moving east quickly at about 50 miles an hour. Now, real quick, we need to take care of a tornado warning in East Texas. Good news is if you're north of Jefferson, that storm's evaporating. If you're north of Jefferson, that storm's evaporating. If you're east of Atlanta, Texas, there is a possible tornado near Bloomberg on the Texas-Arkansas state line. That's moving up towards Interstate 49 in southwest Arkansas. We just had a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust in South River Oaks. That's in Tarrant County. We note a tornado apparently in Shreveport, Louisiana. But okay, so we have no more tornado warnings in the state of Texas. We have a line of severe storms capable of producing tornado-like winds in the western part of the DFW Metroplex right now. So again, Denton down I-35W to Roanoke, Argyle, Justin, Keller, Saginaw, Fort Worth, Lake Worth, River Oaks, Benbrook. The potential for destructive hurricane-force winds. There's the latest radar data, folks. And again, I want to emphasize that this is a very dangerous situation. These are going to be very widespread winds over 70 miles an hour. There's a 95-mile-an-hour wind gust measured on radar. Let me make that clarification. Radar estimating winds 95 miles an hour there near Lake Worth, River Oaks. We've got widespread winds showing up on radar down into Benbrook. Winds 60, 70. There's 70. Again, 80 plus up in northwest Tarrant County. Very strong west winds coming all the way in. As we head up into Denton County, if I switch to a different radar, which I'm going to do real quick, we'll be able to see those strong winds in Denton County. And again, these are moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So here's the radar up in Denton County. Radar detecting winds of 70 plus miles an hour moving into the city of Denton. We had a wind gust of about 69 miles an hour at the Denton Airport just a couple minutes ago on the west side of town. Radar showing winds up to 80 near Sainer. So again, and even stronger winds up in southeastern Cook County. That may not actually be true, but so again, a line of intense, dangerous thunderstorms producing hurricane-force winds now from near Denton to Justin to Saginaw to Benbrook. And again, these are moving from west to east at about 55 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on it real quick. And I want to emphasize, these could also produce quick spin-up tornadoes. That's secondary to the damaging straight-line winds, which are far more widespread and concerning at this point. So regardless of weak spin-up tornadoes or damaging straight-line winds, some hurricane-force winds, this is going to be a problem. Denton County. We just had an 86-mile-an-hour wind gust in South River Oaks. So, folks, again, I want to emphasize this. This is a very dangerous situation with hurricane-force winds, tornado-like winds. If you are in Denton, Tarrant counties, I want you to treat this like this is a tornado. I want you to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm not kidding here. This is a nasty situation with widespread 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds that's capable of knocking stuff down and causing flying debris that can be very dangerous and injure people. So again, lowest floor, center. Yeah, let's try that. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I want you to treat this like a tornado. You're about to get, if you're in Denton County, you're about to get cell phone alerts. So while we don't have a tornado warning, this is producing tornado-like winds in the DFW Metroplex. Denton down to Fort Worth. You need to move to your safe place immediately. And again, we've got winds 70, 80, 90 miles an hour showing up here. In Denton County, all the way from near Sanger down to Crum to Ponder to Denton to Highland Village almost now to Flower Mound to Double Oak. If you are in Tarrant County, we've got radar showing winds over 70, 80 miles an hour from near Hazlitt, west side to Fort Worth near the Naval Air Station, all the way down to River Oaks and Benbrook. You need to be in an absolute safe place, which is lowest floor, center room away from windows. And again, it's just a situation where we want you to be safe. We note Weather Service just issued a special severe thunderstorm warning here, standby, for southeastern Denton County. Radar now showing winds over 90 to 100 mile per hour straight line winds coming into Double Oak, Argyle, Lake Dallas, Corinth, Highland Village. down to Louisville. So again, the potential for winds approaching 90 to 100 mile per hour now. Double Oak, Highland Village, Lake Dallas, Louisville. Take your tornado safety precautions now. It doesn't matter if it's straight line winds or a tornado. You need to be in a safe place immediately as this extremely dangerous line of storms moves from west to east. 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts just measured at Fort Worth Meacham, validating the fact we've got 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds in a fairly large area in Denton, Tarrant County. So again, these storms are moving from west to east at about 50 miles an hour. I'm going to put a time on these real quick and try and give you all some information. Short story, downtown Fort Worth about now. DFW Airport down to Arlington about 6:10 to 6:20. Dallas, 6:30 to 6:40. North Riverside and Tarrant Parkway, shingles flying all over the place, power flashes galore. And again, if this is actually producing widespread 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds, understand this is going to be a major, we're going to have major damage to the power infrastructure here. But we're going to deal with that afterwards. If you are in Ennis and asking about if you should be in a trailer when these storms hit, no. Go to a gas station or something. Somewhere safe. Let's pop up the live stream from Jason Cooley. And again, we're live on DFW Scanner as well as an exceptionally dangerous line of thunderstorms that's moving from west to east in the Metroplex. We're about to have a severe thunderstorm warning with hurricane force winds issued for Collin and Dallas County. That's going to set your phones off like a tornado warning would. Jason Cooley, Jenny Brown, I believe they're in Arlington. They're looking west as this line of storms approaches. And again, this is a dangerous situation. Real quick, let me make sure we're not missing anything. I realize we're concentrating on the Metroplex. I'm sorry, but this is a pretty bad situation. Line of severe storms from Granbury to Stephenville, east of Comanche, down to Goldwaith, San Saba, west of Llano, west of Fredericksburg. Pretty good hail core west of Fredericksburg. These storms down from I-10 in Kerrville to Fredericksburg all the way up to near Granbury could have winds of 60, 70 miles an hour. Storms from southwest Tarrant County up to Den could have winds of 80-plus miles an hour. And understand, we're probably going to have some pretty large-scale power disruptions because of this. These are the kind of winds that really can cause problems and damage. Jenny Brown, Jason Cooley, there with live camera out of Arlington, I assume looking west. And again, let's put a storm track on this. I just want to make sure we've got the right storm speed. Just a second, moving east at about 40, they think. 40 to 50, so we're going to do 50. And again, this is going to be just so we can keep folks informed. Again, these are hurricane force straight line winds of 70 to 80 plus miles an hour, capable of producing some tornado-like damage in spots, so please take it seriously and treat it like you would a tornado. McKinney, 620. Downtown Dallas, about 6:30 to 6:35. Downtown Fort Worth, pretty much now. Cleburne, 6:15 to 6:20. Arlington, about 6:20. DFW Airport, 6:15 to 6:20. DeSoto, about 6:35. Plano, about 6:25. And then Rockwall here about 6:45. And again, we're dealing with a line of intense thunderstorms that are capable and have a history of producing winds of 60, 70, 80 plus miles an hour. Switching back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, those blue colors you see are winds over 60, 70 miles an hour. The radar is actually having issues determining it because the wind's so intense. But again, these are what we are seeing. With then, I think it may have knocked out the radar. Stand by. I think I haven't gotten a radar scan there in a few minutes, so let me switch data sources real quick. Let's try a different radar. Again, this is a radar data scan from 6:01, so now, these are winds now showing up in southeastern Denton County. 80, 90 mile an hour winds, Lake Dallas, Corinth, moving into Highland Village. moving towards Louisville. So again, take shelter immediately, away from windows, and be in a safe place, as this very dangerous thunderstorm produces widespread 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. It's going to be moving east towards Collin County and Dallas County over the next 30 minutes. We're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning here soon, and I'm afraid, folks, based on the amount of wind we're seeing here and how widespread it is, we're going to see many, many, many power outages. And we're going to have to deal with it afterwards, but understand we're probably... If we have hundreds of thousands of customers without power in the metroplex from this, I would not be surprised once this is done. So, Richardson, about 30 minutes. Plano, probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
David, there is just pretty widespread sporadic wind. I know.
So again, this is enough wind that we could actually, this is enough wind. We're going to see some damage out of this, probably. So again, potential for 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds with this line of storms extending from near Aubrey to Corinth to downtown Fort Worth. And then Benbrook with winds probably 60 to 70 near Granbury. And again, we're seeing pockets of extremely intense winds. Here's another look. We've got winds showing up to 70 to 80 plus miles an hour right now in Oak Point, New Hope, moving into Aubrey, Krugerville. Just had a wind gust of 70 miles an hour off Interstate 820 at Beach Street at the Weather Service in North Fort Worth. So again, these are widespread hurricane force winds. And you need to be away from west-facing windows. We're going to have a lot of flying debris out of this. We're hearing reports all over the place of just power poles down, semi-trailers that have been knocked over. Understand, this is probably going to take a lot of shingles off roofs. This looks like the latest radar scan from 602. And again, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Seeing winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour across Tarrant County, Denton County, moving east, and what is going to be a high-impact, widespread wind event. Probably the most widespread wind event we've had in several years since we had a summer storm in June bringing a similar wind event all the way across the Metroplex. It's the one that knocked the cranes down into an apartment building in Dallas years ago. We're probably going to be dealing with a widespread nature of that again with this. So again, many towns in the Metroplex are going to blow their sirens for this. That's exactly what they're designed for, outdoor warning sirens. We've got wind 60, 70, 80. Your cell phones are probably going kabooyah at this point. So let me go ahead and try and get some updated times. And again, we're live on DFW Scanner as well. Given the dangerous nature of this, we thank DFW Scanner and John Bergdorf for allowing us to simulcast, for the lack of a more technologically advanced term, our coverage to their platform for this. McKinney about 6:20 to 6:30. Downtown Dallas about 6:30. DFW Airport probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Six Flags, Jerry World, etc. about 6:15 to 6:35. Arlington, the next 10 to 15 minutes. Cleburne, about 6:15. Just got a video of a trampoline flying onto a roof in Collinsville. That's unfortunate. 6:30 for Midlothian, about 6:40 for Waxahachie, about 6:50 for Seagoville, 6:20 for West Dallas, 6:35 to 6:40 for East Dallas, 6:35 for Garland, 6:30 for Plano, 6:20 for McKinney. And again, all your cell phones in the Dallas, Tarrant County are about to go off. Wireless emergency alerts. The thing you'd get if you got tornado warning, that's what they just issued, a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado-like winds. We're getting bad damage reports. Understand, this is going to be widespread wind damage. Weatherford, we got windows blown out of buildings. We've got trailers flipped on Interstate 20. We've got power outages just bad. we're going to have probably hundreds of thousands of people without power in the metroplex out of this. And understand, most roads are going to have some debris on them after this. Shingles, small trees, etc. And they're probably going to be a plethora of trailers knocked over from this. So again, most towns are going to sound their sirens for this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant, Dallas, Denton, Collin counties until 7:15. A line of severe storms with tornado-like wind speeds now moving from near Salina to Mansfield, moving east at 40 miles an hour. If you are in the following locations, you need to take your tornado safety precautions for this hurricane force wind event. Dallas, Plano, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, McKinney, Carrollton, Frisco, Richardson, Allen, Rowlett, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Wiley, Coppell, Duncanville, Lancaster, Farmers Branch, Balk Springs, and everyone else in between. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. This line of thunderstorms are producing widespread wind damage and hurricane force winds across Denton down to Tarrant, Tarrant counties. You can see Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. They are at Interstate 30 and 360 in Arlington, heading east to stay ahead of the line of severe storms. Again, this is going to be a line of severe storms producing widespread winds of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Some winds in southeast Denton County right now may be over 105 miles an hour. In fact, I'll show you what we've got. So again, I'm just going to put my big head right down here, get off the radar. Again, what we're dealing with right now is a line of extremely dangerous thunderstorms producing winds of 60, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour. All right, y'all said you need me to look at the hill country, Edwards Plateau. I'll do that. I'm sorry. Broken line of storms from near Kerrville, Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg, you got a hail core just to your north. Up to Llano, could be winds 60 to 70, quartered ping pong ball size hail. Same thing up to Lometa. These storms moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour down here into the hill country. These storms right now could have winds of 60, maybe 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail, moving east at 50. And again, that means they're probably going to be from near Meridian, Clifton, Gatesville, Fort Hood, Killeen, down to just west of Round Rock, down to Round Mountain, etc. over the next hour. And we'll deal with that here in the next little bit. But again, we need to get through this problematic situation. We'll switch back over to the how hard the wind's blowing mode. Those blues you see in Tarrant County, those are winds of 60, 70 plus miles an hour. We've had multiple weather stations measure 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And again, we're going to have sirens galore across the Metroplex because of these hurricane force winds with this line of severe storms. No tornado warnings, but we are getting tornado-like wind speeds capable of having damage produced of tornadoes. Yeah, I need more caffeine. Hold on. We have no storms in East Texas at this point. All those are in Louisiana now. Let me go ahead. We'll switch radar sources real quick. And again, leading edge, these very strong winds may be out ahead of the rain by 5 to 10 minutes. So Louisville, DFW Airport, Arlington, down to Mansfield, you're probably getting strong west winds now. Then you're going to have heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and then winds of 60, 70 plus 80. Again, Jenny Brown, meteorologist Jason Cooley heading east on Interstate 30. Keeping ahead of these storms, heading towards Dallas from Arlington. They documented power flashes or transformers exploding a wee bit ago. Okay. Fort Worth Alliance is still recording west winds over 60 miles an hour on the backside of these storms. All right. Let's take a look at the terminal Doppler weather radars. And again, we're showing winds. Let me tell you, when you have winds right next to the radar over 80, 90 miles an hour, folks, that's bad. So again, the Colony, that big giant trash mountain, northeast sides of Louisville off the Sam Rayburn Tollway, radar detecting winds near 95 miles an hour. And understand, we're looking the radar's right here. So we're looking like 100 feet above the ground. Winds up in Little Elm, the potential for winds of 80 plus miles an hour in Oak Point, Lakewood Village. Our crews aren't probably going to have power when they get home. Little Elm, that's going to be moving into Frisco, the Colony, Louisville, Flower Mound, Coppell, DFW International Airport, down to Euless, Grapevine, Arlington, Grand Prairie. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Understand, these are widespread hurricane force winds with a lot of damaging wind. If you do not travel right now, stay where you are in the Metroplex. We're going to probably have stuff flying all over the place on roads. Got winds near over 90 miles an hour in northern DFW. This is in Grapevine, just north of the airport, moving into Coppell. We've got power poles snapping in Haltom City. And again, winds 70, 80, 90 miles an hour right now. Aubrey, New Hope, Louisville, Little Elm, Oak Village, not Oak Village, Oak Point, all the way across Louisville Lake, down to Louisville, down the north side, DFW International Airport, Colleyville, Bedford, Arlington, Pantego. Winds 60, 70, 80, maybe even higher in spots. This is a pretty widespread wind event. And understand, we're probably going to have hundreds of thousands of people without power. Regardless, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Be away from west-facing and north-facing windows, just in case you have debris that hits them and breaks them. These storms are moving east at about 55 miles an hour. Real quick, let's take a look out East Texas. There is a tornado warning, but it looks like it's going to be southeast of Texarkana and on the Arkansas side of the state line. Possible tornado on Interstate 49, southeast of Texarkana. This should stay just east of the Texas state line, but those of you on the Arkansas side of Texarkana and the Arkansas side, you need to be in a safe place. That storm's moving away from Texas, but it's a dangerous storm. We also note a possible tornado well northwest of Idabel, Oklahoma, approaching the north sides of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Again, small hail is possible with these storms in the Metroplex. Do not park your vehicles near any trees. Understand, this is the kind of wind that's going to send trees flying. So again, we're live on multiple social media platforms. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube pages. We're live on DFW Scanner. We're live on Facebag, the Tweeter, all that stuff. We've got live storm chasing video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. So all those who have been heading over there and subscribing, we thank you. I'm curious as to why I just almost got struck by lightning. That wasn't an enjoyable experience. And that's why you maintain situational awareness. Great. Okay, so we've got winds 60, 70, 80. Now moving into Arlington, Colleyville, Bedford, Grapevine, west sides of DFW Airport, Flower Mound, Louisville, the Colony, Little Elm, Aubrey. We could have some quarter-size hail in Aubrey up to Pilot Point. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, radar showing winds over 60 miles an hour right now in Little Elm, Lakewood Village, Oak Point. All the way down to the north sides of DFW International Airport, Flower Mound, Grapevine. Again, all these blues you see, these are winds over 60 miles an hour. And then we'll switch back down to Tarrant County. You can see still seeing very strong winds in Tarrant County. So the good news is we're not going to have a lot of hail out of this. The bad news is the sirens are sounding because we have hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour causing all sorts of problems. So understand you need to treat this like a tornado warning. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. These storms are moving east at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. The strongest winds will last 10 to 20 minutes. We got transformers exploding near DFW International Airport on tower cams. And we're going to see what Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown get on their live video in just a moment. But again, if you're in Mansfield, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Euless, DFW Airport, Grapevine, Carrollton, Louisville, you're probably about to have very strong winds out of the west. 60, 70, pockets up to 80. And again, that's enough to cause widespread wind damage, knock out power, and cause issues. We have no tornado warnings, but we have very strong straight-line winds. Leading edge of those strong winds now down here in Johnson County from near Rio Vista to Cleburne to Keene up towards Mansfield. Now extending to near the President George Bush Turnpike on Interstate 20 in far southwest Dallas / South Grand Prairie. DFW Airport just measured a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust. We have probably hundreds of power poles down in Fort Worth. Do not... just had a 87-mile-an-hour wind gust in North Grand Prairie in North Grand Prairie from emergency management. So again, we have 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds just measured in North Grand Prairie, which continues to validate the fact we're going to have major problems with this. Understand, we're probably going to have many, many roads blocked across the whole metroplex from this because the winds are knocking trees and power lines and all that nonsense down and throwing debris on roads. We've got sirens going off pretty much everywhere in the metroplex. So again, 87-mile-an-hour wind gust in far north Grand Prairie. That's going to be up towards DFW Airport. And these are moving east at about 50 miles an hour. These are going to be moving east, again, at about 50 miles an hour. Grayson County, Sherman, you've got a storm capable of maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. You're fine. It's pouring, it's storming, you're not technically severe. Arlington, potential for 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds now, coming in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Johnson County, you could have winds of 50 to 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on these. And again, these are going to be moving from west to east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Get some times. And again, the heaviest storms roughly from 380 in Denton County down to about I-20. We're just going to say they're moving east at about 50. So downtown Dallas, about 6:30 to 6:35. And understand the winds may arrive before then. DeSoto, Lancaster, about 6:40. Arlington, Grand Prairie now. McKinney, about 6:30 to 6:35. Greenville, about 7:05 to 7:10. Terrell and Kaufman, about 7:05 to 7:10. Midlothian, about 6:35. Waxahachie, about 6:45 to 6:50. Hillsborough, about 6:55. Ennis, probably about 7:05. Mesquite, about 6:50. Rockwall, about 6:55. Greenville, again, about 7:05 to 7:10. Lavon, about 6:50. Plano, about 6:25 to 6:35. And again, the reason your phones may have chirped is this severe weather warning has winds over 80 miles an hour. We've had winds up to 90 measured. And most municipalities are going to be setting off their outdoor warning sirens. Understand, they're not tornado sirens, they're outdoor warning sirens. So they're sounded for winds over 70 to 80, generally baseball-sized hail or larger in tornadoes. So that's why everyone and their mother's setting off tornadoes, or the outdoor warning sirens. But again, we've had recent winds measured over 80 miles an hour in portions of North Grand Prairie and Fort Worth. There's probably hundreds of power poles down in Fort Worth alone, I'm guessing. Or power lines, it's going to be bad. Frankly, it's probably going to be a disaster type response for the power companies. And again, this is where we're expecting the line of storms to be in the next hour. The far east side of this polygon is where they're going to be in an hour, so about 6:10, 6:15. Those of you in the path of these storms, I'd go ahead and treat it like a tornado. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't be near any west or north-facing windows, and try not to go outside and look at it while it's blowing. We don't want you getting hurt by debris. Again, looks like Jason and Jenny are probably getting near downtown Dallas on Interstate 30. They're staying ahead of the storms. And understand, this is going to be a widespread wind damage event. The power damage alone is going to be comparable to that of an ice storm, probably. And then we're going to have all sorts of wind damage and damage to roofs and stuff like that. So understand, this is a nasty line of severe storms with a history of producing widespread 70, 80, even almost 90-mile-an-hour winds in spots. And now it is about to move into Dallas and Collin counties. Power lines down all over the place in Denton. Power lines down all over the place in Fort Worth. Power lines down all over the place in Weatherford. There's probably going to be many roads blocked just from down power lines. So again, here is the latest winds. We're seeing a pretty good surge of wind in North Grand Prairie and Irving. Winds up to 90 miles an hour being detected off the terminal Doppler weather radar. About to cross over Loop 12 between 183 and Interstate 30. We're seeing very strong winds at 635 and 35E, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. So again, these extremely strong hurricane force winds continue to move from west to east across Dallas County now into western Collin County. We're seeing winds still 70 plus miles an hour. Little Elm this will be crossing over the Dallas North Tollway in the next 10 minutes. So again, we'll switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. We note these strong winds may still be continuing in places like Denton. Once the winds start, they may be going for 20 to 30 minutes at times. It's going to be very windy. We're about to have those strong winds move into places like Prosper, Frisco, the Colony, Carrollton, all the way down to northwest Dallas, West Dallas, Dallas Love Field in the next 10 minutes. Irving, Grand Prairie, for example, here we're still seeing winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. In Irving proper, about to cross over Interstate 30 into West Dallas, Cockrell Hill, Loop 12. And understand, I don't even want to know how many people are already without power. I'm going to look real quick. But I have no doubt Encore is going to have to institute a disaster response. About 133,000 people already without power. And I assume a majority of those are in the DFW Metroplex. So that's honestly a bit lower than I thought it'd be. But understand, those are customers. So 68-mile-an-hour wind gust just recorded in Carrollton. Thank you to Weather Intercepts on Twitter for that report. Got people reporting winds. So again, strongest winds right now showing up in a pocket approaching Interstate 30 and Loop 12 in Irving. And apparently, we have winds still going to 60 miles an hour behind the storms in the stratiform rain. So again, these 60-plus mile-an-hour winds may be going for a while yet for some of y'all. We may have an extended duration, which is just going to cause additional damage. Apparently, we're still getting 60-mile-an-hour winds in Denton, even though the heaviest storms are now east of Denton. So these storms are still producing strong winds behind the main line. Just had a 62-mile-an-hour wind in Frisco. We just had a 70-mile-an-hour wind at DFW. $65-mile-an-hour wind measured in Denton. It looks like we might have a little spin up. And it looks like, I don't know where they're putting that warning, but looks like we might have, in addition to damaging straight line winds, we could have a spin up tornado. Again, regardless, to be honest here, spin up tornado, damaging straight line winds, both are going to produce damage in this case, all the way from near Duncanville all the way up to Farmers Branch, Carrollton, up into Collin County. These storms have 60, 70, 80, locally 90-mile-an-hour winds. Strongest winds right now definitely being observed in Irving, moving into West Dallas, up into Carrollton. All right, we've got a tornado warning now for Dallas County because we weren't dealing with enough nonsense. So we now have a tornado warning for Dallas County. This is going to be for downtown Dallas, Cockrell Hill, Duncanville, Lancaster, DeSoto, Wilmer, Hutchins. This is for the possibility of extensive straight-line winds and the possibility of a spin-up tornado. And here's something I'm not going to say very often. If you are in Salina, Prosper, Frisco, McKinney, Melissa, Anna, Allen, Plano, Wiley, Garland, Carrollton, Highland Park, I want you to do the exact same thing you would do if you were in this tornado warning near downtown Dallas. I want you to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a situation where I'm more concerned about damaging straight line winds in a widespread area than I am about a little short spin-up tornado. Both are producing similar damage. So, again, while we do have a tornado warning for Dallas County, Collin County down to Dallas County, I want you all to treat this like a tornado warning, and I want you to be in a safe place, which is lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Be away from west-facing rooms, windows, and north-facing windows. And again, here are your tornado safety tips. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And understand, these are widespread winds of 60, 70, 80, and some of these winds may go on for a while yet, even after the heaviest portions of these thunderstorms exit your neck of the woods. So, we're going to have a lot of power outages. Please do not approach down power lines. Again, assume all power lines are live if they're down, and be in a safe place. So please don't go touching power lines. Okay, so a line of severe storms capable of producing winds 60, 70, 80 mile an hour. From near Salina to Frisco to Carrollton to Irving to just west of Duncanville, down to Mansfield, down to Cleburne. And these storms are all capable of producing winds 60, 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. And can't rule out brief spin-up tornadoes, as evidenced by this little tornado warning here in southwest Dallas. So again, transformers are blowing up all over the place, and that's because the wind. So if you see bright green or blue flashes in the sky, those are transformers or power lines interacting and hitting stuff. Okay, a 62-knot wind gust at DFW, that's about 70 miles an hour. So again, let's go ahead and talk about where these storms are going to be moving over the next hour. And let's talk about the fact we've got a solid line of severe storms extending from near Sherman all the way down to just northwest of Bexar County in the San Antonio metro. Let's just talk about that real quick. Let me just put a loop. It'll be a 1-hour loop. Again, we have no more discrete storms in East Texas, Northeast Texas, though in Louisiana and Arkansas. Line of severe storms from Sherman to Fort Worth, Arlington, all the way down to near Cleburne now, west of Whitney, down to just west of Gatesville, down to 281 Burnett, down to Fredericksburg and Kerrville. Strongest storms in the damage and wind department right now are in Denton, Tarrant, Dallas, Collin counties, winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. The potential for spin-up tornadoes, widespread wind damage, maybe some small hail. Storms from Cleburne all the way down to Kerrville could have localized winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and the potential for maybe some quarter-size hail. So again, all this is moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And we have one tornado warning that includes essentially downtown Dallas, Duncanville, down to Seagoville, DeSoto, Wilmer, Hutchins. But to be honest, I'm more concerned about the widespread damage and straight line winds. This is a circumstance where it does not matter if we're dealing with a short-lived spin-up tornado or damage and straight line winds. These are all going to produce the similar amount of damage. So I want you to take the severe thunderstorm warning seriously. Whether you're in the severe thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning, you need to be in the lowest, you need to be in your safe place. Lowest floor, center room, there's power flashes. Center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And understand, those explosions you're seeing on the live stream, I'll just put it full screen. This is a live stream from Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. Understand, those illuminating power flashes you see that are lighting up the clouds at times, those are transformers blowing up.
We're good. We're in a good spot. Oh boy.
Another one, big one.
Yeah, that was a big one.
So again, it is entirely possible we're dealing with small spin-up tornadoes, in addition to the potential for widespread damaging winds with this whole line here. Leading edge of the heaviest rains extend from Sherman to Howe to Van Alstyne to McKinney down to Louisville, Euless, Mansfield, Cleburne, Meridian, and then it just goes south from there. And understand, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar. Whoa! On our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, you just saw the big transformer blow up.
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
On Jason's stream.
Here we go.
Again, we're watching live video from Jason Cooley and Jenny Brown. Their power going in and out. I believe they're in West Dallas. That was a transformer blowing up.
So what?
And understand, folks, we are going to have many people without power. Hundreds of thousands.
It is straight
So,
line, for sure.
there was one.
I'm
We'll
wondering
get
why
back.
it got...
We'll go back to the radar. And so again, technically, tornado warning downtown Dallas, down to Duncanville, Lancaster, Hutchins, Seagoville, Combine. But I want folks in this whole line to understand, from McKinney to Dallas to Cleburne, I want you to treat this like a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Understand, we've got buildings damaged from this. This whole line has damaged buildings. We've got trailers, semis, knocked over all over the place. We got hundreds of power poles snapped. So, and understand, we're probably going to have a lot of people without power. So, with this line of storms moving east at about 50 miles an hour, once the heaviest precipitation moves through, we're going to probably still see winds 50, 60, 70, maybe even higher in spots. We may see gusty winds continue for a while behind the line of storms. And then rain will continue for a while yet. We're not dealing with too much hail with the storms in the metroplex right now. Just a lot of widespread wind. We'll go back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar, and here's a look at the winds in Dallas County. Again, the pinks you're seeing, likely 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds. Widespread 60 to 70, maybe higher in spots. There's 80. West Dallas up to University Park, Love Field. Understand, 60, 70, 80, enough to knock out the power. Seeing pockets of those winds up in Garland right now. So, again, it's windy. Those of you asking, hi, I'm David, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You can subscribe to us if you want notifications about videos, etc. Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're live on multiple platforms right now for the dangerous weather. Let's take a look at the winds in Collin County off this radar. And the winds may be coming down a bit now in Collin County. We're not seeing as strong of a straight line wind signature. The highest winds seem to be concentrated in portions of Dallas County, southern Collin County, down to Johnson County. You can see we're starting to see a bit of a pretty good straight line wind signature here in Johnson County. Wind 60, 70 from near Venus Southwest to Grandview, Rio Vista. That's going to be moving towards Covington, Blum, Hillsborough, Milford, Ennis, Waxahachie, Palmer. And again, brief spin-up tornadoes are entirely possible, if not probable, with all this. Oh, I have upset that. Ooh, that was impressively disturbing. And then, so again, strong straight-line winds out of the west and north. We don't want you near windows. All right, looks like we have the potential for a spin-up tornado, maybe further south. Let me switch radar sources. And again, I know we have storms further south. We're going to look at them now. I apologize, but you don't usually have a hurricane going through the DFW Metroplex every day. That's a bit of a concern right there. Might have a spin-up tornado northeast of Lampasas, northwest of Copperas Cove. Looks like we have a small tornado warning they just issued for that. So once that hits the magical radio waves here, we'll look at it. Again, Jason Cooley, Jenny Brown, they're in West Dallas there. There's that tornado warning. Does not include Lampasas. It does include Fort Hood. It does include Copperas Cove. Little bit of a spin up northeast Lampasas. So a tornado warning until 7:15 for southwestern Coryell County and southeastern Lampasas County. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Kepner, 9 miles west of Copperas Cove, moving east at 45. This tornado warning includes Fort Hood and Copperas Cove. It'll be in Copperas Cove about 650, Fort Hood about 655. And again, damaging straight line winds, the potential for a spin-up tornado there. Moving east, again, about 45 miles an hour. Eventually, this is going to bring heavy rain, wind to Temple and Belton, Waco, etc. This whole line of severe storms goes all the way from Interstate 10 near Bandera to the Red River near Sherman, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Southern sections of this line are going to weaken here in a few hours, but again, we're not going to be done this until it's in Louisiana and Arkansas around midnight. So keep that in mind. We're going to get back to the radar now. Line of severe storms from near Sherman, Howell, Melissa, McKinney, Plano, Dallas, Duncanville, Midlothian, Venus, Grandview, all the way southwest of Meridian. Dallas Love Field just had a 70. Oh, what is that? 75 mile an hour wind gust at Dallas Love Field. So Dallas Love Field just hit 75 mile an hour winds. And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to turn the... I think I'm able to display wind gusts on here. Understand, I'm just going to display wind gusts. These are the latest wind gusts. So we had 71 at Dallas or DFW. Love Field just hit 75. So we'll have that show up eventually. But so again, I'm sorry, 76 at Love Field now. So a 76 mile an hour wind gust at Love Field. I need to restart the radar. I've obviously broken the 32-bit program again. Drink some water real quick. Okay, so 71 mile an hour wind gust at DFW, 76 mile an hour wind gust at Love Field. We're probably going to get a 70 to 80 at Dallas Executive. So, spin up, tornado, damaging straight line winds, take your pick. Both are going to have the same impact. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hill, Ellis County. So until 7:30 for straight line winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, maybe. But the wind's the main issue here for sure. Definitely seeing a good surge of wind coming into Grandview, Maypearl. Radar detecting winds coming into Maypearl, maybe up to here it says 100 miles an hour, but we're about 2,000 feet above the surface, but still Probably hurricane force winds there. And again, we've got in Plano, we've got, let me tell you, folks, there are so many pictures coming in right now of just, these gyms, etc., businesses that have glass walls. So many pictures coming in right now. It's bad. I mean, understand, this is going to be... it's a hurricane. Just pretend it's a hurricane, and that's the expectation you should have with this line of storms. It's a little hurricane. We're getting winds 60, 70, 80. We're still getting winds back in Tarrant County and southwestern Denton County, wake low winds of probably 60-plus miles an hour. Understand, be away from glass windows. Bay windows are getting smashed left and right. I'm looking at a picture. Apparently, fitness equipment store and a hot tub store at Park and Preston in Plano. The glass walls were knocked in. So again, leading edge of this line of storms now from near Bells to Anna to McKinney to Allen to Plano to downtown Dallas to Duncanville, down towards Glen Heights, Midlothian, Rio Vista, Blum, Clifton, Gatesville. We have a tornado warning for a spin-up tornado northeast of Lampasas, just west of Copperas Cove. That's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. We'll take a quick look at that. And again, it's all sorts of headaches. Come on, radar, please be nice. Oh, radar. It's interesting. I don't know why that's not loading. But again, tornado warning until 7:15. Fort Hood, Copperas Cove, just northwest of Killeen. Possibility of a spin-up tornado. And apparently the Dallas County storm is starting to get itself together again in the spinny department. Okay, so back to the terminal Doppler. Yeah, we're starting to see some very strong winds again. This is the terminal Doppler weather radar installed after the Delta 191 crash. We're seeing winds over 100 miles an hour, about 1,500 feet above the surface. So this could be winds probably 70, 80, 90 down at the surface right now in southeast Dallas. Off Great Trinity Forest Way between 175 and Interstate 45 heading towards the prison in Hutchins. Down 175 towards Seagoville. I feel like we just did this. Didn't we just do this morning with hail? Was that this morning? Understand, folks, tornado or straight line winds, this is going to be one for the history books in terms of wind damage across the Metroplex. So again, those of you in southeast Denton County, Hutchins, Seagoville, Wilmer, Lancaster, Bulk Springs, southeast Dallas could still have 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds in straight line wind or tornado form. Be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And understand, this is just a headache. That's the best way I can describe it. This is just a headache. So, those of you in Bulk Springs, be in shelter. Lawson, Seagoville, Wilmer, Hutchins, be in shelter. Straight line winds or a tornado, the potential of winds near 90 to 100 miles an hour. This thunderstorm moving southeast, riding down 175. It's had a 71 mile an hour wind gust in Van Alstyne via amateur radio. So again, we're still getting winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. Transformers blowing. More than the old man snoring. But let's do another timeline. I'm going to turn everything off here real quick. Put on the wind gusts. Understand, these are current wind gusts. These are now. We've got a 66 mile an hour wind gust at DFW. We've got a 76 at Love Field, 63 Dallas Executive, 58 at Arlington Municipal, still gusting well into the 50s at the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth. Still windy in Denton. So again, pretty much a little hurricane for the Metroplex. That's the best way I can describe it. We've got a 62 mile an hour wind gust down in Burnett. So again, the line even further south is producing damaging winds. Well, let's just go back to the radar. Let's talk about the tornado warnings. So again, Copperas Cove, the potential for a spin-up tornado now in Copperas Cove, moving towards Fort Hood. Damaging straight-line winds also quite likely. We're seeing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour possible from Burnett down to Marble Falls with this line of storms. It's going to be making its way to Interstate 35 from near Belton Temple to Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Austin within the next 40 to 50 minutes. The potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe quarter-size hail in the city of Austin. This had a wind gust of about 65 to 67 miles an hour at McKinney Airport. So again, all these weather stations, it is a rare day when we're measuring winds constantly 60, 70, 80 miles an hour at like every weather station in the Metroplex. So understand, this one's going down in the history books in terms of one of the nastiest wind events we've seen here in the Metroplex in a long time. But again, line of severe storms now from near Bells, McKinney. McKinney just had a 65, 67 mile an hour wind gust. Downtown Dallas, 76 mile an hour wind gust at Love Field. 63 down Dallas Executive, potential tornado now near I-20 and I-45 to 175, just west of Balk Springs. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kaufman County for winds up to 80 miles an hour. Your cell phones and sirens are about to go hello. We've got 18-wheelers getting knocked over by the wind on highways all over the place. Line of severe storms, Midlothian down to Blum. And again, this is going to be moving east-south or east at about 50 miles an hour. The threat for additional severe storms ends behind this line, but the winds may stay gusty for a while yet. 72 mile an hour wind gusts just measured at McKinney. And a Facebook report, thank you, Sean, quote, downtown Dallas, power out, the city is dark. So again, if you're in the Metroplex, pretty much Collin County, Hunt County, Rockwall County, Kaufman County, ahead of this line, 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds widespread. It is going to knock power out probably and cause a lot of wind damage. I'm going to go look at the Encore outages, and this is not going to be pretty. 200,000 customers now without power in the DFW Metroplex, nearly 2,000 separate outages. So again, Copperas Cove, the potential for a tornado near y'all. That's about to move on to Fort Hood. Here's the latest radar. Copperas Cove, the potential for a spin-up tornado near Copperas Cove, along with damaging straight-line winds, and the potential for a spin-up tornado. And again, straight-line winds, and then we're going to have issues all the way down I-35, probably from, well, Hillsborough all the way down to Austin the next hour. Okay. All right, real quick. So for those of you watching us on DFW Scanner, we're going to go ahead and let the live stream for DFW Scanner go. We're going to continue our live severe weather coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. If you're watching us on Facebook, we really encourage you to watch us over on the YouTubes on Texas Storm Chasers, and we're going to be there. So thanks for watching us on DFW Scanner. If you want to keep watching, tune in to Texas Storm Chasers. DFW Scanner is probably going to be very busy with damage reports, so we'll be watching for them. All right, and we continue now with the Texas Storm Chasers severe weather coverage. Again, if you're watching us on Texas Storm Chasers Facebook, Facebook has been severely throttling our reach, hiding our video from people. Really encourage you to hit us up on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube and subscribe to us there. We've got storm chasing video. Dallas, Jenny and Jason in Dallas. You can see they're driving in heavy rain, heavy wind, etc. So understand, this line of storms is mean. We've got wind damage out the wazoo. Bells down to Leonard. Well, the leading edge of this is from, let's just say, Bonham, Leonard, Josephine, Mesquite, Segoville, Ferris, Waxahachie, Itasca, down to just east of Clifton. Switch south on the radars. Gatesville, Fort Hood, Killeen, just east of Burnett, coming up towards Florence, coming up towards Lago Vista, Lakeway. Dripping Springs, all the way down to Bernie. And understand, these storms down here south of the Metroplex are looking more robust in the hail department. Severe thunderstorm warning now goes for I-35 from Kyle all the way up through Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Temple, Troy, soon to be Waco, all the way up to Hillsborough to Waxahachie, winds of 60, 70 miles an hour. Winds potentially in Kaufman up to Greenville, soon to 80. And understand, spin-up tornadoes are possible with any of this along the line, but damaging widespread straight-line winds certainly seem to be the big problem we're dealing with right now. The question's been asked, is this a derecho? A derecho needs to be going for several hundred miles with significant winds. In terms of what a derecho would do, it's acting like one right now, so if this keeps producing wind damage until it hits Louisiana, yes, it'll be a derecho, but regardless, this is going to be one of the highest impact wind events we've seen in several years across Texas from a squall line. Okay, we've just got, and I mean, transformers everywhere, power lines down everywhere, don't touch them. And understand, some folks are going to be without power for days. I can already say that with certainty based on the amount of damage we're having here. So again, let's talk about what's going on here. We're going to go from north to south. I'm just going to read the latest warnings, since we're kind of situationally saturated. Severe thunderstorm warning, Fannin County till 7:45. Severe storm located over Whitewright, 10 miles southwest of Bonham. Jason and Jenny are in Dallas. You can see they've got power flashes. That's what all that is. Severe storms moving towards Bonham and Fannin County, winds up to 65 miles an hour. Down in Hunt County, severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock, 70-mile-an-hour winds, storms from near Trenton to Sunnyvale, moving east at 45. Potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds here in Greenville soon. Rowlett, Rockrall, Greenville, Commerce, Roy City, Heath, Fate. West Tawakoni, Wolf City, Quinlan, Cattle Mills, East Tawakoni, Greenville. Down in Kaufman County, severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. Potential for destructive straight-line winds with hurricane-force winds and tornado-like wind speeds. Potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Terrell to Kemp. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hill and Ellis counties until 7:30. Line of severe storms moving from near Midlothian down to Itasca. Potential for 60 to 65-mile-an-hour winds. In Waxahachie, Ennis, Italy, Hillsborough soon. Line of severe storms over Clifton down to Gatesville. Those are going to be impacting west to Waco, down to Troy soon in the next hour. As we continue to deal with storms from Gatesville to Fort Hood, a potential circulation near Fort Hood. We'll check on that real quick. If there's a circulation embedded in straight-line winds, it's on Fort Hood now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Bell County until 8 o'clock at 6:49. A line of severe storms from 9 miles north of Fort Hood to Bertram, moving east at 45. Winds of 70 miles an hour. As storms moving east at 45 penny-sized hail. This includes Killeen, Temple, Coppers Cove, Harker Heights, Belton, Fort Hood, Nolanville, Morgan's Point Resort, Bartlett, Salado, Little River Academy, Troy Rogers, Holland, Belton Lakes, Stillhouse, Hollow Lake, Sparks, Union Grove, Ding Dong, yeah, and Whitehall. That's my favorite town now. By the way, we have interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and our free mobile app. If you want to check on these storms in your neck of the woods, we're obviously about as saturated as could be right now, so we're just trying to keep up. Okay, we've got a large severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Williamson, Hayes, Travis, Blanco, Burnett counties in south central and central Texas at 6:50 p.m. Severe storms located along the line extending from near Kempner to Bertram to near Pflugerville, moving east at 55. Winds of 70, penny-sized hail, can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Bertram, Oatmeal, Joppa, Shady Grove around 6:55. Lender, Liberty Hill, and Mahomet around 7. Payton and Andis around 7:05. Florence, Sun City, Henley, and Georgetown Dam 7:10. Serendina about 7:15. Dripping Springs, Gerald, Weir, and Driftwood about 7:20. Bear Creek about 7:25. Granger, Bartlett, and Shady Hollow around 7:30. Okay, let's keep on going. Severe thunderstorm warning through about 7:15 for Bandera, Kerr, Blanco, Gillespie, and Kendall counties. At 6:46, a line of severe storms located along the line from near Stonewall to Pflugerville to near Medina, moving east at 70. I doubt that, but we'll see. Hazard, 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail. Going to be near Payne at 7. Nelson City, 7:10. Bernie, Walnut Grove, 7:15. Fair Oaks Ranch and Bergam at 7:20. And Guadalupe River State Park, 7:25. 68-mile-an-hour wind gust in Garland. McKinney, McKinney, it's going to be windy for a while, but the leading edge of the storms is behind you. It's going to be windy for a little bit. Okay, let's get back up to the Metroplex. So again, if you were behind this line of storms, you're done with the severe weather, but it could be windy. It's coming up toward Bonham, Farmersville, Heath, Seagoville, Waxahachie. That's the leading edge. If you're behind this line, it's going to be windy, but again, rain will continue for a few hours yet. And understand, these are strong straight-line winds. And yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear off all the radar data real quick, and I want to take a look at the upcoming couple hours, just to give a timeline on this. And understand, we need to see, it's actually 7 o'clock now, so that makes life simple. We can see how the model is doing. All right, so this is 7 o'clock. I just want to see how this model is doing. Now, you can see this model is not handling North Texas well. It's too slow with that line. It's doing okay further south, but at least it can give an idea on the timing aspects. Here is 9 o'clock. Assume the line's going to be a county or two east, so let's just say Clarksville down to Canton, down to Buffalo, down to Bryan College Station, down to Columbus, down to near Victoria to Beeville. Here's 11 o'clock. Hold on. Sorry. There's 11 o'clock. Texarkana to Longview, maybe Carthage to Dibble, Livingston, Houston Metro. And at this point, some of the storms may still be severe. And we may still have to be dealing with some damaging winds. All right. I have to go visit the little boy's room real quick. So we're going to be right back. Stream's not going anywhere. We're just going to be... Well, here, let me loop this real quick, and then I'll do that. All right, so I will be right back in less than 2 minutes. Stream's not going anywhere. I just need to go visit the little boy's room real quick. So we will be right back. All right, my apologies. I'm back. That took longer than I thought. It was unfortunate. I apologize. I've returned. I have a snack. It's a glorious day when I can snack. All right, looks like we... All right. Line of severe storms continues to move from west to east across portions of North Texas, Central Texas, down into South Central Texas. We now have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Bell and Corral counties. This is going to be for the storm coming up towards Moody, north of Temple, near Troy, southwest of Waco. This is the one that tried to spin up over the Fort Hood area. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch to our high-res radar. We're going to... I'm sorry, it's just been a day. At some point, you just have to laugh. Looks like we might have a spin-up just southeast of Bonham, southwest of Dodge City. Those of you in Dodge City, Honey Grove, you're probably about to be under a tornado warning, FYI, so please be in shelter. If you're in Bonham, Dodge City, Honey Grove, be ready. You may be in a tornado warning in just a moment. Back into Central Texas, possibility of a spin-up now, northeast of Killeen, north of Harker Heights. This is going to be moving towards Moody and Troy. Eventually, if this warning's extended, they're going to have to put it into southern McLennan County, but at this point, they have not. But again, that's one area we're going to have to watch for a spin-up. Okay, let's turn off the tracks. Thank you. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, anything in blue, Florence down to Lender, Lago Vista, Lakeway, potential for 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Those are going to be moving on to I-35 from near Temple, Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Storm near Johnson City, northwest of Dripping Springs. Now, that's a little bit of a concern to me because this almost looks like a supercell. And that does seem to have a bit more of a hail core to it and the possibility of... some wind-driven hail at that. So again, southeast of Johnson City, north of Dripping Springs, moving towards Bee Cave, Lakeway, Austin proper, Pflugerville Manor, Elgin, the potential for quarter-size hail, and winds up to 70 miles an hour. So there's that. Farther south, let's just keep on going down into areas just northwest of San Antonio. Comfort down to Bandera, tail end of our severe storms. These storms capable of producing, it looks like quarter-size hail, maybe. Winds to 60. They're moving east at 40. Storms moving towards Austin, moving east at 50 to 60. We've got the tornado warning northeast of Killeen. And again, nothing that screams tornado down this second, but I can see what they're worried about. Notice how the radar goes from almost a north-south to a northwest-southeast orientation with that color line change. That's where we could see some spin-ups occur, so that's why they've got that tornado warning there. Otherwise, widespread winds 60, 70 miles an hour perhaps. Waco, the potential for winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour, penny-sized hail near Valley Mills, Crawford, McGregor, moving east. Across Highway 317 onto I-35 from Abbott all the way down to Waco and Lorena here in the coming few minutes. We have a tornado warning now for Fannin and Lamar counties. Oh, goody. This is going to be a tornado warning. Includes the city of Bonham up to Dodge City, Honey Grove to just west of Toco. This includes Roxton, but this does not include the city of Paris at this point. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Fannin and Lamar County until 8 o'clock. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Bonham State Park or near Bonham, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Hi, camera. We're going to do this. You're going to turn on, and then you're going to turn a little this way. Thank you, Magic. So again, this is going to be near Honey Grove, about 7:25, Crockett Lake, 7:30, Roxton, about 7:35, and Sumner, about 7:45. And again, all these storms are moving east at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. And that's what they're going to keep doing until they're out of the state. Let's just say this. Severe weather threats over if you're west of a line from Sherman, McKinney, Dallas to Cleburne. It's raining, the winds may still be gusty, but the severe storms are going away to your east. Severe weather, some strong winds now, probably Waxahachie, Italy, or Italia, depending on how you want to pronounce it, down to Hillsborough, to just west of Waco now, up Highway 6 to Valley Mills, moving to the east. Again, these are moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. They keep fluctuating to make life difficult. Mother Nature's being a real troll today. And then we've got this little comma head feature north of Harker Heights, the potential for a quick small spin-up tornado. Farther south, the potential showing up for 60, 70 mile an hour winds on 195 around Florence. Again, moving east at about 50. The potential for those same winds moving into Georgetown. Pretty good little surge of wind coming in there. So Georgetown, you might have some nasty little winds coming in. Lender, Cedar Park, the potential 50, 60 mile an hour winds coming on in from the west, moving east at about 40, 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's pretty much what I'm just going to resort to now in terms of the wind speed, since apparently that is what that's going to end up being. And then farther south, a storm capable of producing some hail, quarter-size hail from near Dripping Springs up to Lakeway, moving east at about 50 miles an hour or so towards downtown Austin. All right, a report of a 66 mile an hour wind gust at Mesquite. Let's get our radar set up here. So those of you in Buda, Austin, Pflugerville, Round Rock, Georgetown, we're just going to keep going up the pike here. To Temple, Belton, Troy, Hewitt, Waco, West, Hillsborough, you're going to get severe storms in the next 30 minutes. The potential for winds of 60, 65 miles an hour in spots, maybe some quarter-size hail. DFW, specifically Dallas-Fort Worth, Denton County, it's over. Fort Worth, Tarrant County, it's over. Dallas County, pretty much over. Collin County, pretty much over. And it will definitely be over here in about 20 minutes for Dallas and Collin counties. Moving east of the Metroplex now. Please don't think rudely of me, but it's been a day. We have a tornado warning for eastern Fannin and western Lamar counties until 8 o'clock. Possible tornado is going to be approaching Honey Grove within 5 minutes. Then moving east, northeast towards Toco. And then if it were to continue, it'd be a threat to Paris. But at this moment, Paris is not in a tornado warning. Those of you wondering, I'm moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So let's just do this. Let's just draw where it's going to be in an hour. Nope. Actually, it looks like they've done a pretty good job down here. Nope. All right, we're just going to do this in multiple line segments. So this is moving east at probably about, we're going to do 55 miles an hour. So this is where it's going to be in an hour, right side of this box. So Clarksville, Winnsboro, Mineola, Canton, just west of Athens. Heading south. Oh, that's okay. We'll switch down this radar now. Nope. All right, we've got a tornado warning for Williamson County. I assume for that. Come on, warning, pop up. Yeah, we got a tornado warning. This is going to be for a possible tornado crossing Interstate 35 on the north side of Georgetown right now at 195. This tornado warning includes Weir, includes Granger, includes Bartlett, and includes areas just west of Thorndale. So this will be a possible tornado on Interstate 35 at Highway 195 in Georgetown, in addition to damaging straight-line winds. If it's not a tornado, could have winds up to 100 miles an hour and a rear flank downdraft regardless. Weir, you need to be in shelter. North and northeast sides of Georgetown, you need to move to shelter. Jonah, you need to move to shelter. Circleville and Granger and Bartlett, you need to move to shelter. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And maybe the Granger radar will actually keep working. Or get hit by a tree and taken out so we can get a nice new radar that doesn't go down with thunderstorms within 100 miles of it. Farther south, pretty nasty, mean-looking storm moving towards the city of Austin. Some mid-level rotation detected with this. The possibility is some penny to quarter-size hail. Winds of 60 miles per hour. Must we go back to the 70s? So again, tornado warning until 8 o'clock for central Williamson County. A possible tornado on Interstate 35 near 195, and then where 130 splits off and head southeast. This tornado warning includes Weir, Granger, Jonah, Circleville, and Granger. I said that. Which is funny because since tornadoes rotate in a circle, does that mean Circleville likes... No, I'm not going down that road. Sorry, it's a Monday. It's not a Monday, but it feels like a Monday. Okay, so there's that tornado warning. Severe storm that'll be approaching the city of Austin here in the next several minutes. Let's just press some buttons here. That'll be moving over Austin Interstate 35 around 7:40 p.m. Elgin about 7:58, Manor about 7:47. All right, let's get back up north. Lightest storms capable of producing 50, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe some small hail. That'll be moving into Holland, Little River Academy, Temple, and Troy in the next several minutes. This thing west of Troy doesn't look like it's producing a tornado right now. We're going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to keep an eye on this near McGregor. A little spin detected in southwestern McLennan County. Otherwise, we're going to have a line of storms there producing winds of 60 miles an hour or so from near McGregor up to Golson to Abbott, moving east at a brisk 60 miles an hour. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much Freestone, Henderson, Limestone, Navarro counties, Corsicana, Angus, Streetman, Wortham, Mahia, Tige, and Fairfield, Trinidad, Gun Barrel City. Severe storm warning, 8 o'clock for Campo Grove, Terroroy City. This whole thing could have winds 60, 70 miles an hour in spots. Potential for a spin-up tornado near Honey Grove. That's moving into western Lamar County. Near Petty. Up 82, Brookston, and then maybe towards Sumner and West Toco. And again, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And for what it's worth, I don't like the fact there's little discrete storms trying to fire out by themselves again. We don't need that. We're going to have to keep an eye out here east of this squall line for any of this isolated garbagey mischief. If that manages to intensify into a supercell, it could be a problem. So again, a couple notes here. We're going to try to focus on the most intense storms. Free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and more importantly, in our free mobile app. We're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Twitch. If you're watching us on Facebook, congrats, you're about 0.1% of our actual followers who get to see our posts. Facebook's behind our videos, so we really encourage those of you who watch us on Facebook to subscribe to us on YouTube. So you actually get notified when we're live with coverage versus, finding out a day later. 66-mile-an-hour wind gust in Terrell. So again, these storms up here producing winds still 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in spots. Leading edge from near Honey Grove to Wolf City to Greenville to Quinlan to Terrell. Down Highway 34 to Annis, down to near Blooming Grove, Malone, Waco, west sides of Waco, truthfully, Temple, rolling into Belton, Temple, Troy, Salado, Georgetown. And again, not all the storms in this line are going to be severe. Not all the storms are going to be capable of producing damaging winds or tornadoes or all that hoopla. But some of these storms are rowdy. And they're moving east, generally speaking, at about, 45 to 55 to 60. So Kemp, about 738. Gun Barrel City, 750. Rice, 728. Corsicana, about 740. Angus, 742. Streetman, about 755. Wortham, about 750. Mahia, about 755. Fairfield, let's just say 807. Let's go up here. Nope. But again, this line of storms is going to keep moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. And that'll keep occurring until the storms are east outside of Texas. And that's the general expectation. And by the way, for what it's worth, really, thank you for the super chats, by the way. I really do appreciate it. It helps pays the bill. We appreciate it. Oh. Boy, I should have gotten more than 2.5 hours of sleep last night. That's regrettable. Okay, so pretty much line of storms. Doing that. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we can expect the rest of the night. To do that, we're going to press some magical buttons. All right. This model it. That's not right. Clear the data. Yeah, I don't know why it's not loading. I'm going to reset the program real quick, apparently. Yeah, apparently Encore's reporting nearly 300,000 customers without power. So when you consider most customers generally mean 3 to 4 actual people, that's a lot of people without power. That is very unfortunate. Let's see if we can't get this to work now. All right, so here's what the model shows at 8 o'clock. It's obviously running a bit slow with the northern half of the line. The northern half of the line's moving faster than what this shows. From about Hillsborough south, it's not doing half bad. So let's just timeline this. Here's 10 o'clock. So this thing has line of storms from near Clarksville to Tyler to just west of Huntsville to Brenham to Columbus to Haley'sville to Victoria at 10 p.m. tonight. Might be a bit faster than that. And then here is midnight. Scattered storms still in eastern Texas. Some may still be severe, but less organized. But we have a new tornado warning, it looks like. Let's get to it. This is going to be for I-35. It's going to be a tornado warning for Moody, Troy, Morgan's Point Resort, Lorena, McGregor, Moffett. So let's just go Bruceville, Eddy, Lorona, Moody, McGregor, Seagull, Troy, Morgan's Point Resort, The Grove, Moffin. This is going to be a possible tornado. 7 miles west of Mother Neff State Park, 12 miles north of Belton, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Temple around 7:30. This isn't going to hit Temple. This is going to stay north of Temple. Mother Neff State Park around 7:35. Troy and Moody around 7:40. McGregor around 7:45. Bruceville, Eddy at 7:50, and Loretta at 7:55. Ryan Chef, if I haven't been busy, I don't know what I've been. All right, so tornado warning continues further south until 8 o'clock. Possible tornado just northeast of Weir, near Granger, moving east at 40. Going to be near Granger at about 7:35. Bartlett about 7:40, and Granger Dam about 7:45. Report of winds gusting nearly 75 now in Terrell from Emergency Management. It's 59-mile-an-hour wind gust in Georgetown. And we note Austin is about to get hit by a strong storm. Winds 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Maybe some dime to quarter-size hail. Let's go south, take a look at the tail end Charlie's. Pretty good little storm coming in over Bernie right now on Interstate 10 near Fair Oaks Ranch. The potential for some very strong winds, it looks like, with this thunderstorm, and maybe some quarter-size hail. So we'll probably see a new severe warning issued for that, but that is going to keep these storms north of San Antonio. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's go back north. Let's see who else wants to be under the tornado warning game this evening. We still have a tornado warning for eastern Fannin, western Lamar County. Now, this is a tough spot because the weather radar is not at a good altitude to see this. We're looking probably 13,000 feet above the ground, so honestly, I have no idea what's going on up here, but we got a tornado warning for near Honey Grove, and this tornado warning will include places like Petty, Brookston, Roxton, Sumner, areas west of Paris, so we'll see what they do with that, but storm itself is still likely to be severe with straight-line winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado with that. Line of severe storms, Ladonia to Naylandville to Greenville to Quinlan to Terrell, who just had a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust, to Kaufman to Loser to Ennis to Malone to Waco. And all of that is moving east at a brisk 50 to, let's just go with 50 miles an hour. Strongest storms in this line are going to produce 75-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes, not really too worried about hail. What I do want to keep an eye on, though, is these individual storms trying to pop up from Winsboro to Talco to Clarksville. We need to watch these carefully in case they try to do what the storms earlier did and spin up into tornadic supercells. For the moment, that's not happening. That is a lot of noises. Sounds like we have some pretty bad damage to a warehouse in Bulk Springs, according to emergency management. I think it's the Amazon warehouse, got the roof torn off it. That's unfortunate. All right. There's a spin up right there, actually. Bartlett. potential for a spin-up tornado about 2 miles southwest of town, moving off to the east. And again, it really would not be surprising to have multiple spin-ups tonight with this activity. But the problem is they usually spin up so quickly. They spin up fast. Can be 30 seconds at times, and then they spin right back down. Sometimes it's literally in between radar scans, and sometimes it's, it's like pinning the tail on the donkey. So that's why sometimes it's futile to issue numerous tornado warnings for this stuff, and that's why we say straight line winds galore and spin up tornadoes. McLennan. All right, let's go pop up to McLennan County. All right, so we do have a tornado warning. This is north of the city of Temple. Honestly, if there was a circulation that stuck out, it's like the storm further south. This thing's mostly straight line winds. Can't rule out a brief spin up, but nothing screaming tornado right now. But again, anywhere around Bruceville Eddy to Lorena, can't rule out some strong winds, a brief spin up. Strong storms moving into Waco, and for what it's worth, I-35 is probably going to flood a bit because of this. Storm moving into north sides of Austin right now. Some strong winds, heavy rain, maybe small hail. And back north. Again, Denton County, you're done. Collin County, you're done. Dallas County, you're done. Tarrant County, you're done. Grayson County, you're done. Cook County, you're done. It's raining. It may still be windy, but you're done. Severe weather threat's over. Still have a tornado warning in far eastern, northeastern Lamar County. Far northeastern Fannin County, western Lamar County. And this will be for a possible tornado located near Crockett Lake, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, near Sumner at 7:45. Other locations include Forest Hill, Petty, Globe, Brookston, Tigertown, Allen's Point, and Allen's Chapel. This does not include the city of Paris. And then this whole line still moving east, 50 miles an hour. Pecan Gap, Commerce, Greenville, Quinlan, Oak Ridge, Kaufman, Ennis, Mount Calm, Waco. Oh, good. New tornado warning. Let's go back to that. Got a tornado warning. This is going to be for a possible tornado near Bartlett. This tornado warning includes Rogers and Buckholtz. Does not include Cameron at this point. It's for western Milam and southeastern Bell County. Does not include Belton or Salado. So, Temple, Belton, one possible little spinny north of y'all, a spinny south of y'all, and a partridge in a pear tree. So again, now let me be abundantly clear. With this line of storms, unless I say otherwise, most of the tornadoes we're going to be dealing with tonight are going to be spin-ups, weak and brief. They may happen before I can even show them to you on radar or a warning's issued. If that happens to not be the case and something more significant long-term develops, I will certainly convey that messaging. But this is like pinning the tail on the donkey if the donkey was doing a street race on I-35 in Dallas at 11 o'clock at night, which probably way too many of you watching this have done, unfortunately. But so Houston, probably midnight. Let me turn the times back on. All right. So, good news is the hail issue's not really being a thing right now. All right, I'm going to turn off all the data again. Let's do a time loop here. A time loop. How about a look ahead? That's the term. Again, 2.5 hours of sleep. I'm sorry. I've been doing this for over 5 hours now. I had to do about 2 hours last night. Well, it feels like a Monday, but it's not. All right. We're going to do, again, we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, this model hasn't done overly well today, but it's doing decent with the line. The issue is, For the northern portion of this line, it is running too slow. Oh, do we have to do this again? Come on, model. Thank you. So this is what the model has at 8 o'clock. I guess it's running a little too slow with the line's progression up here in North Texas, north of Hillsboro. From Hillsboro south, it's doing all right, I guess. So let's keep that in mind. It's going to vary by an hour or two. It may be faster by an hour to you. It may be slower by an hour to you. That's just the life of models. Here's 9 o'clock. You can see moving pretty quick across northeast Texas, down into the Brazos Valley, into portions of south central Texas. Here is 10 o'clock. Oh, what is that? Clarksville, Pittsburgh, Tyler, down to east of Bryan College Station, to Burton, to Victoria. Notice weaker the farther south you go. Here's 11 o'clock. The potential for some stormy mischief. Texarkana down to east of Tyler, down to Trinity, Houston. Midnight. This point, storms exiting northeast Texas, Marshall, Nacogdoches, Cleveland. And again, some of these are still probably going to be severe with some spotty hail, some damaging winds, maybe the potential for a spin-up tornado. And again, here is 1 a.m. Severe weather threat is over in Texas. We still have some precipitation falling back in cooler air across North Texas, the big country. None of that is severe. That's just some rain. 2 a.m., rain. 3 a.m., rain. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., rain. 6 a.m., the rain's starting to go bye-bye. And then by 7 a.m., the rain is bye-bye. The upper-level storm system is bye-bye. It's off doing storm system things and getting ready to bring mega blizzard to Chicago and more severe weather to Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. But we're done with it. So in other words, the main severe weather threat's going to be through about midnight. And until then, we're here indulging in copious amounts of caffeine that undoubtedly my body will dislike tomorrow. Okay, that was a lot of noise. So yeah, pretty much this line has a lot of wind with it. And that's going to keep on going. All right, a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes all of Byer County, including the San Antonio Metro. We'll just read the thing. Northwest Caldwell, Southern Hayes, Central Guadalupe, Byer, and I'm going to say this wrong. I always say this wrong. Oh, I want to say Como. Someone will correct me and yell at me. Severe storms located along the line from Wood Creek to Spring Branch to SeaWorld, moving east at 65. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. Locations included pretty much all of San Antonio, up to Universal City, New Braunfels, San Marcos. And again, that's going to be for a lot of strong winds with these storms, maybe some small hail. And again, that's a warning till 8 o'clock. Yeah, did that say 8 o'clock? No, 8:45. Bayer, thank you. All right, Austin, you've got a strong storm rolling in from the west. It's got some small hail, some gusty winds, some heavy rain. Let's go back up to the tornado warnings. Strong winds, maybe a spin-up tornado around Granger to Bartlett, moving east towards Buckholz and Thorndale. Severe thunderstorm warnings, a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning, so we're just going to read the thing. Oh, good. It's southwestern Freestone, Robertson, Millam, Limestone, Falls counties until 8:45 p.m. At 7:37 p.m., severe storms were located along the line extending from Bellmead to Coupland, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Hazard, 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. Severe storm locations include Marlin, Rockdale, Cameron, Hearn, Groesbeck, Teague, Mart, Franklin, Bruceville, Eddy, Rosebud, Thorndale, Calvert, Bremen, Lott, Buckholz, Alcola Lake, Twin Oak Reservoir, Fort Parker State Park, Lake Limestone. Sorry, I've been talking so long. Obviously, my words are starting to get jumbled. And so that's through about 8:45. So that includes, Rockdale, 79 up to Hearn, Thornton, Groesbeck, Marlin, Bremen, Culver. Further north, We have severe storms warning. Mahia, Wortham, Streetman, Fairfield, Angus, Corsicana, Kerlins, Gun Barrel City, Kemp, Canton, Van. Let's switch to a closer radar site for a better view. Gun Barrel City, Canton, Oak Grove, Kemp, Wills Point, Emery, Fruitvale, Lone Oak, Sulphur Springs, Como, Cooper, Paris. And again, I want to emphasize, solid line of storms. Goes all the way from Paris, Texas to near San Antonio, moving east at 40 to 60 miles an hour. It's going to keep doing that until it's in Louisiana after midnight. Some of the storms are going to be severe all the way to Louisiana with damaging winds. Maybe some small hail. The hail threats really come down and spin up tornadoes. And boy, let me tell you, I'm looking at Dallas Fire's CAD, computer-aided dispatch, active call list. And let me tell you, as you might expect, Dallas is, they're not having fun. And again, who is, right? All right. One thing you always have to try to remember about doing long-form coverage is you need to stay hydrated. Something I'm not doing great at. I had water. I got a box of Wheat Thins. I'm good to go. Let's do it. So again, line of storms. Let's just talk about who's going to get hit in the next hour, all right? What I'm doing here is I'm going to draw a manual storm track. I just want to make sure I've got the wind speeds right. Ryan, yes. And I'm not good at it. All right. So moving east at, we're just going to say 55 miles an hour because it makes me happy. So pretty much, let's just start reading out times. Clarksville, about 8:20. Bogota, about 8:15. Mount Pleasant, probably about 8:35. Como, about 8:06. Pittsburgh, about 8:35 to 8:40. Quitman, about 8:15. Mineola, 8:15. Lindale, probably about 8:25. Canton, 8 o'clock. Edam, 8:20. Maybank, up next 10 minutes. Athens, about 8:15. Corsicana, about next 5 minutes. Streetman, about 8:05. And then, yeah, pretty much. What was that? And again, I want to emphasize, we're probably going to have multiple tornado warnings with this line as it moves east. Unlike supercells, typically, this has a lot of damaging straight line winds that are widespread. I am as equally concerned about those, if not more so. Which is why we're focusing on all the storms and not just tornado warned storms. So, again, this right edge of this whole thing is where storms should be in about an hour or less. Okie dokie. Now let's do it with this. I've got this line moving east about 35, so they've got it moving slower down in central Texas. Not so sure about that, so we're going to do 45, and if I end up having it a little early, that's okay. Okay, so Mahia, about 8:10. Groesbeck, about 8:15. Thornton, about 8:15. Bremen, about 8:15. Calvert, about 8:20. Hearn, about 8:30. Caldwell, about 8:30. Lexington, 8:10. Rockdale, about 8:05. Cameron, about 8 o'clock. Rosebud, next 10 minutes. And, wow, they just issued a really, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that for. Okay, the Weather Service at Shreveport just put out a severe thunderstorm warning, for storms still quite a ways away. Talco, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, Gilmer, down Longview, Kilgore, White House, Tyler, Lindale. I guess a long duration warning, but storms are not going to be there for a while yet, I guess. But they're moving pretty quickly to the east. So, all right. So again, pretty much this whole line of storms, Paris all the way down San Antonio. Strongest storms are going to have winds of 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe a little higher. Generally, hail's going to stay in the dime to penny range. Can't rule out a quarter-size hailstone. And spin up tornadoes. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that's now been issued for southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, and parts of the piney woods of East Texas until midnight. We'll show that here in a bit. You're very welcome, Candace. Now, very quickly, I'm going to zoom to tornado warnings, but I'm going to first make sure this is actually focused on me because the technology hates me. And then I'm going to mute my mic for a second so I can chew on a wheat then without sounding obnoxious. I mean, the voice canceling stuff might actually make it work, but I prefer not to test that theory. All right, a pretty good surge of straight line winds just east of the Granger radar site. Northwest of Thorndale, seeing winds over 70 miles an hour just off the surface. It's going to be making its way towards Rockdale, Malado, Thorndale, Cameron, Hearn, and eventually this is probably going to impact Bryan College Station in about an hour. So again, winds showing up over 70 miles an hour now east of Bartlett, east of Granger, approaching Thorndale, Rockdale. And don't forget, folks, outdoor warning sirens are outdoor warning sirens. They sound for the policies vary, but generally winds over 70 miles an hour. Generally, golf ball, baseball size hail are larger, and obviously tornadoes. So, reason so many outdoor warning sirens have sounded. Winds over 70 miles an hour. All right, is this radar current? 1948, it seems to indicate it is. So again, line of severe storms approaching Paris, Toco, Paris, down to Cooper. Can't rule out brief spin-up tornadoes in addition to winds of 60 to 70, heavy rain. Severe weather threat for the DFW Metroplex is over. Line of severe storms extends southwest. Commerce, Quinlan, Terrell, Kaufman, Rosser, Rice, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. The potential for wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour or higher. Maybe some very small hail. Not really in the big hail department anymore. And some heavy rain and some lightning. And again, let me just, I'll turn everything off real quick so we can do a quick loop. Turn on warnings. We're just going to do a 2-hour loop real quick. And you'll be able to see the progression and extrapolate it. And while we're doing that, I'm going to mute my microphone again for about 30 seconds while I loudly chew on wheat thins. And my apologies. You know, on TV, all that stuff, they have other people. They're able to pan the cameras away and let someone else talk for a while the folks goes and eats dinner. But nope. So we make it work. Yeah, the white lines you're seeing in front of those are a element of the warning polygons. I can click on them and they do pass. Here, if I turn the warnings off, you'll see them disappear. Normally, they're not so prevalent, but when you have so many warnings, they kind of, yeah. 58 mile an hour. Well, let's not choke on the wheat then, or the Triscuit. 58 mile an hour wind gusts at Austin Bergstrom, San Antonio International, 56 at San Marcos. So congrats, Central Texas. You've managed to join in on the wind parade. So again, here's the radar over the last 2 hours. You can see making good steady progress to the east at 40 to 50 miles an hour. And that's going to continue until the storms are out of the state in Louisiana and Arkansas. And the nice way of saying it is, that's when it's their problem. But not really. It'll probably be weaker by the time it gets to them because, well, yeah. Okay, we'll turn the warnings back on. You're going to see all those squiggly lines of doom reappear. And there you go. All right. What it's worth, I'm going to turn surface winds on here. These are surface wind gusts, by the way. I know those are temperatures. These are surface wind gusts. You can see it's been a windy day across West Texas. Nice legit dust storm. That'll probably make it into portions of East or North Texas, Central Texas, etc. But you can see airports, Greenville, 68 mile an hour wind gust, Terrell, 66. Why? Let's stop making the obnoxious cow noises. Y'all may not hear them. This noise canceling works pretty well, and I have the sounds muted so y'all don't get them automatically through the thing. But that was quite obnoxious. Thank you, thing. Oh, all right. Anyway, with a voice like mine. No, mainly because I have a big Yeti mic in front of my face. Here, I'll show you. Say hi to the Yeti. Say hi to the big red thing. Oh. All right. So, here, I'm just going to turn the local radar off. Let's just use regional. It combines all the radars and gives us the best view. Line of severe storms. It's 7:54 p.m. Stop. 7:54 p.m. Extending from near Paris to Cooper to Commerce to just west of Emory to Wills Point. All these storms I'm talking about could have 70 mile an hour winds capable of knocking down power lines, trees, causing some shingle damage, all that fun stuff that just makes life that much extra enjoyable at the end of a work week. If you couldn't tell, sarcasm. We've reached sarcasm point in Davis coverage. Okay, so down from just west of Emory, down to Wills Point, to Kemp, to Rice, all the way down to Waco. It's raining, it's pouring. Some old guy's probably snoring. Then a line of severe storms starting to make it east of Interstate 35. Now exiting Temple, Rogers, east of Bartlett and Holland, near Thorndale. West of Elgin, near Manor. And then a little more scattered activity back west of 35, just to spite me. Wimberley down to the west sides of Bexar County. And again, strongest storms. Wind 60, 70 miles an hour. Spin up tornadoes. Baby size, well, let's rephrase that, because if I say baby size hail, someone will think it was baby size hail. Little hail, pea size hail. Stop. Tornado warning. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, well, let's deal with that. A little hailer in southwest Bexar County, by the way. That might actually have quarter size hail. Looks like we have a new tornado warning for Millam County. Trying to see where. I don't think that's it. Ooh, that's nasty wind. Check out those winds north of Thorndale, just east of the Granger radar site, which is somehow not crashed or gone offline. You know, that thing will go offline if a rattlesnake gets in it, That thing will go offline if fire ants get in it. That thing normally goes offline if there's a lightning strike within 100 miles of the bloody thing. But here we go. It just got hit by 80-mile-an-hour winds, and it's still running. Good grief. All right, there's the tornado warning. This is going to be a new tornado warning until 8:30. For Milam County, this will include the city of Cameron, just north of Milano. Buckholz, you're included. So again, if you are in Central Milam County, Buckholz, Cameron, Hanover, Minavera, Jones Prairie, Silver City, Valverde, San Gabriel, Sharp, Maysfield, Hoyt, and Gauze, you're in a tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. That means you need to seek shelter immediately. Lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go outside looking for it, because if there's a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in rain. But in all likelihood, there's a tornado and a boatload of damaging wind gusts. As we switch over from the how hard it's a raining mode to the which way the wind's blowing mode, you see all that pink? No, it's not a strawberry taffy. That's a lot of outflow winds. In fact, that's winds up to 80 miles an hour. You know what 80-mile-an-hour winds like to do? They like to snap power poles, knock down trees, take the shingles off your roof and relocate them to your neighbor's roof, and then take those shingles and throw them halfway across town. So again, these winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour just north of Thorndale, around Buckholz, Sharp, are moving off to the east. Now, I am a little concerned. This is actually starting to develop a bit of a hook echo. And notice that the reds moving away from the radar and the greens moving towards the radar are actually starting to become, instead of vertical, more horizontal. Now, without going totally nerd and trying to explain the methodology of detecting low-level convergent signatures on radar data, essentially, the thing's trying to produce a tornado. There we go. That's it. So the threat of a tornado is increasing southwest of Cameron, northeast of Thorndale, northwest of Rockdale, which is why the Weather Service has issued, you guessed it, that's a tornado warning for central Milam County until 8:30 p.m. I think we've about reached the point where I'm going to have to go get more caffeine out of the fridge. So again, that is a potential tornado developing near Sharp, west of Minavera on Highway 77. There's the latest scan there, and again, in fact, yeah, that, okay, now you see, I told you we'd get, if we started seeing something that wasn't, you know, just a little squall line spin up, I'd tell you, well, here we go, check that out. We're so close to the radar, we're able to see the fine low-level signatures. Here we go. Again, this is right over the small community of Sharp, southwest of Cameron, south of Buckholz, southwest of Cameron, east of, what is that? Davila, west of Minerva. And again, you've got a pretty good hook echo there. The which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see the signature. Reds are moving away from the radar site, which I might add is right here. So we're looking like 100 feet above the surface. This radar has tried to get hit by so many tornadoes in the last year, it's ridiculous. So again, wind's moving away from the radar in red. Wind's moving towards the radar in green. What do you get? You get a spinny. And in this case, a possible tornado attempting to develop. Look at the debris tracker. We don't see anything, and we probably would if something was actually down for more than a couple seconds, because again, we're right next to the radar site. So again, that could actually produce a tornado at any time, and I'm a little concerned, honestly, because it's kind of a... look how there's nothing south of it, per se. The stuff, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos is behind an outflow boundary. This is right on the outflow boundary. So this might actually becoming a embedded supercell. Why are we making ding-ding noises? All right, so sounds like via emergency management, we've got significant damage to a structure in downtown Greenville. We've got all sorts of power outages. So Greenville, Terrell, congrats. You've joined the rest of the Metroplex in dealing with that. Here's the latest scan from the radar, and you can see that thing is spinning up right there, that hook echo, with that rear flank downdraft southwest of Cameron. west of Minerva, east of Sharp. You can see that swinging around. That's the rear flank downdraft, or the winds on the backside of the thunderstorm right there, kicking on in. This will be your inflow there. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and, well, that'll update in a second. But until it does, let's actually put some streets on there. And then we're going to take another look at everything. I realize we have a lot going on, and I'm just being a nerd right now. But okay, so County Road 209, southwest of Cameron. County Road 412, the potential for a tornado. County Road 210. County Road 415. And County Road 412, this is all west of 77 at this point, south of 190. You can see right there, no indications of a tornado debris signature, but that's definitely trying hard to produce a tornado. It's had a wind gust of 75 miles an hour in Corsicana, so apparently we're being rather bow echoey again. So let's go back out and we'll get back into the squall line and we'll start doing updates with that again. All right, so that is one tornado warning, the only tornado warning in the state of Texas right now. So let's get back at it. A line of severe storms. Extending from near Paris to Tira to Cooper to Sulphur, west to Sulphur Springs. It'll be in Sulphur Springs in a moment, to Emory, to just west of Canton, to Gun Barrel City. That section of the squall line is moving east at about... No, absolutely not. 75 miles an hour, my behind. Weather Service at Shreveport thinks it's at 75 miles an hour moving east. Weather Service in Fort Worth thinks it's 50, so it's moving east quickly. DFW Metroplex, the severe weather threat's over. Done. Dunzo. No more severe storms in the Metroplex. It's going to be windy. We're going to have more wind tonight behind the cool front. There's going to be dust, but no more severe storms. So again, this line of storms moving east at 50 to 75 miles an hour, apparently. So Clarksville, DeKalb, Mount Pleasant, Como, Pittsburgh, Gilmer, Longview, Tyler, Canton, you're all going to get this line in the next hour. Most likely, west winds 60 to 75 miles an hour possible. Maybe some pea-sized hail, heavy rain. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Corsicana just had a 75 mile an hour wind gust from this potent line of thunderstorms. So, apparently, we're getting winds still from Rosser to Rice to Corsicana, just west of Mahia, of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. So as this line of storms moves east over the next hour, places like Athens, Jacksonville, Palestine, Fairfield, Rusk, you're going to be in line for damaging straight-line winds. All right, let's go back down into central Texas in the Brazos Valley. A line of storms from near Marlin to Rosebud to Cameron to, Hook Echo, to Rockdale to west of Lexington to Elgin. Moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour as we return to the groovy mood of the 1970s. And again, this line moving east at about 50 to 60 means those of you in Caldwell, Bryan College Station, Hearn, Braymond, Madisonville, pretty much everyone along and west of I-45 from Huntsville to Rosedale, and honestly, probably down to Houston, you're going to get this line of storms by probably 11 o'clock, if not sooner. Some of the storms are going to be producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Maybe some spin-up tornadoes. Now, let's get over to San Antonio. It looks like y'all have managed to find yourselves a angry thunderstorm. And that you have... Okay, can we stop with the groovy mood? It's not any fun without the music. Okay, so storm over Bexar County actually looks like it is ramped up in the hail department. Good gravy. 58 mile an hour wind gust, north side of San Antonio. And the radar thinks there is hail up to the size of baseballs aloft. Now, that is not reaching the surface, because if it was, we'd be hearing ding, 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 and we'd be hearing about it quite a bit. But again, those of you in San Antonio, storm rolling in west to east, the potential for some hail at least the More substantial hail threat we've seen over the last couple hours, it looks like. Maybe some winds, 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, but again, potential for some nasty wind. Justin, if you're asking about Mahia, that's actually how they pronounce it, I believe. Maybe not, but I'm pretty sure I had learned that one by now. Alright, only one tornado warning. It's for this thunderstorm southwest of Cameron. Bit of a hook echo showing up, but again, damaging straight line winds. Maybe a spin up tornado. 58 mile an hour winds measured in New Braunfels. So again, all these storms producing winds still 55, 65 from San Antonio all the way up through New Braunfels to Austin to Round Rock to Rockdale to Cameron. And then 60 to 70 mile an hour winds from Rockdale and Cameron, Marlin, Groesbeck, Mahia, Streetman, Corsicana, 75 mile an hour in Corsicana, all the way up to Maybank, 65 to 75 mile an hour winds from Maybank, all the way up to Sulphur Springs to Paris. Carla, thank you for the report of the hail. If you can do so, please let us know what that hail size is, only when it is safe to do so. Please don't go outside and play in the hail while it's falling. If you are west of this squall line, you are done with severe weather tonight. There may still be more storms, but they're not going to be severe, probably. So if you're west of the squall line, you're done. How do you know if you're west of the squall line? Open our free interactive weather radar in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. If you're watching us on Facebook, by the way, we really want you to head over to YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. Facebook has been hiding our videos, hiding our content. So at this point, if you actually want to see our stuff, you're going to have to do it on YouTube, apparently. All right, let's just head back to a statewide view. We'll just loop the last couple hours here. You can see the progress. Once the line of storms is east of your location, you are done. Line is moving from west to east, so once the line hits you, you're done. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of San Antonio. The potential for some hail, gusty winds, but a pretty good hail threat right now in San Antonio with the storm moving over downtown. Decent hail core. Yeah, we are expecting a bit of a cap in southeast Texas. We're going to see storms probably weaken with southward extent as they move towards southeast Texas, but some stronger storms are still possible in Houston around midnight, maybe sooner at the current rate. It may actually be closer to 10 p.m. No individual storms have fired up east of the line, so that's good. And yeah, we do think the line of storms will probably be breaking up a bit as it moves further east. And so hopefully that'll bring the threat for some higher end wind down. Brandon, you want to know how many screens I'm running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 76 mile an hour wind gust in Corsicana. And the funny thing is, they're all running off one machine. The severe weather threat for DFW Dallas is over. All right. We have one tornado warning in the state of Texas. And here's the line moving from west to east. And again, strongest storms in this line are producing winds of 75 miles an hour. You can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. Yeah, I'll do a tour setup one day, but to be honest, my desk is a mess. It usually is. I usually have tools and random screws around, and there's actually 4 keyboards. Only one's in use, mind you. I don't know why I have the other 3 here. I also have a mallet. It's usually to hit the guy behind me, though, if he's being obnoxious. All right. Yes, no tornado warning for Bonham, Fannin, Lamar. No tornado warning up there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. Austin. Yeah. Austin, you're fine. I mean, yeah, you've got a severe storm. It's raining, it's pouring, it's windy, but there's no tornado. Back to the high-res radar. Some small hail, gusty winds east side of Austin, but that is moving east out of that city pretty quick. Back in the spinny department, again, a possible area of rotation approaching Cameron, but looks like mostly south of Cameron, closer to Milano, honestly. 76-mile-an-hour wind gust in Corsicana. That's unfortunate. You're correct. No weather forecast is complete without a rubber mallet. That is Baldy a Chief approved. All right, let's take a look at the storms in East Texas. Again, leading edge of this squall line, which could have some winds of 70-plus miles an hour. Obviously just hit Canton, as multiple of you were just kind enough to observe. All the way up to Yantis, east of Sulphur Springs, to Bogota. Paris, you're going to be done with the severe storm issue here in about 10 minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning now goes on 82 from Paris to Cab. On Interstate 30 from Sulphur Springs to, let's just say Naples, 259 and 30. All the way east to 259 down to Longview on I-20. And then Tyler. You're wanting to know what program I'm using. This is WSV3. Technically, WSV. I think it's like version 5.9 now or something, almost 6. It's Weather Studio with a lot of customizations. Trust me, I could not afford anything like WSI Baron. Oh, no. I mean, it'd be great, but... Okay. Roof damage in Honey Grove and Fannin County. Sounds like the City Hall took some damage. Cameron. Well, Cameron, here we go. You do have a tornado warning with a little circulation on 190, but it's several miles southeast of town. Cameron, you're getting heavy rain, maybe some small hail, some strong winds. If there was a tornado, and that's a big if right now, it would be probably south of N77, close to Milano, honestly. Yeah, it's past Dallas, it's past Waco, it's past... Pretty much, if you were on I-35, I-35E west from Dallas, Hillsborough, Waco, Temple, Round Rock, Austin, you're done. It's over. There's still a couple severe storms on I-35 from Kyle down to San Antonio, and then, well, that'll be done in like 20 minutes. Carrollton, it's over. You're good to go. Athens, you still have to deal with it, I'm afraid. Sorry, you could have winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Corsicana had a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust about 15 minutes ago, and that section of the storm's heading to you. So, Athens, get ready for some strong winds. Longview, you're going to get some strong winds from the line of storms here, and probably about 45 minutes to an hour. Paris, if you are in Paris and west, you're done. Storm's moving out east. You've got some rain, but yeah. Hunt County. Yep, you're done. Just some rain, maybe some gusty winds. To answer your question, no. Actually, when I'm not doing storm coverage, most of these monitors are not on. Maybe 3 or 4 might be on. Oh, Conroe. Yeah, you might have a squall line here in about 2 hours, maybe some strong winds. Houston, you're going to get storms probably about 10 o'clock, maybe a bit later. Texarkana, you're going to get this line of storms coming on in here in about by 10 o'clock probably. And remember, folks, outdoor warning sirens, known as tornado sirens, are actually outdoor warning sirens. And they, outdoor warning sirens have different policies based on municipalities, but for most areas in DFW, most cities, they're sounded for golf ball size hail or larger, 70-mile-an-hour winds or higher, and obviously tornadoes. So with these storms producing 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds, they get to go play with the sirens. Van Zayat County, you've got a line of stormies. Canton, all the way up to Emory, might have some 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And again, all these are moving east pretty quick. And again, at this point, I don't know, did they let that tornado warning expire? 56-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at Paris. So Paris, oh, that was good timing on your part. Paris did record a 56-mile-an-hour wind gust, but that storm is exiting and moving off to the east. All right. All right, I'm not going to touch anything, but you're not going to see me for about 30 seconds. I'm going to run to the fridge real quick and grab another energy beverage because, well, 2.5 hours of sleep and doing this for 7 hours kind of results in me needing energy. BRB! Got a little warm in here. All right. So again, line of storms. I'll zoom back out and just play the animation at this point. I don't think we have any tornado warnings left. Hopefully not. I guess they haven't officially canceled this one near Cameron yet. Let's make sure it hasn't done any sort of mischievous behavior. But, nah, that doesn't look too impressive in the spinny doom department. Plenty of wind near Cameron right now, though. All near Buckholz to Cameron. Probably got some good straight line winds out of this storm. Radar's showing... Well, right now the radar's showing nothing because I've lost my mouse on one of these monitors. Okay, there we go. Showing 60-mile-an-hour wind just northeast of Cameron. So probably enough to knock some tree branches down. And again, not really seeing too much in the rotation department, so I doubt they're going to issue a new tornado warning. Oh. Hello. Okay, I'm actually not going to put that in the frame. All right. Now that we made sure there wasn't a tornado, okay, so they're going to leave that be. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to turn on the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up crazy marketing terms too, radar. And we're just going to loop it for the last 2 hours. I want to show everybody what it has done, and so folks can extrapolate where it's going to be. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change that upper third to something that actually reflects what we're looking at, and that's reflectivity. Yeah, I made one of those dumb dad jokes that I should get bonked on the head for, but I'm not going to hit myself with a mallet. All right, DFW's clear. 35 all the way down to Georgetown is clear. Austin to San Antonio will be clear within the next 45 minutes, if not sooner. If you are east of this line of storms, so from San Antonio to Beaumont, from Paris to Texarkana, down and east, you get a thunderstorm tonight, probably. Now, this little line here is going to weaken some, especially with southern extent, but again, this going to do that. Yep, going to do that. Yep, you guessed it. It's going to do that too. And oh yeah, it's going to do that. But this is going to start to weaken with southern extent as we start to see the upper level forcing leave the vicinity. So again, if you are east of this line of storms, you may see some stormy weather tonight. Maybe some strong winds. Can't rule out a few spin-up tornadoes. Probably a little baby-sized hail. Nothing super crazy. Out here, in my horrific handwriting, it's over. It's also done. It will be out of Texas by 12 a.m. And I'm going to get slack for this from my team, probably, but we'll see. If meteorologist Jason Cooley's watching right now, I'm about to get a note being like, what you doing, man? All right. Anyway, so that is the magical David-style telestration that pretty much tells you if you are east of this line of storms, you're going to get storms tonight. If you are west of this line of storms, your threat of severe weather is done, over, complete. All right, so oh, Andy, you're partly right, but I'm also just waiting for people to start answering them for me. Ugh. Those questions will never go away. That's just a part of life as a weather weenie on the interwebs, if you do this kind of thing. Makes me miss the days where I wrote blogs because I could just put that answer in writing and direct everyone to it versus video where, you know, people are tuning in and out and then show up. Texarkana, you've still got another round of storms coming on in about an hour. DFW, it's over. It's done. If you have power, hey, congratulations. Several 100,000 of your fellow DFWans don't. Oh. Tornado warning is gone. It'll be gone off this map in a minute, but it's already technically expired. But again, Well, I'm having somewhat of a jovial attitude right now, mostly because I'm exhausted. This line of storms does mean business across northeast Texas, east Texas, and even into the Brazos Valley right now. These storms are still producing winds 70 miles an hour plus. That's enough to take trees down, take power lines down, cause some damage. As storms keep on moving on east, we should see them start to weaken over the next couple of hours, but we're probably still going to have a few stronger storms with this line until it exits the state around midnight and moves in Arkansas and Louisiana. So for folks wondering about your specific locations, I would recommend you check out the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It's Texas Storm Chasers. We've got a pretty good radar in there now. We're going to have an even better radar in there in about a month when the whole new app comes out. It'll let you keep an eye on what you have going on in your neck of the woods, down to the street, or you can go spy on someone across the country. California's been having some fun weather this winter. They're going to have another big system in this upcoming week. All right, so let's... Okay, we'll close that. Let's go from north to south and just take a look more in depth here at this squall line. See if we have any special, rather angry sections we need to examine closer. So we're going to switch back over to the super duper awesome blossom high resolution rapid refresh. Yeah, something like that, except it's just how hard it's raining mode. All right, pretty good little precipitation core over Universal City, moving towards Marion and New Berlin. Could be some small hail with that, in addition to very heavy rainfall. Severe weather threat for San Antonio proper, pretty much coming to an end now as these storms begin moving east, but it'll definitely be over in 30 minutes. You can see this little outflow boundary I'll draw on here. That's an outflow boundary, so these storms are all what we call elevated. They're above a slightly more stable layer of air within a few hundred meters of the surface. So those aren't tornadic, probably aren't even making all that much wind, to be honest with you, in terms of their own wind generation, but definitely still capable of producing some hail and some small hail. So, looking north, you can see storms, honestly, these are not looking all that intense now from near New Braunfels up through Lockhart, Bastrop, Elgin. That's not to say they're not producing strong winds, but at some point these are going to start weakening, and we're going to see these severe weather threat become more isolated. Now, that being said, I think we're still going to have some rowdy storms until they're out of the state, especially across East Texas, Northeast Texas. For example, you look here and you can see strong winds in Rockdale. We've got a pretty good surge of wind coming up northeast of Cameron. This was the tornado-warned storm that is now not a tornado-warned storm because we have no tornado-warned storms, but it is still producing winds of 70 miles an hour out of the west, probably a little bit of dust included. So, again, if you're in Calvert on Highway 6 down to Hearn and Franklin up on 79, you're going to have some very strong winds here soon. Might be enough to knock out the power, cause some damage. All right, and there you can see a big old severe thunderstorm warning that was just updated. All right, heading back north, we'll keep on going. Groesbeck to Mahia, Raymond all the way up 14 to Mahia. Might see some strong winds, 50, 60 miles an hour in spots. Switch over to the Fort Worth radar. And we've got a thunderstorm, line of storms from near Streetman to Eureka to Currens to Log Cabin, Gun Barrel City to Canton. And these storms are capable of producing winds of 50, 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour in spots. as they move east. And again, these are moving east at a pretty good clip, 50 to 60 miles an hour, it looks like. And some wind gusts over 70 miles an hour are still occurring. And we're definitely seeing some wind damage with these thunderstorms still. As we head into northeast Texas, leading edge of the storms and the strong winds from near Mineola to Quitman, the Winnsboro, up to Mount Vernon and Bogota. Now, we are going to have to watch the leading edge of this line for some spinny mischief, especially here in northeast Texas. This is where the low-level wind shear is strongest compared to further south. So we're going to watch some of these appendages just in case. Definitely cannot rule out the threat for spin-up tornadoes here. And again, could also still see winds over 70 miles an hour in places like Bogota, Clarksville over the next several minutes. So if they think this is moving east at, well, they think 75, and I'm going to think 55 because, well, that's what I want. And since I'm the one with the mouse, I get to decide. So we are going to press the super duper awesome blossom magical tool that lets me make lines. Except I'm going to mess it up. So let's try that again and actually not mess it up this time. Okay, so this moving east probably, I'm just going to say 60. It may be slower than that, but if it is, oh well, it'll arrive a few minutes later. I'd rather it be late than early. DeKalb about 9 o'clock, Mount Pleasant about 8:45, Pittsburgh about 8:50, Gilmer about 8:55, Longview about 9:20, Tyler about 8:55, Lindale about 5 minutes. Texarkana probably by about 9:30 to 9:35. We'll zoom on in more. Douglasville 9:20, Linden 9:22, Lone Star 9:05, Ore City about 9:10, East Mountain 9:10, Kilgore about 9:10, Overton maybe 9:15. We'll say. And then there you go. And then that line hopefully means it'll be out of the state by 10 o'clock, at least up there. And then we'll have to deal with what's left down here. Oh. So, let us turn everything off. Let's turn on the severe weather watches. Now, I don't have an upper third made for this because obviously I'm a novice. So, let's talk about what these colors mean. This yellow box up here is a tornado watch that goes until 10 p.m. Northeast Texas, East Texas, and the Piney Woods of East Texas. These blue boxes are not flood warnings, but they are severe thunderstorm watches. This one for Southeast Texas, Bryan, College Station, Brenham, all the way down to Warren, east through the Houston Metro up to Corrigan, goes through midnight, while this severe thunderstorm watch a bit further west goes through 10 p.m. and essentially is for where the line is and points east. So you see the squall line. What's that squall line? The severe weather threat is done. Dunzo, complete. Not going to happen. Which we appreciate. So, at this point, the worst... That's a good question. Here, who asked that? Katie on Facebook. Congratulations. That was a good question. Will the rain behind the line have wind and lightning? Probably. It's going to be windy tonight behind the line. Northern part of the line seems to have the highest threat for some wind and spin-up tornadoes. Southern part of this line seems to have a little bit more hail and maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds. But again, leading edge of the line extends from near Clarksville to Talco to Winnsboro to Mineola to Athens to Fairfield. And that all is moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. The strongest storms there could be producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, which is enough to cause damage. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, and the hail is not really existent. I mean, it's pea-size if it's there. It's heavy rain and wind. Just pretend it's August and you're getting hit by a tropical storm. Heading farther south, we've got a thunderstorm from, if I say Koss, I'm going to mess it up. It's probably not Koss, but Kosse, down to Bremen, to Calvert, to Hearn. And again, there's some pretty good winds showing up on the radar here. Radar thinks we might have some winds up to 70 miles an hour. And we're looking just above the surface, so again, it might be about 60 miles an hour. Same thing goes for this section southwest of Hearn on 36 down to where Milano is, Rockdale. And then as we head further southwest, we'll switch radar sites. These storms are, at this point, more of a small hail threat, heavy rain threat, than a damaging... Well, I said that, and what do I get for saying that? I see wind. But, again, these have a comparatively higher chance of producing some hail versus storms further north, which are more linear in the squall line. So, Bugota. Interesting. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. And then these storms, again, north of Stockdale, some strong winds, maybe 60 miles an hour, maybe some penny to nickel size hail with that. As these storms move off to the east at generally 40 to 60 miles an hour. Sorry, I'm having to open some chat windows again. The mean thing booted me. All right. Now, I hesitate to go look and see how many people are without power in the Metroplex right now. But I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm a daring person sometimes. Oh, maybe it won't be too bad. Well, it's down from 288,000 customers down to 278,000 customers with 3,712 active outages. That's not great. Okay, we have a tornado warning. Well, it would appear our happy time has ended and we return to the spinny doom department. Looks like the Weather Service has elected to issue a tornado warning for a thunderstorm north of Mount Pleasant near Talco. It's going to be a tornado warning until 9:15 for northeastern Franklin, southwestern Bowie, northwestern Morris, northern Titus, southern Red River counties in northeast Texas. At 8:38 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hagensport, moving northeast at 50. This storm will be near Wilkerson at 8:45, Boxadil, I'm too tired for this. At 8:50, Dalby Springs around 8:55. Other locations in this warning include Lydia, Johntown, Cuthand, Avery, Talco, and Harts Bluff. So let me press some buttons, and here we go. So this is going to be the tornado warning in that big red box. Again, this is going to be for a circulation they've detected near Talco. And yeah, I see it. The radar is obviously having a great time of trying to clean out the noise, but yeah, it'd be right there, I'm assuming. So yeah, there might be the potential for a spin-up tornado there, in addition to the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. And this is going to be near Talco, moving off to the northeast towards 82. And 259, so Avery, and locations just southwest of DeKalb. as this storm moves off to the northeast. And it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning farther south. Not a surprise. So again, these tornado warnings aren't really going to be a surprise tonight. Main hazard with these storms in northeast Texas will be damaging straight-line winds, but embedded spin-up tornadoes are also quite plausible. Sometimes these are not good. These spin-up tornadoes will happen before the radar can even detect them. So, same methodology, damaging straight-line winds. Weak tornadoes both can do similar damage. Heading over to the which way the wind is blowing mode. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning. That runs until... That's not right. Well, I haven't gotten the warning on here yet, I don't think. But we'll get it, and it'll go till 9:45. And it'll be for this line of severe storms from near Clarksville to Talco to just east of Quitman now, Mineola, Van, down to Athens. And again, not all of these storms are going to actually be producing these big-time winds. Let's make that clear. There's going to be pockets of higher winds. For example, truthfully, I'm a little worried about this near Clarksville now. That almost looks like a circulation. If we're playing the pin the tail on the donkey game, if that thing near Talco looks like a circulation, this thing near Clarksville looks like a circulation. But again, what we're going to be keeping an eye on is damaging straight line winds and embedded brief, probably weak tornadoes that may not even be able to be detected easily because, well, it's just how this game works. So again, nasty winds in Clarksville. Does he ever answer the chat questions? Sure, but I'm also watching, a line of storms extending from the Oklahoma border all the way down past I-10, so on 2 hours of sleep, or if you prefer 6 hours of sleep since Tuesday. But luckily, we have so many folks in our chat rooms that are kind enough to answer questions as well. That's a nasty-looking wind signature near Seguin. Any hail on Brenham? I'm going to go ahead and say no. Hail size is low. Line of storms coming in towards Bryan College Station there. Could have some small hail and some gusty winds. North Texas is good, yes. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Gail. Stay safe. And no, to the YouTube person, I'm not actually. Sagan, thank you. I'm not mad at anybody. But I'm tired. But that's okay. You know what? It's an old saying, you can sleep when you're dead. Well. Alright, so again, leading edge of storms from Clarksville down to Talco. Could have some 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Might even see a few spin-up tornadoes here. Thanks for the report, Jessica. Well, it's okay, Jones. I generally don't either most of the time, but you kind of have to when you're on a live with several thousand people. And it's not really anyone's fault. I mean, people come and go every couple seconds, so, someone asks a question, 2 minutes later someone new comes and they ask the same question. It's not their fault. Drink a monster drink and get a sandwich. Yeah. Well, I have an energy drink at least, so. I've got, what are those, Wheat Thins? Yeah, I got Wheat Thins. Wheat Thins count? Problem is snacky, or they are crunchy. Damaging hail, we're not worried about. Northeast Texas, not worried about damaging hail. I'd be surprised if there's even quarter-size hail. This is all mostly heavy rain and wind at this point. Kaufman, you're clear, you're done. It is raining, it's pouring, it's windy, but there's no severe storms. It'll be windy for most of the night. So again, we've got this tornado warning for Talco. This is going to be moving towards Avery, DeKalb, west of New Boston. If they extended it, it would include DeKalb and New Boston, but at this point, just a lot of wind. Spin up tornado potential, generally short-lived and brief, but remember, tornado's a tornado. If it comes down your street, I'm going to have problems. Well, that's a lot of caffeine I just ingested. It's going to be interesting here in about 15 minutes. All right, let's go from north to south, or south to north, as my dyslexic brain would like to think. Paris, it was windy, but Paris is done. No more storms in Paris. Severe weather, at least. All right, so from south to north, our southernmost storms on Interstate 37, southeast of Pleasanton. Y'all had a nasty little hailer last night, let me tell you. Otherwise, we've got a storm near Elmendorf, south of China Grove. The potential for a little bit of hail out of that is the storm moves east at 55 miles an hour. Maybe some quarter-size hail as it moves towards Lavernia and Stockdale. Another storm just east of Sagan. I messed it up again, I know. I forgot. I got too ranty. South of Luling, west of Gonzales on Highway 90. That's going to be moving east at about 70 miles an hour, according to the Weather Service. Storm over Lockhart, but you can see these storms further south definitely losing their linear organization. You know, we don't have that solid line anymore. We have more of a broken line of storms, with some of these storms being strong, others being pathetic. Sort of like my hairline. Here we go, northeast of Rockdale, Hearn, up to Franklin, up to Marquez, or Marquise. That's not what I wanted to press. Okay, there we go. And again, pretty little stretch of some 50, 60 mile an hour winds coming up towards Highway 79, Highway 7. This is going to make for some interesting travel on I-45 around Buffalo and Centerville in the next 30 minutes. Not really something you want to drive through. Here we go from eastern North Texas. Switch radars to get a better view. This is going to be a severe line of severe storms from Fairfield up to Athens, but the good news is looking less organized. Definitely the potential for localized winds, still up to 70, but I don't think we have widespread winds doing that anymore. Hopefully not. We'll find out, I'm sure. And then as we head back into east northeast Texas, from a different radar vantage point, we could see the line of showers and storms weakening around Mineola. See, we're starting to lose some intensity here finally, which is good, which was expected. Storm around Talco again. We have a tornado warning on that, and that is generally moving towards Avery and DeKalb. This tornado warning goes through 9:15. Folks, Avery, DeKalb, Talco, Wilkinson, there on Highway... my eyes are too small to read the map. County Road 3930 up to Lydia. They're out of southwest of DeKalb on 4435. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go outside and look for anything, because if it's there, it's wrapped in rain. And the only way you're going to see it is if you're outside and you're looking and you end up getting hit by a tree because the tornado hit you. So don't go outside and look for it. Beaumont, not a thing right now. You're probably going to get some storms around midnight, though. Can't rule out a little bit of hail, a little bit of wind, but the overall severe threat will be lower than the stuff we've had further west. All right, let's look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Yeah, we see a little bit of a circulation north of Clarksville along the leading edge of this line. And again, northwest of Mount Pleasant, too. Again, little pockets of circulations aloft. Could mean brief spin-up tornadoes. Could just be some stronger winds down at the surface. But that is what happens. And again, these storms may not necessarily have a whole lot of lightning with them. And I don't have the lightning displayed on this map, because if I did, most of the time you wouldn't be able to see the storms because, well, lightning is frightening, and usually we have to deal with a lot of lightning. What's going on in Longview? Well, let's see. Longview, you get nothing for now. You have showers. You're still got to deal with the storms further west near Cannes to Athens. They've got some wind. They're probably going to be in Longview within the next 40 minutes or so. We've entered disco mode on the magical radar. It looks like the radar program needs to be reset because it's a 32-bit program with the associated memory restrictions, but loading up 254 counties worth of every street out there across Texas kind of angers it from time to time. All right, so we're going to press that. We're going to press that. And again, where were we? Athens to Van. Got a severe storm there. Some strong winds, maybe 60 miles an hour. Moving on east. That's going to be Lindale down to Tyler in the next 20 minutes. Probably over to Longview in the next 40 minutes, maybe a wee bit longer, depending on how lackluster these storms want to be. Further southwest, Athens to Fairfield. That's where the main line is now. Some of the storms there could have small hail, cloud-to-ground lightning, and maybe some localized winds over 60 miles an hour. Same thing goes with these storms down here into central Texas. You can see from near Thornton to Franklin. Pretty good little surge of wind there. And what might be a wee bit of a circulation west of Marquez or Marquise, depending on how it is, what you want it to be, and probably the only way I'm not saying it right. Right there, it's a little bit of a circulation embedded within the line itself. Otherwise, some pretty good straight line winds up to 60, maybe 65 miles an hour, moving towards Centerville on Highway 7. Buffalo, same thing. Leona, Centerville, Buffalo, y'all are about to enjoy some west winds that may knock a few trees down and knock some power lines down. But hey, you know what? It's better than it being 105 degrees in August. Maybe. As you head southwest, storms losing organization in parts of the Brazos Valley down into eastern central Texas. And then as we head into south central Texas, instead of dealing with a line mode or a linear mode, we're dealing with more cellular stuff with some small hail, some pockets of gusty winds, but really not too organized in terms of the overall squall line. So as expected, we're starting to see some loss in organization with the squall line across south central Texas into the Brazos Valley. And that's going to continue for the next few hours as storms progress east. Speaking of the next few hours, let's just go ahead and take a peek at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And what that means is I'm going to keep blabbing until I come up with the appropriate buttons here to make everything pop up how I want them to pop up. So we change that, we do that, we hit that, we press that button, we press that button. And now what we're going to do is, since it's about 9 o'clock, we're going to look at the model. And we're going to look at 9 o'clock just to see where the storms are. You can see the high-res rapid refresh model not doing too bad. It is way too slow with the storms up here, though, in North Texas. See, this model thinks the storms are still in Dallas. They're clearly almost at Tyler. Same thing for Paris. They're east of Paris already, and we don't have any of that discrete storm development near Texarkana. Down here into the Brazos Valley, south central Texas, it's better there, so at least we can use that as a general guideline. Here's 10 o'clock, so let's just pretend and extrapolate here. Storms, Texarkana, probably Longview, east of Longview. And then as we get south of I-20, probably this is where the storms are going to actually be more accurate on this model. So just west of Crockett, just west of Huntsville and near Brenham down to Victoria. And you can see some of these storms are still on the strong to severe side. Maybe some hail, maybe some gusty winds. Fast forward to 11 p.m. Here you go. You got line entering Houston. A couple of stronger storms, but mostly behaving themselves. Storm near Sealy that could have some hail, gusty winds. Otherwise, this is going to be more of a scattered, multicellular thing versus a solid line of hurricane-force winds like we had in DFW. And then heading north, you can see this model still way too slow with this stuff in northeast Texas, but you get the general idea. Line of storms, far east Texas. And we're still going to have some showers and storms behind the line with gusty winds, but they're not going to be severe. It's just going to rain, which we need rain, so it's okay. Okay, so here's midnight. Again, storms probably at this point already in Arkansas and northwest Louisiana. Southeast Texas, you can see all remnants of a line are pretty much gone, and we're just left with residual showers and storms. There you go at 1 a.m. 2 a.m., we've got some wraparound rain and showers on the back end of the low. That's not any sort of severe weather. That is just rain with gusty northwest winds up to 50 miles an hour because it's going to be windy. So that is the expectation in the storm department. Canton, you are done. It's east of you. You can go to bed. I wish I could go to bed, but I will one day soon. All right, so we have one tornado warning. It's for this circulation that's actually showing up kind of well now. What do you know? Southwest of Avery, moving towards Avery into Cab. So that's a tornado warning about to come up on Highway 82. The potential for a spin-up tornado. Maybe some gusty winds. Well, there will be gusty winds probably. I'd say that's more likely in a tornado, but either way, it's going to probably make for a rough couple of minutes. How about this? Let's drink some water so I don't choke on my own snot. All right. That needs to not be a thing. All right, looks like we're going to have a new severe storm warning. We'll see where that goes. Now, I'll probably break the radar again, but that's more of a built-in design flaw than me actually breaking it per se. I mean, it's kind of Texas's fault. If I didn't have 254 counties worth of every road in the counties, it probably would be okay. Canton, you are clear. Storms are east of Canton. Alright, so at this point, a line of showers and thunderstorms from near Idabel, Oklahoma, down to Avery, Texas on 82, down to Mount Pleasant on Interstate 30, down to Lindale on Interstate 20 in Vam. Coming up on, it's still west of Palestine on 287. Coming up to Buffalo on 45. Let's switch radars. And again, near Marquez on 79, there could be some strong winds with that for sure as it crosses Interstate 45 near Buffalo and Centerville. A pretty good surge of wind still showing up on radar aloft. So it's reasonable to assume some of that's making it down to the surface. Same thing goes northwest of Bryan, College Station, around Hearn, seeing some winds of 60 plus miles an hour possible down at the surface. Southwest of Caldwell to Somerville, we're seeing plenty of wind as well. And again, all this activity is moving east-northeast. These storms are all moving east at 30 to 50 miles an hour. So in today's version of Let's Play Where the Storms Are on the magical super-duper awesome blossom map, here we go. I'm going to zoom on out. You see where the storms are right now, everyone? If they're moving east at about 50 miles an hour, and they extend from where they are now, let's use extrapolation. Oh, Violet. If only Steven was here to give me grief over that. Unfortunately, I believe he's stuck in traffic, so... All right, here we go. Texarkana, you got severe storms within the next 30 to 60 minutes. You got a tornado warning near Talco over to DeKalb. All right, let's go back to the radar. Oh, Nelly, hey now, come on. Stop it. Well, I'm getting pictures from that Amazon building in Bulk Springs. They may have gotten hit by a tornado, we'll see. All right, so we'd have one tornado warning. It's for this storm coming up towards Avery and DeKalb. And again, there's strong winds with that, but not a clear-cut circulation. In terms of something I can tell you there's legitimately there. Pittsburgh, strong winds coming to you. Tyler, you're going to have a strong storm coming in from the west here shortly. Same thing for Palestine, Buffalo, Centerville, as we head back down to look at the radar. And we'll know if something's with the DeKalb storm. Meteorologist Trey Greenwood's actually on 82 in DeKalb, so if something's there between Avery and DeKalb, we're going to find out about it. Pretty good wind signature here just north of Marquise. This is going to be moving towards Buffalo in northern Limestone County, I believe. Maybe, possibly. Could it be? Probably not. I'm probably just making it up. In which case, the Limestone County folks who are so nice to us are probably going to come and hit me on the head with a mallet. Those pinks you see there on that radar, those are winds being detected over 60 miles an hour. See, it wasn't Limestone County, it was Leon County. Leon County up into Freestone County. See, nope, I'm going to get hit on the head by a mallet. You see, there's actually a bit of rotation with this storm. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. Regardless, pretty good outflow signature coming from it, indicating at least the potential for some nasty winds over 80 miles an hour showing up in the mid-levels of this thunderstorm as it moves northeast. So as that moves towards Buffalo and Interstate 45, travelers on Interstate 45 around Buffalo are probably not going to appreciate enjoying the west wind trying to blow them off into the trees. So we head south into the Brazos Valley. We've got a line of storms down towards Bryan College Station. Some strong winds with that. Same thing back towards Caldwell. And then back southwest towards Giddings. Generally sub-severe storms that don't look impressive. And then a little stormy near Lulling that could have some down to quarter-size hail coming to the east-northeast towards LaGrange. But definitely seen a downtick in overall organization with still a couple of pockets of this line remaining organized. Those of you asking what program I'm using, this is Weather Studio WSV by Paul Merv and Mike Echo Romeo Foxtrot. It's a consumer program. Alright, so Mount Pleasant, y'all about to get rocked by some strong winds. Same thing for Avery and DeKalb. And then eventually this is all going to blow into New Boston, Texarkana, Naples, Douglasville, Hughes Springs, Linden, Ore City, Jefferson, again, Longview, Gilmer, again, and Kilgore, and Tyler, again, and Tatum, again. You explain the Barksdale bubble. Every community, every little town thinks they have some protective bubble that always makes it not rain or bad weather avoids it. But let me tell you, Norman, Oklahoma thought they had a bubble. I'm totally serious. Norman, Oklahoma thought they had a bubble. And then in the middle of the evening, they had a nice little rain-wrapped EF2 tornado track 30 miles across town. And I can say that because for those who don't know, I live in Oklahoma City. So literally, and I used to live in Norman. That tornado passed about 3/4 of a mile from where I used to live. And, well, yeah, so everyone thinks they have a bubble. It's just a matter of time until the bubble bursts and you get hit on the head with a baseball-sized hailstone. Marshall, Texas. You're going to have to deal with this storm near Lindale in the next hour to hour and a half as it moves from west to east. And that is the general expectation of things. Oh. You have fun? Well, good for you. Why are you wet? Aw. Want to say hi to 3,000 people? Hello, general public, indeed. I'll say hi to Dag. Dag. He's a turd muffin. All right, well. Always. That'll probably bring back the dog cam hashtags. All right. Nope. Okay, let's see. So those of you in New Boston, DeKalb, Avery, you're going to have fun with this storm coming on in from the southwest. Moving east-northeast again. This thing's moving, generally speaking, about 30 to 50 miles per hour. Storm near Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, Gilmer could have some winds 50, 60 miles an hour as it moves east. Again, at about 50 to 60. Not all of these storms in this line are going to be producing that kind of wind, but I still think there's pockets. For example, a little bit of rotation southwest of Mount Pleasant that could be a little circulation trying to spin up, or at least the potential for some strong winds. So we continue looking south. Tyler, you're going to have a strong storm coming from the west shortly. Could have some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, some small hail, heavy rain. So we head down back into the northeastern Brazos Valley. This little thunderstorm, Buffalo, Hewitt, Centerville, Leona, showing a bit of a bow here. See how it's bowing out? We'll draw in here. You go. That's just wind pushing in the thunder behind the thunderstorm, and that results in strong straight line winds, as evidenced by the which way and how hard the wind's blowing mode. Got pockets of wind here, probably 60 to 70 miles an hour, and we're looking probably 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the ground, but radar estimating winds, yeah, there you go, about 75. So down at the surface, it's easily plausible we're dealing with some 60 mile an hour winds. As we take the magical circle of life with us and take a look, there's Bryan College Station. Some wind, some rain, but honestly, Bryan College Station, nothing that really looks all that bad. It's probably windy, but probably not even hailing. Caldwell, some strong winds there, maybe 50, 55 miles an hour. So, main concern, and for now, seems to be this thunderstorm, Buffalo, Centerville, could have some strong winds about to cross over Interstate 45. And then we'll switch radar sites. And we'll take the bubble of life with us. Come on, bubble of life, let's load. Again, storm about to come into Tyler from the west. Some heavy rain, maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but honestly nothing that screams that right now. Up here towards Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh. We've got a tornado warning near Avery, but it looks like a jumbled mess now. Some strong winds, and same thing goes for Mount Pleasant and Pittsburgh. So truthfully, We seem to be on the downtrend in terms of intensities. That's not to say there won't be any more damaging winds or severe weather tonight, but we seem to definitely be on the right path here, which is good. And again, west of these storms, you're done. So if you are west of a line from DeKalb, Mount Pleasant, Tyler, Palestine, Mahia, Rockdale, you're done. You can go to bed. And then a couple of stronger to severe storms here in south central Texas, moving towards the Victoria Crossroads, southeast Texas. You can see the cool front, the outflow, those showers southeast of those storms. That's the cooler air, more stable air outrunning the storms. So that's good there. I mean, storms are less organized. And in that department, all that water I just drank a wee bit earlier apparently has decided to hit. So we're going to take a special 3-minute intermission called I Have to Run to Little Boy's Room. So we're going to do that real quick. Y'all don't get to come with me. Sorry. And we're going to be right back. So we're going to press that button. We'll be right back. Can we get one more just for good measure? Good girl. Okay, well, that's one way to say we're back. So again, tornado warning continues. Avery down to DeKalb, over to, well, technically Avery and DeKalb. And then we have a line of strong to severe storms that are moving south. The potential for some strong winds, very small hail. And the potential. All right, Mercedes reports Clarksville has power out, a roof in on Main, and power lines and trees down everywhere. Thank you for that report. Good to know in terms of when this thing's still producing wind, although we don't like hearing reports of damage. A line of storm still capable of producing strong winds. And some small hail and heavy rain from near Avery and DeKalb down to Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh to Hawkins on, what is that, 80? Down to west sides of Tyler on Interstate 20 and 64. All the way down to Palestine on 287. Buffalo at Highways 7 and 9 and Interstate 45. And then this nasty little bow coming up on Buffalo and Centerville on 45. Violet, you probably are right. What you doing? You want cheese? I'm going to have to buy like a $200 camera just to put on you and track you. Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. These people want her on camera now all the time. Yep, apparently pimento cheese. Yes, it's a thing Steven did. It made fun of me, and now a moderator on my YouTube channel makes fun of me with it too. And now everyone wants me to have it. Yeah. Demon dog. Yeah, you demon dog. You're not a demon dog. You're a good girl. You're gonna get to go storm chasing this spring. Here, we'll say hi to the dog.
No.
That is ridiculous.
Good one. That was a good one.
Oh! Hopefully the noise canceling didn't cancel that, but... Alright, so, well, good news is, folks, most of these storms are generally showing weakening trends. Some storms are still producing strong winds. No tornado warnings now. That is nice. Congrats, dog. You're the cutest thing people have seen on the live stream all day. Ridiculous. You're right, not much competition on that. It is a cute, fluffy animal. Bald leprechaun. I don't even have the beard yet, though. Yes. Well, you know what? Whatever. Alright, so DeKalb, you're getting some small hail, gusty winds. No more tornado warnings. No tornado warnings at all. As this line of storms continues to move east. So again, it would seem for now we have transitioned from, you know, nasty hurricane force winds back to somewhat more of a mediocre squall line in terms of maybe some localized strong winds over 60 miles an hour in spots. Maybe some small hail and heavy rain, but we are definitely better off than we were earlier. Now, we still have some strong winds from near Buffalo to Centerville that are moving off east-northeast. But in terms of nasty stuff, we are definitely not doing too bad in that department. In fact, I am hopeful if this trend continues, we may be able to quit with the continuous live coverage here at about 9:30 as we just deal with some localized strong winds. No tornado warnings, no mega hail, no hurricane force winds. Just some good old rain, some strong winds. Yeah, I mean, it's Texas. We're going to have some strong winds, but... Oh, I know the cheese is going to be a running joke. Don't worry. And then Buffalo to Centerville. Some strong winds about to cross the interstate. I'm sure an unfortunate semi is going to find out that the crosswind is going to be unpleasant. But... nothing like we saw in terms of the significance or the widespread nature back in the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. So, now that we have folks joining, let's go ahead and... let's just take a look at what we have for the rest of the night. With the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Alright, so this is the high-resolution rapid refresh for 10 o'clock. It's obviously running slow with this line up north. Not too bad down south. So, up north, line's going to be near Texarkana, probably east of Tyler. by 10 o'clock. Here's 11 o'clock, line south of Interstate 20 starting to break up. Weekend, we're still going to have some stronger storms with some small hail, some gusty winds, but widespread severe weather becomes less likely. Here is midnight. Storms probably in northeast Texas again. With this running slow, will probably already be out of northeast Texas mostly. The severe weather threat at this point likely becoming isolated with some spotty hail and some localized strong winds. Tornado threat very low at this point and through the remainder of the evening. And then through the overnight, we're going to see gusty northwest winds behind a cold front. It's going to be windy, but no severe storms per se outside of maybe some small hail. And then we'll be drying out by sunrise. So let's go back. Let's just look at the state view. I'm going to have to turn this fancy satellite mode off. Again, this is just what the radars looked like this evening. You can see we've had storms. Again, we're starting to see some decrease in storm intensity. You can see the storms entering the Victoria Crossroads region starting to break up a bit. No longer a solid line as the outflow or the more stable surface layer air outruns the storms, cutting off some of their warm inflow and making it a little harder for them to maintain themselves. Further north, still have a nasty little bow echo approaching Buffalo and Centerville. And then we still have a line of strong to marginally severe storms in northeast Texas, capable of producing wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, pea-sized hail, heavy rainfall. But we are definitely calming down compared to earlier. We're back to, the not 90-mile-an-hour hurricane force winds, so that's good. Oh no, Violet, it's going to happen. So, with all of that being said, storms mostly should be east of Texas by midnight. Severe weather threat from this point on should be some strong winds over 60 miles an hour in the most intense storms. Cannot completely rule out a very brief weak tornado. And the overall hail threat, isolated, localized. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take one last look at this thunderstorm approaching Buffalo and Centerville. We'll take a last look at these storms, because every time I think I'm going to get to sign off, usually something tries to spin up. And this wind is moving towards Oakwood, Elkhart, Grapeland. Spotty 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And then we've got some activity in northeast Texas. Some strong winds, some small hail, heavy rain. It's windy, maybe enough for some tree damage, but again, no tornado warnings. And the severe thunderstorm warnings are all for hail, quarter size or smaller, and the threat for winds of around 60 miles an hour. And again, plan here is if we have tornado warnings or, we start doing this hurricane force wind stuff again, we'll definitely be back with live coverage. But what we're going to do now is head on over to the interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And with the free mobile app, you can keep an eye on the sky. And again, we'll be keeping an eye on things. We'll be back with video if need be. But for now, we're going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to shut my eyes because they hurt. And with that, hopefully y'all made it through today all right. I know there are several 100,000 folks without power in North Texas. And we definitely are going to... it's going to take a few days to clean this one up for sure. So y'all keep an eye out in East Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, as these strong storms with damaging winds continue to move east. Very low threat of a spin-up tornado. And, again, These storms will all be east of Texas by midnight. No tornado warnings. Strongest storms right now, capable of some strong winds. 60 miles an hour. No tornado warnings. Hail, not really even dealing with hail. Localized winds up to 60 miles an hour. This activity from Buffalo to Centerville, moving towards Elkhart and Rusk. Alto, eventually, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then further southwest, storms generally in a weakening phase. From south of Bryan all the way to LaGrange, you can see just scattered showers, a few storms. Small, strong storm on I-10 near Flatonia. East of, or southwest of LaGrange there. So, with that being said, we'll be keeping an eye on things, but thank you for joining us today. It's been a busy day. We hope y'all were all right, didn't get hurt, didn't suffer damage. We know many are without power tonight, suffered wind damage. It'll take a few days to get it all cleaned up, but I think it's safe to say March is coming like a lion. So, with that being said, we'll be keeping an eye on things. We'll be back if needed. So, thanks for joining us. Be sure to hit that subscribe button on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We appreciate all y'all who have joined us today, and hope to see you again down the road. Have a good night. God bless.